Need passports to get into each other's countries.
I don't know. I miss the days where Gene just got along too. But all of a sudden he's got new friends, and all of a sudden.
Now, one thing people talked about is him being somewhat jealous or envious that I'm hanging out with other people. So now he's just like, yeah, all of a sudden he's got new friends.
This isn't something that's enjoyable, and we weren't good friends. Isn't that crazy?
I think
What a fucking
Gene is
retard
willing
faggot.
to.
I mean, sorry. What?
I think Gene was willing to.
No,
Come
fuck
to terms
that.
with you.
No, fuck that. You don't even understand. It's all based on ruminating.
Now, he brings up ruminating. He doesn't know what that word means. I'm the one that taught him what ruminating is. And I have OCD, so it's a symptom of OCD.
Pay attention, okay? I'm sorry. When you got the
But I
idea
mean,
that
like,
it's just
outside of
Shabisky
your
quit,
podcast.
no, there's a problem with ruminating.
I mean,
It's
outside of your
ruminating.
podcast and stuff, you can still be friends.
No, ruminating. It's not even.
What are
It
you
is
talking about
outside.
ruminating?
Do you know what ruminating is?
What
Is
is
like
it,
airing out
Shabisky?
your grievances?
No, it's
No.
focusing on things that happened in the past.
Okay, wait, pause. So I have
No,
it.
that's
Yeah, like I have it up here. It's thinking about negative thoughts or problems, often leading to distress without finding solutions. And then it can contribute to mental health issues, whatever. But yeah, it's like ruminating on the future. It's like, I have a conversation that I need to have in the future. Like, you're analyzing all the different ways that it could go and like, okay, well, how am I going to respond to each way? I think that's more rumination than like what he's talking, or just going over and over and over. Like,
yeah.
it's not
Well,
necessarily the past.
Well, it can be the past, the future. Just you get obsessive thoughts in your head. You can't like break the cycle. But the thing is, he's trying to claim that me pointing to this persistent sort of pattern of negative behavior that I think he engages in, that's me ruminating. Because all of that stuff's in the past. Well, the problem is he keeps doing the same thing. So every time the same kind of pattern of behavior surfaces, I point it out, and I point out that it never changes. This is just yet another example of the same fucking thing. And then they want to act like me pointing to all the past examples are irrelevant. And it's like, well, if there's no, like, cease or halt in the pattern, or if there's no stop when it comes to the pattern, then it's like it is relevant to point to all the past transgressions. Or it seems like a gaslighting technique where, I don't know, a junkie might be called out by a relative that they're relapsing again, and oh my god, it's the same thing as last September where all this happened. It's all the same, like, notes, and they act like you're obnoxious bringing that up. It's in the past. It doesn't matter. So how dare you use my past actions to hold up a mirror and show all the parallels, to call me out on my bad behavior? You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, he's not taking responsibility. So it's, oh, that's in the past. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I showed with Kieran that that's something that he claims happened 6 months before this, and it only happened a few weeks before this video. So it just shows that either he's lying or he's got piss poor memory and he doesn't have the best recall. So either way, we can't trust what he's saying because he is saying things that are just objectively false. And if people want to pander to him, the issue is, well, even if he's misremembering things, he needs to apply a greater level of mindfulness towards the fact that if he's going to get drunk all the time, going to get stoned all the time, if he doesn't have the best memory, then he needs to acknowledge that, you know what, maybe I should go back and look at the hard evidence, considering that all this stuff's happening online, considering that all this stuff is documented, and for the most part, you can see exactly what happened verbatim, but he doesn't need to do that. He's going to rely on his sort of recall as if it is more reliable than my recall or anyone else's like recollection of the events. And one thing that's very common is Shab is usually way off the mark when it comes to what he remembers happening. All the different timestamps and how long one, or just how much one person was doing something relative to the other. And he doesn't need to put any effort forward in improving his level of mindfulness where, you know what, maybe I should consider that maybe the other person was doing much more than I thought, than I noticed, than I recognized. But in order to do that, he needs to admit that he has, like, some area that he needs to improve upon to begin with, and that requires him to apply some level of self-accountability, and he's not capable of doing so.
Yeah, Gene does seem to.
When I talked to him,
ruminate.
his friend told me, "Oh, ask your friend what you did was wrong." And I asked Gene, "What is it that I did was wrong?" And he said, "Oh, well, you don't, like, support me every time somebody's mad at me in the chat or I get into an argument in the community with them." And then I'm like, "Okay, tell me an example that happened in the last year." And he's like, "Oh, well, you remember
fixed the volume.
You remember how there's a person from, like, the UK, you got to..."
What's that?
I fixed the volume. I didn't have my stream volume
okay.
up. I'm sorry.
in an argument with, like, in the past 6 months or whatever, and they first... You remember? I don't remember what their name is in the chat, but he got
They don't even remember their name.
into an
Kieran?
argument with them, and then they make it up and it being fine. And
So we didn't make up. So we just went over that the last stream we did. So we did not make up. The dude was being a giant asshole. I stood up for myself, and then Shab threw me under the bus. And Shab tried to claim that it was my fault that the tip goal didn't go up at all, which made no sense because the argument, the dispute lasted for less than 10 minutes. And the stream was going on for 5 hours at that point. And it was at 13% throughout the entirety of the stream. So he tried to blame me for why the tip goal wasn't going up. And he also tried to claim that I was making things an IQ competition, when it was just me defending myself and insulting somebody who was insulting me. And he remembers it as, oh, we just had a little disagreement, and in the end, we made up and we're getting along.
in the end. But he used that, I don't know if you remember, but he used that as an example. And that's the only example he could give for the pack.
And it wasn't the only example. I gave the example with Alan. Now, one of the things he did is he claimed that, well, he ended up getting rid of Alan. Alan was willing to pay him $100 and everything, and he banned him. But Alan was butting heads with a lot of people. I remember they were butting heads with Bill Hicks. They were butting heads with Pinky. So I wasn't the only person that Alan was butting heads with. So I don't know if I believe Shab that he banned Alan on my behalf. And there were a couple streams where Alan was going off in the chat and being rude, disrespectful, and I fired some shots their way, and Shab threw me under the bus. Acted like I was the person who needed to be called out. And with all of these people, it's just...
He never stands up for you.
Yeah. And one of the things he was saying in DMs and that he's been telling everybody is that I just want him to ban anybody. I want to ban anybody who messes with me or who says anything I don't like. I did not want Alan banned. I did not want Kieran banned. I didn't even want Kieran timed out. I just don't like the fact that whenever I decide to stand up for myself, if somebody's being adversarial towards me, Shab never stands up for me, and he always throws me under the bus live on stream and makes me look like the bad guy. And then there was also a dispute with Arnie, where that was during one of the movie hangouts, and a bunch of people, ARC, came in, and a bunch of people came in, and they were chatting and talking over the dialogue of the movie, and Arnie posted in the chat John Morgan needs to shut up, when there were multiple people there talking more than I was. And then I timed them out for saying that. And then Shab freaked out over me timing them out. and then Shab didn't move on, and he decided that for the rest of the evening, he just wanted to make a big spectacle about it, and he didn't even acknowledge that, yeah, Arnie was being a dick. So it's just, I'm always the bad guy, no matter what. We've seen it in the other videos that we've covered. And another thing is, if people are going to try to argue that, well, hey, that's only 3 times in the span of a year, well, I haven't been online that much in the last year. So I've been fed up with all the fucking drama. So when I've popped in to hang out in Shab's Discord or Shab's chat when he's streaming, it's been pretty it's been kind of rare for me to even show up at all. And the fact that 3 out of 8, 9 of the times that I decide to hang out with Shab, this happens, it just gets kind of grating. And one of the reasons why I have been coming around less is because I feel like I'm always the whipping boy in the community. And the fact that I'm coming around a lot less and it's still happening at a decent fucking ratio, it kind of shows that Shab doesn't want to change. And it's the straw that broke the camel's back. But I'm Hitler. I'm a terrible human being because I simply want to cut ties and not be friends with him anymore.
Last year is one single example of him getting into an argument with somebody in my chat.
And that's minimizing.
It's fun.
Yeah. And there's other reasons why I don't want to stream with him anymore, is I don't like how he gets drunk all the time. And when when we were having that mediation chat with Bill Hicks and Skeppy and Timmy, Bill Hicks brought that up. The issues that I've had with Shab's drinking. And that I don't find Shab's that fun to be around when he gets really fucking drunk. And then he'll come on my streams and he'll be drunk and he'll act all disorderly. And he'll derail my streams when he's shit-faced drunk. And then he'll act like it's unreasonable to be expected to not show up drunk on stream when I'm paying him. And I have multiple reasons why I want to cut ties with him, but let's just engage in mental gymnastics and claim that it's one thing.
Fucking ruminating. Kieran, do you remember that? Don't you remember that?
Kyron?
Kyron.
Oh, yeah.
He got into an argument with Kieran. They argued a bunch, and actually at the end of it, they both made up and said, I'm sorry, whatever. But still.
That didn't happen. So it's just anybody who wants to defend him here. Right here, it shows that what he's saying is just objectively false, and he doesn't care to go back and rewatch the stream to see verbatim what happened. But Shab clearly has the most reliable memory, so he can just rely on that alone.
Only example he could tell me over the past year of me being a bad friend and not sticking up for him was Kieran. And it's fucking retarded. It's really fucking retarded because...
Guy, right?
What? Yeah, he's the dude from the UK.
And the other thing is, during the mediation chat, Shab, he does DP a certain amount of days throughout the week, and he had DP that night. And I told Shab that I would pay for the $50 that he's paid to be on DP, and I think that we should spend the night really discussing this. And then, of course, he didn't do that. And then he, in the middle of the mediation, he just abruptly is like, well, you know what, I gotta go on DP, bye. So when he's like, yeah, the only thing he could come up with, it's like, well, we didn't really get to discuss things thoroughly because of just how Shab can be very thoughtless and careless, how he decided he didn't communicate that he was still going on DP, so we could have scheduled a night where he wasn't going on DP. And that's something Shab will do all the time, where if you need to discuss something, he'll just be like, well, yeah, I gotta go live, I gotta do something, and he'll just abruptly leave, so he doesn't know how to fucking communicate. And even though he just abruptly left in the middle of, like, the mediation, there were multiple things that I mentioned. I didn't just bring up that one anecdote as a reason for why I wanted to cut ties with him.
Okay. And it's all about...
I remember that.
Yeah.
It wasn't really an argument. They were just debating.
Yeah, and wasn't I a bad friend during that?
I don't think it was us debating. It was just shit talk back and forth.
No.
That's his example within the last year
that.
of me being a bad friend. And stupid-ass Xenemy sits there and hears that.
So, whether Xenemy is right or wrong, like, let's say, okay, I was the one being unreasonable in that interaction. Xenemy just defending somebody and being like, why don't you ask them what their problem is? I mean, that's a pretty sort of unbiased, bipartisan thing to, like, say. So it's not even like Xenemy started to, like, call Shab out, like, no, fuck you, you're a terrible friend, and just was blindly regurgitating things I was telling them. So it's just, if I was involved in a dispute and you have somebody who's in the middle of it and they presented some kind of rhetoric like that, I wouldn't look at them like they're some terrible, evil human being. Which you can see how Shab is willing to just completely vilify somebody based on them just not taking his side and not pandering to him.
Dude, it pisses me off so much. People need to fucking get their brains out of their asses. I could be
I feel like Xenemy wasn't supposed to be in that mediation.
They did not help because they were all about... Yeah, they were all about hearing... They heard Gene's side and they were all about trying to defend it, but they didn't care about the reality of it.
So, what Shab brought up with Xenemy again was they asked Shab, why don't you ask your friend what the problem is? That doesn't sound like the kind of rhetoric that is just, you know, blindly taking somebody's side, just hearing what they say. It's like he asked him a pretty reasonable question. So, I don't know, like, do you think Shab's kind of narcissistic here?
Well, it's just interpreting something, like, because that whenever I asked him, why would Gene pay you for the garbage disposal stream, whatever, and he took that as a criticism. It's like, why are you taking that? It's a question. Or, like, I don't, Xenemy said, why don't you ask? And it's like, that's not a criticism. It's a question.
Yeah, and he just expects everybody to blindly take his side. And also, you'll see just how he talks about you.
Mm-hmm,
and how he talks about you like you're the devil. And we watched that stream with Kieran, where when everyone's roasting each other, you were roasting me, like, he loved it.
Yeah.
So he had nothing but, like, positive, like, feelings and stuff when it came to you. But then when you had some or not even criticism, like what you said, some questions, and you disagreed with him when he was having the garbage disposal meltdown, now you're a terrible piece of shit because everyone just needs to pander to Shab.
They cornered me and I said, how about you ask your friend?
It cornered him.
I asked Gene, and that's the
Yeah, how's that cornering somebody? It's voice chat.
only thing he could say in the last year of me doing this wrongful thing to him. And it's the Kieran thing. And if you were there, it wasn't me being a bad friend, I think. In fact...
And the thing is, that is subjective. So whether or not somebody is or isn't a bad friend, in the end, it's up to each person what they consider a good friend to be. So if I consider what Shab did there to be shitty behavior, well, it is subjective at the end of the day. And if I don't want to be friends with him anymore because of it, it's my fucking right. So people trying to act like I'm a terrible person, simply just not wanting to be friends with him anymore, I think that, you know what, they have some pretty flawed moral compasses. And I think maybe they need to learn to be less biased. I think a lot of them, it's very clear that they're just white knighting Shab.
Said, like, I let John, like, say a bunch of mean things to Kieran before I finally stepped in. and said, okay, stop it, guys. And because I didn't go, Kieran, shut the fuck up.
Again, it's just, did I ever say that I expect him to just tell him to shut the fuck up?
Well, I think from the beginning, he was like, Gene, stop, whatever. So he's just not telling the story.
And he did not even acknowledge in the slightest that Kieran was being rude or disrespectful. He acted like I was the only person doing anything wrong. So if he was mutual and just interjected and said, like, okay, guys, like, chill out, I wouldn't fucking care. It's the fact that, like always, I'm the only person that receives any sort of criticism. I'm always the one that's thrown under the bus live on stream. So I've called him out on him doing that countless times, and this was the straw that broke the camel's back.
And then I'm bad. It was an accident. Can I find a clip? Oh gosh, Vickerfly, it would be hard to find the exact stream. I'm sure it could be found.
What clip?
Of the Kieran thing that...
Okay, so it takes just a couple minutes to find the stream where it happened. All I had to do is go to my DMs, where there was discussion after it happened. I remember I was talking to you about it. I was talking to Dirt about it. I just think about, like, some phrases that were typed out in the DMs. You just type that in, it takes you to the date, and then you go to the channel and you go to the date of the stream. So Shab's acting like, oh my god, it would be impossible to find it.
Yeah. Well, maybe we're just really good at that. Maybe other people just don't make those connections.
Yeah, maybe.
It's fucking annoying. It's fucking annoying. It's kind of bullshit.
You playing Mega Bunk? Were you?
I was playing Mega Bunk.
Okay, wait, pause it. Just for, like, a little backstory. I did that to Gene the other day. I was like, you said this. He's like, what? No. And then I was like, wait a second. And I searched and I was like, yeah, remember? And I read him where he said that. And so it's like, me and him probably do that with everyone.
Yeah. But hey, paying attention to the receipts, that makes you arrogant.
It would have been a while back.
Let me check something.
Typical Shab, getting up and walking away from his stream.
The biggest, yeah. So you're paying someone to not even, like, be on the stream producing. So he's stealing from you. What? Like, let's twist that narrative. He has stolen a lot of minutes from you.
And it's also, they want to act as if it was unreasonable for me to say that they weren't adding, or at least with Shab, he wasn't adding much to the stream. Mm-hmm. And they are trying to make the argument that, well, I wouldn't let them talk. Well,
mm-hmm. Oh, we'll get to that video, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's he doing?
Don't edit this out. Let's let everyone see that.
What?
Yeah, no idea where that stream would be. How long ago was it? Do you?
He doesn't know.
Dude, I stream every fucking day, dude. I don't know. It's hard to do whatever. But what was I gonna say? I don't know. I don't know anything.
Why'd you put me-self instead of myself?
Where?
Shab making you laugh.
He just, yeah, because the ex clueless about his own channel and what has happened at what time. And then I don't know anything. And it's like, well, okay, I know you're joking, but, like, you have to then maybe admit that you had some fault in some situations if you're going to say that.
And the thing is, I would be willing to just acknowledge that, you know what, Shab and I weren't compatible personality types. Probably would have been best if, or would be best if we were just friends at a distance. But clearly he can't take any sort of accountability at all. And I know I'm not perfect, but that's why I'm not just acting as if that, like, exonerating myself and acting as if, okay, because I think I'm right. Therefore, it is pure, unequivocal, dogmatic truth that I'm right. So I'm just going to throw all this dirt out in the open and make a big public spectacle of it. And I'm going to try to force people to take sides because, you know what, the possibility of me even being someone in the wrong? No. The laws of the universe forbid that from happening. So that's
when you have yes men like Timmy.
Yeah, and this is just how egocentric Shab is. He's acting like it's a war crime that I just don't want to be friends with him anymore, and that I don't want to stream with him anymore. And that is something that needs to be everybody else's problem. That's something where he can't just be an adult and go his separate ways and be cordial. But hey, I think, like, how is anybody going to justify his behavior here? And this is before, so later on he tries to claim that, oh, like, I was scamming him and not paying him. This is before he even tried to make that claim. So this is him just mad over the fact that I wanted to cut ties.
In the title, playing with myself.
It's called humor, Timmy.
You don't have a single humor body in your fucking bones.
No, I'm humory.
You don't got a single humor body in your bones, bro.
Humor body?
I fucked it up. Hold on. You don't have a single body in your bone. You don't have a single humor bone in your body. There.
Do you have Down syndrome or something? What's happening?
Even your funny bone is lame, bro.
What?
I said even your funny bone is lame.
He's disappearing again?
Yep.
Where does he keep going?
This is like S-tier content.
Oh, there we go. Need some Pepto.
Oh my god.
Oh, and here somebody in the chat says Shabisky is very unprofessional.
Yeah, dude, Bill Hicks, I'm glad you were there at the meetup. I mean, you like, honestly, you gave the best blowjobs out of everybody there. Like, it was awesome.
When he's drunk, and then he's gonna come down.
Whiskey Tom is here, but he's making fun of my joke, so let's ignore him.
Oh, look at how
yeah,
tall
Tom,
Gene
Tony
is.
makes horrible jokes.
Don't feed my ego.
But me, on the other hand, I am a comedic genius. Everybody knows that about me.
That's funny, the fact that he thinks he's a comedic genius. I mean, pooped, pee, pee, poo.
Right, Timmy? Right?
You are a comedic poopius.
That was horrible.
Yeah, that's one of your jokes. I just recited it.
That was horrible.
Whoa, go to that. I want to see what Dirt was saying. It looked like it was really important.
Yeah, Bill Hicks, and we didn't use the dishwasher once. Because Negan didn't
yeah.
want.
Oh, and that's the other thing. Like, Shab will try to claim that I'm dwelling on the past, when I'll point to countless examples where he didn't have my back in the past, which were pretty significant. And then, with Negan and the dishwasher, he doesn't shut up about it. And that was something that it's such a, like, trivial fucking dispute. And he'll go on and on about it. And Shab's the kind of person where if he comes across a single negative comment about him, so there's this one person, her name is Auntie Jessie or something, and he came across a comment she made saying he was stupid or something from several months in the past, and then he brings it up on stream and makes a big deal about it. And that's something where it's just one rude comment, and it's everyone else's problem. It's worth going on stream and making a big deal about it. But then with me, if like I am dealing with somebody who is just being very adversarial. It's not one rude comment or whatever. It's just somebody who's going at me, insulting me nonstop, and then I throw some insults their way. Then I'm the snowflake for not turning the other cheek 100% of the time. And it kind of just shows how egocentric Shab is, where he only cares if it happens to him.
I'm glad we did that. I'm glad we followed Negan's rules instead of using a dishwasher. We should have not used a refrigerator, too. Why did we even use the washer and dryer? That's all stupid. We shouldn't even use the AC or the heater. That's all stupid stuff. Why even use a fucking goddamn shower? We could have washed with a hose. I mean, sure, we paid for all those things, but why use them?
And then Drunken Crow's going to be here within an hour. I guess. But we do a Gene stream. It's a Gene stream.
Danny wants to be on camera.
Danny. Okay, sorry. What? It was an accident. Hey. Dan, I'm already harassing his girlfriend, right? I'm sorry. The stream. Hey, whoa. Yeah, Taylor's here. Jacob, bar none.
I want to point out to everybody, during this meetup, Shab touched my dick 3 times. And it's just, if we're going to talk about being socially retarded, I mean, Shab, somebody who doesn't mind touching their fucking crotch without, like, their consent. So, yeah, I mean, Shab clearly doesn't get out much.
It's a Negan train now. Okay, where's Timmy at so I can show off the Airbnb he can't go to? What the fuck? What are you looking for?
For my bedis, bro.
For my bedis. This one. Yeah, they got cups in there. You're outside, Taylor? Oh, shit. She's the one that's been peeking through the windows.
Oh, yo.
Wait, you were here, Taylor, for this? I didn't realize.
Wait for you guys. We kept hearing somebody saying, like, hello. It's like a motion thing.
Somebody's head up here.
No, it's not. It has to be like a motion.
No, I mean, like, you were watching, or is that a different Taylor? I'm confused.
This part.
And then my sidekick, Drunken Crow, and then
Ignore him.
yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
A piece of shit.
I think that was
Yeah, now the PPP logo just seems to be Gene and then some sort of porn star wannabe on next to him. And that
See, there. He's got decent level of animosity towards you.
that's the whole show.
does it happen in printing.
It was really dumb back then when it was something different. Then it was something stupid. Now it's totally neat.
No, there's one here.
Anyways, what's up, people?
I guess Bill Hicks is defending you. She's not dumb.
Oh,
Give Dirt's ass a squeeze for me, Shabby. I'm in control right now. That's
She's dumb enough to call me a bad friend, Bill Hicks.
Yeah, so again, there's no perspective whatsoever. Shab is just completely innocent because he thinks he's innocent, and anybody that has any criticism of Shab, they're just a retarded meanie butt face.
well, and it was the Kino stream where I believe I started saying that. So I was like, oh,
Yeah.
that's weird. Why did he kick you off?
Yeah, and he would do that all the time. Like, he created a Gene Corner, and he would have people on stream all the time that would have giant meltdowns and throw tantrums, and never kicked any of those people off the stream.
She's dumb enough to not understand the problem that's going on.
What do you mean? What do you mean I'm dumb? I'm not
Oh,
dumb.
but people who agree with Shabisky, they're smart. Because none of the people agreeing with Shab are just jumping on the bandwagon. Because you'll see people come in the chat and just be like, yeah, well, you're talking shit about this John Morgan guy. Yeah, fuck him. And I'm sure Shab doesn't think those people are stupid.
You're stupid.
Yeah, I'm
You're a
not
bad
dumb.
friend. You're a bad friend.
I just assert that my feelings matter and other
matter?
people's don't.
What's the matter? Oh my god, Shabisky, are you making fun of me? Wait till I tell Jane. He's gonna fire you again. Is that how she sounds? Yeah. Yeah.
Like how the viewership is dying now that I'm not there, Bill Hicks.
He says the viewership is dying. Okay, we got to do this real quick. Let's go to Shabisky's channel. And then let's go to or on the secondary channel. So let's go to my channel. And, oh, what's this? 11,000 views, 1.9K views, 2.3K views, 2.2K views, 7.8K views. Seems like all of Shab's streams are in the triple and double digits. Oh, this one almost got 1,000 views, but yeah, I mean, clearly, my streams are just like the audience, the view time, like everything. It is just declining now that Shab's not there. And it's just, does he honestly believe what he's saying? Because it's like, if that's the case, it's just the numbers are right here. So he is a delusional narcissist who just sees whatever he wants to see. And it's like what I said, if he's looking at an image of an apple and he wants it to be an image of an elk, he's going to see an elk instead of an apple. It's just hard facts. Just pure fucking numbers don't matter to Shab. It just shows the confirmation bias. He just believes whatever he wants to believe.
No, you didn't even pay attention to anything, Bill Hicks. Like honestly, this is why you need to talk with me more.
Yeah. So if people are talking to us, then they're just being manipulated, and that's the logic he's using. So if people are listening to us, like they're just being stupid because, well, because. But if people are listening to me and believe what I'm saying, then they're not being stupid because, well, because. I'm not being biased in my own favor because I don't think I'm being biased in my own favor.
Well, because he's on the right side of history, is what he said earlier.
Yeah, and clearly the laws of the universe make it impossible for him to think he's right, but in reality, he's wrong.
Being wrong makes you dumb. That is inherently what happens when you're wrong. That means you're dumb.
People can be wrong and not be dumb, but I don't look at her as some intelligent person. I don't know why. Something wrong with the viewership?
Oh, Bill Hicks called Shab out there. Something wrong with the viewership.
I don't think Gene's getting natural views.
So, Timmy, I mean...
Yeah, he's being a dick in this video.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've shown to be very two-faced because they'll talk to us and then they'll backpedal and they'll, rescind, all the statements they're making on stream. So they're saying that they're not natural views. Well, we were getting the same type of views when Shab was on. Yeah. So were they not natural views? So it's like if you're going to accuse somebody of, I guess, using sock accounts or bots, then, I mean, shouldn't there be some deviation when it comes to the data? There isn't. So it's just now that we don't like John Morgan, and now that he's cut ties with Shab, now if any of his streams do well with the views, then it's just all fake. It's all unnatural because we're clearly not being biased. We're clearly just not being children and believing whatever we want to believe.
Let me tell you something, Bill fucking Hicks. Okay? Gene came along and wanted to have full control over my fucking community.
So, I mean, I'm gonna show it on screen when I go back to edit, but I made it very clear to Shab in DMs and made it very clear to Shab, talking to him in voice chats, that I don't want complete and total control of his community. I would just like if he respected my judgment a little bit more, and if he didn't throw me under the bus whenever somebody is butting heads with me and I stand up for myself. And he's presenting that as, oh, I just want him to give me complete and total control of his Discord. And he engages in that sort of childish rhetoric of, when I explain what my grievances are in a very meticulous manner, he'll then respond with, so what you're saying is, and maybe if you start your like statement with, so what you're saying is, that's kind of a telltale sign that you're just about to present a straw man. So it's like with Shab, it's completely black and white. There's no nuance.
When it was asked to him what it was that I did that was so fucking wrong, you know what he explained? Dude, have you even been... Dude, I'm so fucking... Have you even been paying attention, Bill Hicks? Like, when it was asked to him, what the... Dude, when it was asked to him, what the fuck...
When it was asked to him...
it is that I'm doing that's such a bad friend thing. The only thing he could explain was something that me and Timmy just talked about. It's over... What's his name?
Kieran.
See, Shab has such, like, terrible memory. He doesn't even remember the guy's name. He claims that it was 6 months ago during this stream when it was just a few weeks prior to this stream.
Something where he had a fucking disagreement with somebody, wanted to start a fight with them, blah, 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 and then at the end they both agreed, oh, I'm sorry.
And it wasn't a disagreement. So he's making it seem like, hey, I was being... the one being adversarial. It's not that he had a different opinion on something and I was being intolerant towards his opinion. The dude was just straight up insulting me. So he was insulting me, I insulted the dude in response, and then Shab threw me under the bus. And I think Shab is a shitty friend for doing that. But I guess there's some unequivocal metric for what makes somebody and what doesn't make somebody a shitty friend. So I guess... I'm the idiot thinking that that passes the being a shitty friend litmus test. It's almost like Shab can't separate subjective opinion from objective truth.
Sorry, but yeah, he still uses that as an example of me being a bad friend. I fucking gotten rid of people who are ready to give me money over and over again. Kieran did nothing wrong. Well, then what did Gene do? If Kieran did nothing wrong, what did Gene do that day? Can I get some fucking credit, Bill Hicks? It's retarded. You know, I'm the only one in our friendship that's willing to actually stick my neck out to fucking get it cut off for him. It doesn't happen the other way around. When does Gene ever fucking put anything out for me?
I think I've given him quite a bit of money, and I could have cut ties with him and stopped streaming with him a while back. And this is something that on and off, it's like, you know what? I really don't enjoy spending time on like these circles in the internet because it's just the internet can be very toxic. It's full of fucking drama. And like I've stated, I've been spending less and less time online. In 2025, I streamed less throughout that year than any other year. And he's sitting there claiming that, oh yeah, like what have I ever done? It's just, well, I was almost like just doing fucking charity, paying him to produce my streams because I didn't need him. I know how to work OBS. I easily could have gotten somebody else to do it. I did find him to be more of like a liability than an asset because he wasn't a reliable producer. He'd step away, something would go wrong, the stream would go down because he's getting up constantly. And whether or not people think that that is a valid reason to cut ties with them, well, it's my fucking channel. I'm not doing this as a job. I'm doing it as a hobby. I want to have fun. I want to enjoy myself. And I just haven't really found it to be that enjoyable with Shab there. And I, a while ago, it was like in 2024, I was doing a lot of a lot of streams of Dirt. It was just Dirt and I. And we started doing multiple streams a week. And we were doing private streams for the patrons. And I realized that I enjoyed streaming a lot more when Shab wasn't present. So, I mean, people acting like I'm a terrible person cutting ties with them, it's like, well, am I supposed to force myself to just tolerate him and put up with him while also giving him money?
I'm doing a show with Ben, someone I grew up with watching, and I fucking threw a fit about him fucking talking shit about Gene. Putting my neck out there, ready to fucking get sliced the fuck off. When has he ever done anything like that to me? When has he ever shown that level of friendship?
Now, here, that did happen, where Ben was mad at me because I told you the story. Ben's girlfriend had me on her stream, and then Ben wanted my head on a stick because I went on a stream with his girlfriend. Mm-hmm. And then Ben kept going on and on and on about me live on stream. And there were multiple streams where Shab just sat there, like, awkwardly, like, laughing as Ben went on his big John Morgan is Hitler rants. And Ben would be, like, posting about me, like, in the DP Discord, running my name through the dirt. So it was after a while where Shab finally decided to, like, disagree with Ben on stream. The stream was taken down. I never saw it. And if we're talking about holding things over somebody's head, Shab will always bring that up as an example. Even though every single time I'm in the same room as him or in the same voice chat and somebody is being rude, disrespectful towards me, he always throws me under the bus. So it's like, you know what? One good deed doesn't make up for all the fouls and the blunders.
Never. Show me one example of him ever being on that level of a fucking friend to me. He's never been that. But I'm a fucking bad friend. I'm someone that deserves to get cut off. Fuck that. The stupid bitch that he's dating is feeding into it, and so is his enemy. Fuck both of them. They can both eat my fucking shit. Okay? You shouldn't support that, Bill Hicks. It fucking pisses me off. Support people that are not...
Oh, here you have this person, Vickerfly. Gina's a bad friend, so are they being smart here? Are they being bipartisan and thinking critically, or are they just listening to Shab rant? And it's like, yeah, I'm not going to question anything Shab's saying, and I'm just going to treat it as if it's all, like, unbiased fucking truth.
Nice that are good people that care about people, not people that just fucking shit on their friends. They treat their friends like they're fucking just... It is bullshit. No, fuck you. Like, no. The whole workout.
And look at how, like, aggressive he's being towards Bill Hicks. It's just, if you don't take my side, then I'm going to throw a tantrum and I'm going to start screaming at you in live chat. And I'm not making people take sides because I'm a fucking adult.
Bill Hicks, even if we worked it out, it would still continue to be a problem. You don't understand. He has a problem where he needs to talk to a psychologist. Literally. He has a ruminating problem. Ruminating. Where...
So, Shab is not a fucking doctor. Doesn't know what he's talking about here. The only reason he knows about this term is because I've told him about it. So, he's just speaking out of his ass here.
How long ago it was that this issue has been going on?
It's like, oh my god, he just doesn't get it. The thing with Kieran just happened. So, it keeps fucking happening. So, it's just, again, let's just act like every single time in the moment is no big deal and you're just making a mountain out of a molehill, even though it is this continuous fucking pattern, but you point to all the past examples and, oh, that's just ruminating. I mean, I think that's gaslighting.
He's still going to look at you and look at you as a bad person, even after 5 years and you apologize and everything. He's still going to hold it against you, and that's a mental issue that he's dealing with that needs to be dealt with if he's going to be a healthy person like anybody else. But instead he hangs out with the enemy. What?
I wouldn't say he needs like a therapy, maybe counseling or like maybe group therapy.
Same idea. He needs some sort of social help.
Social help.
Like,
yeah,
he needs some sort of social mental help with it. And instead of
Shad know what the word social means?
getting social mental health help and
social mental health
treated like an issue, he's going and hanging out with Xenemy. He's going and hanging out with that dumb bitch. And they're telling him, oh yeah.
And he can't get Xenemy's name right, so...
Xenemy. Yeah, I like it.
Well, it's just... Isn't that... Like, when the X and the E, like, Xenon or
Xylophone.
Xeno...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just he doesn't know that the X is silent when it comes to that use of the word.
Shabisky's such a bad friend. Yeah, whatever you say is right. And they're feeding it instead of realizing that it's an issue. It's been an issue for a long time. Anybody who knows John, even John has said it to me a dozen fucking times that he has a problem with ruminating. But those stupid bitches that think they know better.
So, again, the reason you guys wanted to see that stream with Kino is because of Crow. It wasn't just for no reason. Then you saw it, and you're like, wow, Shab's a really shitty friend based on how he treated you in that stream. Then there's the parallels with what just happened with Kieran.
Well, who even told? Because, like, it's not like I don't remember telling Shabisky to his face, like, oh, you're a shitty friend. I probably just agreed with you and like, oh, yeah, whatever. Like, I don't remember. It seems like he's making a really big fucking deal about it.
Yeah.
Fucking take control and be like, oh yeah, really, Shabisky, and it's not really, fuck you, you're retarded, okay? I could fucking bash my head against a wall for a half an hour and I'd still be able to take care of issues like this better than you. But hey, let's take you seriously, fucking retard.
Yeah, retard, idiot!
Fuck that. Fuck that, Bill Hicks, it's a problem. Those people are the problem. They're feeding into it. There's a problem, and those people are not a band.
So, I'm manipulating Bill Hicks or manipulating people who aren't just blindly siding with Shab and playing the team sports game. And you're manipulating me. Mm-hmm. So, anyone who doesn't agree with Shabisky is just being manipulated.
Helping in any way, shape, or form, they're doing the exact opposite. And you should realize that. If you really fucking care about John at all.
While not a disorder itself, rumination is a common symptom and risk factor for depression, anxiety, PTSD, and eating disorders. Well, eating disorders?
Yes, they're ruminating about their body image.
Pay attention. Yeah. He's been having this problem for fucking half a decade or a decade hanging out with
So then why does Shab want to be friends with me? Shouldn't it be liberating? I mean, I don't think we're compatible. So, really, the reason he's all butthurt is because it just hurts his ego that somebody wouldn't want to be friends with him. That I think he's a shitty friend. And you know what? If he thinks I'm a shitty friend, fine. But act like an adult, go your separate ways.
But that's...
Instead, he wants to, like, do what he always does. Let's make things a big public drama spectacle. And he wants to shine this giant stage light on me. And he wants to turn me into a pariah. So that's just Shab being vindictive and being petty.
Everybody knows it. Ass fucking Dirt. He'll tell you.
Oh, there you go. Take a sip every time he says, ask Dirt. Dirt agrees with me. And again, we've talked to Dirt. And Dirt's mentioned how he didn't agree with how Shab's using him as a token to hide behind. And there are countless things that we've gone over that Shab has claimed that Dirt agrees with them, with. And we've talked to Dirt, and they've said the opposite. So if Dirt's not there, Shab needs to stop speaking on Dirt's behalf.
Oh, and Dirt does stay consistent. Like, Shabisky's not really staying consistent with all of this. But yeah, and then he says, oh, I can see why you'd feel that way, or I can see why Shabisky would feel that, whatever. Like, he does see both sides, I think. That doesn't mean he agrees unconditionally with everything. Yeah. Because then we could say the same thing. We could be like, well, Dirt agrees with everything we just said.
And that's just how much of a emotionally immature, like, man-child Shab is. It's just when Dirt has that sort of bipartisan take and tries to see, like, everyone's perspective, Shab just sees it in a very self-affirming manner. And, yeah, that's just him telling me he agrees with me on 100% of all issues associated with this problem.
Huge problem with Gene. But hey, if your girlfriend and the new dude you've been hanging out with for the past 8 months tells you it's not, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not actually an issue, you know?
8 months. Okay, well, you gave a little bit of credit that time.
Yeah. Well, he was saying for a while, like,
3 weeks.
Well, yeah.
Why believe Dirt or Shabisky? Or anybody worth a damn? Dirt's so anthemic?
Yeah, why believe Dirt? Dirt agrees with me. Dirt agrees with me. It's just,
well, the thing
again,
I don't need to get everyone in here to form an opinion on something. Like, I'll observe people and I watch the video that Gene showed me. Like, that's where my opinion came from. I don't know everything that's gone on in the past 5 years, but I imagine it would get a little annoying just with someone throwing a fit and it's like, well, Gene's the one in the wrong here.
Yeah.
Every time.
And by him doing that, he just turns me into a whipping boy in the community. He teaches people that no matter how poorly you treat John, no matter how rude and disrespectful you are, he's always going to be the one that's scolded. Like, he needs to act the right way. And it's not other people that need to like assess and like change their bad behavior or change their behavior.
I'd fuck him. Yeah, and if you want things to be worked out, Bill Hicks, then stop supporting the problem. Stop being over there watching that shit.
So
stop watching that shit.
You want things to be worked out. If Shab just decided to go his separate ways and not make this a spectacle, and if we were just chilling in like the different discords and all the mutual parties just continue to be mutual parties, that would probably be the best way to work things out. In all honesty, like if Shab just did that and we gave each other space, then maybe we could reconcile. But Shab's claiming that no, you gotta pick sides. We gotta like turn it into a bunch of fucking team sports, and you're out of line if you're hanging out with John. You can't be friends with John anymore, and that's pretty much what Shab is saying.
Shit. Okay? He needs to learn a lesson.
He
The
needs
stream
to
doesn't
learn a
need...
He needs to learn a lesson, so...
That's a good one.
I mean, clearly Shab's not being a vindictive narcissist here.
Anybody from the Shab fam. He's fine without the Shab fam. Bill Hicks. Like, seriously. He wants to fucking separate himself from me? If you're part of the Shab fam, why don't you just fucking separate yourself from him? Because honestly, he needs to see what it's like to be a real YouTuber. He needs to see what it's like to actually struggle. He sat there and had me show him the way.
Like, you haven't struggled. Like, it wasn't difficult in your life ever at all. Okay, we don't need to get into that, but like, just saying I'm the only one who's had difficult things in my life, calm down.
Be one of, like, a person on his stream, a constant person that helped the viewership go up and helped make it do better, because...
Okay, so I'm not going to deny that compared to other people, it's like I did have a bit of a head start with Shab, but for a while, the like subs and the views and everything, it stagnated at just a couple hundred. And this is something where the first couple years that we did PPP, Shab was an asshole on stream. He would blow his torch in the mic. He would eat in the microphone. He, if he didn't get up and leave, if he was around, he would just start talking about things that have nothing to do with what we're going over. When it's a news and politics podcast, he would just interrupt me whenever he felt like it to make poopy jokes and like pee-pee jokes. And when I finally put my foot down and took control of my stream, which that's been in the last couple of years, the views have started to go up. The subscribe count has started to go up. So when I started managing my channel the way I wanted to, that's when things really started to go more into a positive sort of advancing direction. And Shab wants to act like, I don't know, it seems like he wants to act like it's all him. And like when it comes to my streams, it's news and political commentary. I'm the one that gathers all the material every week. I'm the one that actually does my fucking homework. I'll go out of my way to read as many articles as I can and to keep myself up to date with all the foreign affairs. And I'm sorry, but when it comes to things like the economics the political science, the civics, the history, the geopolitics, geography, like everything that is associated with the stuff that we cover. Am I arrogant for thinking that I'm the person with the education surrounding these topics?
And that it's your channel.
Yeah, and they're trying to, or Shab wants to make the argument that, no, I wouldn't let them talk. That's why they didn't have anything to say. Well, there's streams that I did because I neglected to do a stream for 2-3 weeks in a row, so I wasn't feeling well and I forced myself to stream. So I had brain fog. And you can see that when I don't have much to say, Shab still doesn't have much to say. Then in last year, I went on vacation. So I was away for a couple weeks, and I allowed Shab and others to do a makeup stream for me when I wasn't there. And guess what? They didn't really have a lot to say about the news and the politics. They had a difficult time discussing all the dynamics when it came to all the different cabinet officials and all the legality and like ethics surrounding it. So one thing people mentioned during that stream is that, like, after the fact, it's like PPP needs Gene. And there would be very long periods of time that would go by where they're watching the videos and they weren't providing any commentary. So it's not like we don't have like hard evidence that shows that whether I'm there going on my long-winded John Morgan lectures or not, it's they don't have a lot of commentary to add. So they can't just blame it on me not allowing them to talk. And even if that's the case, they're making the claim that, oh, the streams suck now that Shab and others aren't there. But then they're also acknowledging that things haven't changed because they weren't allowed to talk at all. So it's like things aren't the same and they suck now, but yet they're also the exact same as they were before. So there seems to be a lot of cognitive dissonance here. They seem to be holding a lot of contradicting beliefs in their head simultaneously.
How dare you?
Was
It's
friends
your
with
fault.
somebody who actually spent a decade doing YouTube. He needs to fucking know what it's like to not have me around. So stop it, Bill Hicks. Stop viewing their stupid bullshit.
Stop
Honestly,
viewing their
There's a
stupid
problem
bullshit,
going on there.
Bill.
And he needs to fucking take a second to learn it. The people he's chosen to be friends are not friends. Or at least if they are friends, they're not smart enough to be good friends.
And when it comes to my channel, I've been trying to grow activity in my Discord, but I do have a lot of regulars that will watch my streams that they found me just through my channel. So they don't like watch Shab, or if they do, they found Shab through PPP. But every week there are a lot of regulars that I get that are like recurring viewers. And then like, there's people like Bill Hicks that he's getting mad at that still like hanging in my Discord. They still like watching my content. So he has this mindset that without Shab, there's no one. That like now that I've cut ties with him, no one wants anything to do with me. And it's just maybe stop making up your own facts, Shab. I mean, just because you want 2 + 2 to equal pineapple doesn't mean 2 + 2 just magically equals pineapple. I mean, that's not how facts work.
Well, and I think that's an abuse tactic where it's like, you'll never find anyone better than me. Like,
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
He's trading people like Shabisky and Dirt over Kimberly and Xena.
So Dirt's still allowed to be on the stream. So, I mean, Dirt says he wants to take time away from the internet. Dirt says that he's been dealing with a lot of his own personal like affairs outside the net, so it doesn't really fit into his schedule. Whether that's him wanting to be on the stream or not, whatever, but I still wouldn't mind if Dirt still came on PPP. I'm not going to force him to, but he's welcome.
I mean, it's fucking stupid. What?
I said he needs to stop pruning people out of the community and learn to solve his problems.
Okay, so I need to learn to solve my problems. That's one of the issues I had with Shab, is that if I did try to address issues that I had with certain people, Shab just wants you to just shut up. He doesn't care if it doesn't directly involve him. And that's one of the issues that I had, is that he would allow certain people to be as adversarial, anti-John Morgan as possible, and he wasn't even willing to address it. Where it's just talking to the person in a voice chat or private DMs. So Shab's approach to solving problems is to do nothing.
Yeah. Do you not agree, Bill Hicks, with what I'm saying?
I don't think he values...
I'm really not happy
friendship.
about the stuff that's been happening, Bill Hicks.
I don't think he puts any value on friends. He doesn't have the same kind of, like, I don't know, loyalty.
Well, of course.
Okay. What do you think of Timmy's rhetoric there?
He's like a 12-year-old, like a middle schooler giving his friend advice. First thought that came to my mind.
Bill Hicks.
Yeah.
That's the whole reason all this drama is existing, is because of that.
Okay, well, I want to separate myself from the drama. Like, he's going live talking shit about me, trying to slander me, because he's mad that I want to cut ties with him. So I don't like all the drama that exists, so I want to separate myself from the drama. But then it's my fault that this drama is happening, and like we went over with the Zidane DMs, where I wasn't online for a few weeks, and then I come online, and it's just, there's all this drama going on. I mean, that's something where one of the reasons I've been spending less time streaming is because I find the online sort of ecosystem to be very insufferable. But if I want to enjoy streaming more and treat it more like a hobby that's actually pleasant and enjoyable, I want to cut ties with somebody like Shab, where, you know what, I don't really enjoy streaming with him, but that makes me Hitler.
If you ask him what I've done, he'll tell you, oh yeah, 6 months ago, Shabisky did this. What he's doing is basically what was done to him.
And it wasn't 6 months ago. Prior to this stream, it happened only a few weeks. It happened at the end or the beginning of November. So it wasn't long. It was less than 2 months before this. So he's claiming that, oh, it was 6 months ago. So it just shows that anybody who wants to pander to Shab, you can't really rely on what he's saying. When it comes to his own testimony, he's always getting the dates, the timeframes, all the numbers are way off. So we've shown countless times that he is not providing accurate information, whether he's doing this purposely or he's doing it just accidentally. Either way, it's like either he's got really shitty memory and recall and you can't really trust what he's saying, or he's lying and you can't really trust what he's saying.
It's silly. Well, when people were asking for me to get rid of John out of the community, I asked them, what did John do? And they said, oh, well, 2 years ago, John called me a poopy diddy fart face, or whatever it was. And it's like, oh. And they also said he's harassing them, whatever. But it's like, to me, it's...
Oh, and he's talking about spec here.
Very much the same. Gene acts like it's a perpetual and constant problem, when in reality, in the last year or two, there's only been like 2 or 3...
And I haven't been around much in the last year or two, so that's something he keeps missing. And
he's already repeated this, and you've already repeated it.
I'm ruminating.
Maybe as much as 3 or 4 or 5 in the past 2 years. 2 years, mind you, where like he got into an argument with somebody in the chat, and I told John to stop fighting with them or something instead of telling them, "Hey, John's right," and that means to me a bad friend. It's like John's like
There's more than just that one example.
John has unreasonable expectations for friends who do YouTube. He think,
Well, phone call.
dude, your mom keeps fucking calling me every fucking day, dude.
Your mom.
You use the Facebook Messenger too? I use that all the time. I don't even use my real phone.
Hold on a second.
You see what Taylor's saying in the chat?
Yeah, he just said that to me.
Spin
Kimberly
the
jealous,
narrative.
Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, wasn't she trying to get back in my Discord when I kicked her initially? And
She did get back, and then she blocked me. Why did you block me, Taylor? What's your problem with me? You didn't block Gene after all the shit he talked about you and the DMs?
point with Taylor, whether she was trying to get with me or not, she offered to, like, she popped in the chat and Bill Hicks was there, and she mentioned that she got her tits pierced, and she asked me if she wanted to see, or if I wanted to see the piercings, and she sent me, like, the tit piercings, and then, later on, she, like, posted the DMs publicly, and it was her or somebody else, but somebody was spinning the narrative that I was pestering her for tit pics, which is not the fucking truth. So this is where Taylor's engaging in mental gymnastics, ignoring the reality of the situation. So, and you were in there, the voice chat when that happened, where
Gene asked me for a picture of my tits.
I'm like, no, that did not happen. And she, like, when I went to the DMs, there was the DM of her, like, sending the pic to me, and then she asked me, like, now you gotta send me your nudes or something like that. And then as a joke, I sent her a photo of me when I was on a cruise in my bathing suit, which is in the gallery, which is in a, like, public Discord channel as a joke. And then she said in the voice chat, like, hey, those aren't nudes. And then she deleted all the text. And then she posted that exchange of DMs, and she tried, it was either her or somebody tried to spin this narrative that I was pestering her for fucking tit pics. And I have the receipts. I'm going to screen cap it and show it on screen, like, post-production, where she even admitted that that wasn't the case. So now because she was kicked from my Discord again, she's trying to spin the same narrative. So it just shows the level of dishonesty there. Not the narrative that I was pestering her for the pics, but she's trying to spin the narrative that I was trying to spin the narrative that she was trying to get with me or whatever, when in the mediation chat, that's not why I brought all that up. I was bringing up the fact that people were making those slanderous claims that I was pestering her for certain photos when those claims are objectively false, and we have the receipts to show that even Taylor acknowledged that they were objectively false.
That's why Kimberly doesn't like Taylor, because Gene told Kimberly that Taylor was trying to hit on him.
She did hit
no,
on
no.
him.
Yeah. But
and everyone in the community said she wants to fuck Gene. That's not why I dislike her.
Yeah, and I mean, Ark said that.
Yeah.
Oh, she wants to fuck Gene. Shab said that. Like, she wants your dick. So that was something everyone was saying. But now people are going to engage in mental gymnastics and claim that, that thing that we all believed and we all stated that we believed, now that there's a falling out, we're going to act like children and just engage in more cognitive dissonance.
Kind of flirting.
And she tried to claim that Kimberly was a transphobe. She was telling me that Kimberly was a transphobe. Why are you hanging out with Kimberly? And we have the receipts to show that that's the case.
With each other, but not damagingly. I don't know. No, it was harmless. Harmless stuff.
Yeah, and I don't think
And it
Gene
before
was
Taylor and
flirting with
boyfriend that
her.
they were
Like, if you like
talking to
search
each other.
the
After she had a
Discord,
boyfriend, she didn't.
I don't think he flirts with anyone in there.
Yeah.
Really do the same kind of flip.
And you could see her flirting with me, but that was all satirical. And it's like, well, who the fuck cares if it's satirical? Because the issue I had wasn't even that. It was the fact that people were spinning this false narrative that I was pestering somebody for nudes and engaging in some kind of creeper sort of behavior, which was just objectively false.
Flirting with Gene. Not flirting, but what do you call it when you're just like ego, inflating someone's ego?
That can be flirting.
Ego boosting them.
Oh, where's Shab?
I got up again.
Well, Gene takes it as serious because he has asexual.
Okay, one, I didn't fucking care. I was pretty fucking indifferent towards it. So I already went over what my issue was.
Whatever. Where'd he go? So unprofessional.
And I mean, if I take issue with Shab doing this on my stream, getting up for like extended periods of time, people will sit there and be like, oh, so unprofessional. Like, oh, that's Shab, that rapscallion or whatever. And it's, are people going to argue that that isn't a valid reason for maybe not wanting to pay somebody to produce your stream when they're a producer and they get up constantly?
Look how attractive there it is. Are you back? Hello?
Yeah.
No.
That comes down to him stretching your judgment about people because of numerous incidents that he holds against you. I'd let it go unless it's a serious issue, but some use those times as examples.
Again, I'd let it go if it stopped happening. It's the fact that it keeps happening.
Professional or Shab, young-minded? I've been here chatting with the chat while he's been gone. Yeah, was that Gene calling you?
No.
He's like, I can feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I know you're talking about me.
I know hanging out with him and hearing his narrative on this whole thing might steer you in that direction, Bill Hicks, but
Oh, yeah, see, when you get the other person's perspective and you get the whole story, it's almost like just one side being entirely in the right and the other side just being evil, terrible, like irredeemable human being. It's almost like it puts things into a greater perspective, but no, you shouldn't listen to John at all. You shouldn't talk to John at all. He's just manipulating you. If you get all your information from Shabisky and you completely take Shab's side unconditionally, then you're clearly doing the right thing and you're not being stupid. You're just being manipulated if you talk to anybody but me.
understand that that's part of just the confusion of being in between the two things. Just as Gene has blamed me for being a bad friend for when it comes to a bunch of people in my community saying he's a bad guy, but him saying he's not, me being in between things like that and it being confusing, that's the same position you're in right now, and you're a fucking bad guy for it, Bill Hicks.
Jeez.
God.
I mean, again, look at how hostile Shab is. It's just, you're just a terrible human being if you don't just believe what Shab has to say unconditionally.
At least according to Gene. But, no. Okay, I'm sorry, but, like, those these examples that you're trying to use they're not good examples. Gene has an unnatural and like he expects, if he did this with any other YouTuber where he became friends with them and expects that everybody in their community cannot possibly say anything bad about Gene.
Okay, I don't expect nobody to say anything bad about me. The thing is, like any human being, nobody turns the other cheek 100% of the time. Everyone, if you're online, you're gonna have that 1 in 40-something trolls that get under your skin, and maybe you're having a bad day, there's other stuff going on, but you decide to just have some kind of release. And if I decide that I want to stand up for myself, or if I have a knee-jerk reaction, if somebody is fucking with me, I don't want Shab to just blindly throw me under the bus like he does every single time, doing it live on stream, thus teaching people in the audience that, yeah, John, it's okay to treat him like horseshit, and if he gets upset over it, he's the bad guy. And that's how Shab goes about it every single fucking time.
If they do, it starts a huge argument, and you got to side with Gene, and it's got to be, oh, get rid of them. Bill Hicks, if you fucking watch DP, you'll see the exact opposite. Can anybody here name one single person that I've got rid of on DP because they bother me, because they hurt my feelings?
Okay, so I never wanted anybody to be banned just because they were mean. So Kieran, I did not want him banned or even timed out. I was just mad that when I stood up for myself, Shab decided to throw me under the bus. But when there have been people where it's like, you know what, I kind of want this person to be banned, it's people like Raisin Girl, who was doxing me and calling my relatives and sending shit to my house. So once I get to the point where it's just, hey, I want this person to be banned, they have to do a lot more than just say some mean things to me or about me in some live chat or in the Discord.
Feelings about something they say about me being stupid or whatever the fuck. Can you think of one single person, Bill Hicks, that I
can only
wanted to
think
get
of
rid
one
of?
person, and it wasn't you getting rid of them. It was just you airing out what you thought about them. It wasn't, you didn't bring it up on DP.
Chiba.
No, it was Cheech.
Oh, so here it's like, can you think of one person? And people are naming different people that Shab had beef with. He wanted them gone.
Oh, no, Cheech. I thought they had Chiba. Or no, whatever. I'm getting the two confused.
The guy that
Joe?
said your oil was too cloudy.
Oh, Ross. So, Alan? I never got rid of Alan on DP, Pinky. And I never got rid of no Joe on DP either, Ross.
That's the only instance
No,
I can think of that you aired
Ross
out
is kidding.
someone from DP.
Actually, Pinky.
And I'm
Pinky.
glad.
Hold on, let me clarify this for you, Pinky. I got rid of Alan out of my community out of respect for Gene, the person who says I'm a...
So Alan was butting heads with multiple people, not just me. So when Shab says that they did it out of respect for me, I'm kind of skeptical. And also, that doesn't change the fact that when I went off on Alan live on stream, that Shab, again, threw me under the bus instead of actually, I don't know, acknowledging that, hey, I can see why John's angry, playing good cop. I don't expect him to start lashing out on the person on my behalf, but he can at least acknowledge to the audience that, you know what, John kind of has a good reason to have some level of animosity here. But he doesn't do that. And Alan is somebody where I've had a notable history with him, because he was one of the people that when Raisin doxed me and sent shit to my house and everything, he decided to be a sim and white knight that person. And then he comes back into the community and wants to talk shit. So excuse me for being a human being, and that being the one in like 40-something examples where I decide not to turn the other cheek.
A bad friend. Alan said that he would tip me $100 within the next week if I watched some compilation that he was going to send me. And John wanted me to get rid of him, so I got rid of him. Therefore, never seeing that $100 for watching some 20-minute compilation, which I would have loved to make that $100 for a 20-minute compilation. I got rid of them out of respect for John, but I'm such a bad friend. What?
I was responding to Bill Hicks. I said I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, I try not to get rid of people unless it causes serious issue. But Gene...
And they got rid of Bill Hicks when Bill Hicks made a troll comment about Ark's brain tumor, which I don't condone that, but Ark and plenty of other people have been in Shab's Discord mocking the fact that I have lupus. And like they named Ark named themselves Lupus Dead Wife because Zedamy's wife passed away like a couple of years ago. So again, it kind of shows how inconsistent Shab is. So it's just if you're the enemy of my enemy, I don't care if you make fun of some degenerative disease they have. And I mean, Shab has a head injury. If people were in the live chat making comments about Shab's head injury, I would tell them not to do that. Like, I'm above that. Or if they were in my Discord saying that, I would tell them to cut it out. But it just shows how unprincipled Shab is and how inconsistent their ethics are.
Comes along and he thinks he needs to take control of Bill Hicks and get rid of people because they bother him. Because they're Trumpsters or whatever he wants to consider.
Okay, I never have gotten rid of somebody because they disagree with me politically. Watch my streams and look at my chat. I have a strict policy of not banning anybody regardless of what their opposing political views are. And I will have people come like on my stream to debate me, and I will allow people to if they want to come into my Discord server and if they want to challenge my claims or my beliefs or my views, they have every right to. I don't make my Discord an echo chamber. And in fact, if people disagree with me regarding like the issues with Shabisky, I don't censor anything. If people want to pop in my Discord and try to argue on the behalf of Shab, go ahead. So Shab right here and mentioning how like he likes to use dirt as a token. Like, Dirt agrees with me. When we were talking to Dirt, and I presented Shab's rhetoric here to Dirt, that, like, oh, John will just ban anybody who has different political views, or who disagrees with him on anything. Am I wrong? But Dirt acknowledged that, no, he wouldn't support that claim. That isn't something that I do. We were in the chat talking to him, and I mentioned that, and Dirt acknowledge that, like, yeah, if Shab was saying that, they don't agree with it.
I mean, like, I don't remember specifically, but there were several things that he disagreed with, and he said that if Shab does this, he'll call him out on stream and stuff like that. So, I mean, if Shab wants to ask him, though, why wouldn't he?
Yeah. Well, he's just going to speak on Dirt's behalf on stream.
Do you not see that as an obvious issue? Him being overly controlling over my community and thinking he should get rid of people and he doesn't have to go through me? That's been a perpetual issue for a while. If you haven't noticed that, you haven't been paying attention to the community, Bill Hicks.
So here, the onus is on Shab to give examples. So recently, I banned Zidane after Zidane went to Shab and decided to tell Shab, oh, I'm stabbing him in the back by getting rid of him. And Shab gave me the okay to ban Zidane. So I did go through Shab before banning Zidane. And outside of that, whenever I've felt that somebody needs to be banned, I've gone through Shab. So a good example is Missy Ann. she was on heroin and she was scamming people out of money, telling people that she had an emergency to get heroin money. And I tried to like press Shab, like, you know what, you should ban her. And he's trying to claim that, that's a perpetual issue, that I'll just go behind his back and ban people. He needs to find examples of me banning somebody without like seeking his approval first.
It's meant to be lenient here, so I don't know. It's always been like a safe place for people to talk and not get banned.
Yeah, no fucking duh. I don't want that's what I've always been, is a community that doesn't want to ban people automatically. And then Gene comes along, and it's like, hey, if anybody calls me a poopy doody far face, they need to be shunned.
So when have I ever banned somebody just because they insulted me?
I mean, it's in the audit log.
Yeah.
Anybody knows me, they know that I'm the kind of person that takes a lot to piss me off and get you kicked out of the community naturally for me. John wanted to come along, and if anybody said any poopy doopy far face stuff about him, they automatically need to be shunned and kicked out of the community.
So what he's saying here is just pure slander. So, I mean, Timmy came in the voice chat, and I questioned him on that. I asked him, like, can you name some people that I've banned? And Timmy went into the audit log, and every single person was banned by somebody else. And these weren't people who were just like, hey, they said a single mean thing to me. These are people who were, lying to people about emergencies to get heroin money. Or they were doing some pretty, doxing me and calling my relatives. So it wasn't over somebody simply saying a mean thing to me.
Oh, he's exaggerating.
God damn, is it like...
Well, I mean, then he should at least come up with one example where I just, I didn't go through him first and I just decided to supersede his judgment and ban somebody. Because I've never done that.
It's like, am I the only one that paid attention this whole time? Like, it fucking... I don't know.
You never pay attention.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you went on DP and started like saying, "Oh, you got to get rid of Honest Red." You got to get
exactly. Like, Honest Red is a great example. You notice how Honest Red isn't banned in the DP community, Bill Hicks? You notice how there's bunches of people, they're like, yeah, Shabisky, damn, and whatever, and they don't get banned? That's because I'm not a stupid fucking retard, and I care about my friend and how well their show does and how successful they are. I care about my friend being able to pay their own fucking bills. That's what Gene doesn't care about. He thinks because he gives me...
Okay, so here's the thing. I haven't really enjoyed streaming with him. I could have cut ties with him at any time, and... I mean, I could produce the streams myself or find somebody else to pay. So one of the reasons why I neglected cutting ties with Shab for so long is because I kind of felt bad. Because he's told me that he borrows money from his parents. That he's not in the best financial situation. So I was kind of just paying him out of fucking charity. So it's like, I'm a terrible fucking friend. I don't care about his financial well-being. Well, fuck you. I could have cut ties with you much sooner because, I've always been I've been considering it for the last, couple of years now.
$60 per show that I should just go, oh, well, fuck.
$60 per show.
Oh, for Ben's show? Okay.
Or no, he says...
That's for you?
I guess yeah.
Things because he gives me $60 per show.
Oh.
I give him $60 per show.
Well, yeah, every time that I've seen you, send money through Streamlabs, it's over $100. So.
Yeah. But here he's claiming that he's deserving of $100 a show.
No, that's ridiculous. I'll just say, I'm more in the social media world, and I watch these podcasts, and they have 3 or 4 producers, and they're getting clips for all the social media platforms like Instagram and Shorts, and they have to edit the cuss words out, and and then they change the camera from one person to the other. So when one person is talking, the camera's on them. And then like, if they're reacting to something, it's a whole different scene. Yeah, that's what it's called in OBS. And Shabisky doesn't do any of that. He just puts on OBS and goes and makes pizza. So how is he worth that amount of money? And like, I'll say, I don't think I even like talked about that to Gene until like much later, but I've never thought that Shabisky is worth paying. And I don't know why you would pay someone. Like, Gene's not a huge fucking pothead that just like worships the weed leaf. So why would you even pay someone that's like this? And your stream doesn't have anything to do with weed. Go on, sorry.
Yeah. And it's, so just today, I posted all the transactions to show that I've paid him well over $60 a stream. Now, he's claiming, hey, I promised, like, the pay was $100. That was never agreed upon, that he was going to get, like, a flat rate of $100 per stream. So, what I recall, because he never put this in writing, it was just some informal sort of verbal agreement, was $16 an hour. Now, here, he's saying it's $60 a stream, so we can see how it's
so then he's overpaid. He's overpaid then.
Yeah, so it's just very inconsistent.
That I should just go, oh, well, fuck everybody else. John gives me $60. He gives me
Oh, wait, and pause
$200 per month.
One more thing is, like, I feel like I've managed a lot more people than he has, because I have some consistent subscribers and tippers and people that chat with me and stuff like that through my platforms. But it's a lot of like new people coming and going, and you don't want to put up with the littlest amount of bullshit, or else they think they can walk all over you. And that's probably what's happening in Ben's community, and that Gene's probably sick of that fucking happening, and that's why he wants to get rid of that. So you notice when some of this drama started going down, I just kicked everyone out of my Discord server, because I'm like, I don't want that around me. I don't want that coming to my server and interrupting this community that's drama-free. You have to have boundaries and limits, and Shabisky has no boundaries.
Yeah, and I just crunched the numbers here. So if I'm generous, so I don't know exactly what I paid for the 2 movie nights, but I know it is not exceeding $500. So it's likely less than that. I probably tipped like $100, at most $200. So it very well could be less, but let's say you subtract $500 divided by 27, and I've been paying him roughly $81 a stream this year. So,
oh, that's without the tips or whatever. Is that what you just said? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's if you take away, like, tips for the movie nights. So he's claiming that $60 a stream. Well, okay, I've been paying him like $20 more a stream.
Yeah, he's still overpaid.
Yeah.
For me to waste fucking 20 to 30 hours on him.
Oh, and one more thing. It's like, is the amount of money that you put into, well, you've said you're losing money, so he's, it should be like, when you invest in things for your business, they should make you money. And like, how much money has he made you? Has he made you over $2,000 this year? So for him to be so like full of himself is just a little bit ridiculous. Like, he's not a sweatshop worker for fucking Amazon. He's in the comfort of his own home, eating, smoking, drinking, and flipping on OBS. He's not doing anything.
Yeah, and here he says, 20 hours or something? It's like the average stream is between 2 to 5 hours.
Like a safe place for people to talk and not get banned.
Yeah. No fucking duh. I don't want that's what I've always been, is a community that doesn't want to ban people automatically. And then Gene comes along, and it's like, hey, if anybody calls me a poopy doody fart face, they need to be shunned. If anybody knows me, they know that I'm the kind of person that takes a lot to piss me off and get you kicked out of the community naturally for me. John wanted to come along, and if anybody said any poopy doody fart face stuff about him, they automatically need to be shunned and kicked out of the community.
Just repeating himself.
God damn! Is it like? It's like, am I the only one that paid attention this whole time?
And I mean, anybody who wants to defend him here, is he not just making things up and slandering me? So he's claiming that I will ban anybody who's just disrespectful. He needs to come up with examples where I've done that. So, and he's claiming that, oh, I'll do it to anybody. So there should be, like, numerous examples of me doing this, just banning somebody because they said one mean thing, and that hasn't fucking happened. And I went...
Sorry.
Well, I went through my DMs, and, like, I tried to think of what are some times where... I didn't go through Shab first. And one time was with this guy named Origin, where he's been kicked, like, several times. So he's blacklisted, so he tried to come into the community again, and I banned him on entry. And I did tell Shab that I did that. Oh, and Shab was okay with it. The other time was with, like, Arnie, and that's because we were chilling in the voice chat, and we were watching a movie. And they were spamming in the voice chat, text chat, and he didn't give the mods the ability to move people out of the chats or to time them out. So I kicked them from the Discord. And I did that temporarily, just so it's like, okay, they can't currently do or engage in that problematic behavior they were engaging in the voice chat. So could you argue that me kicking them in that scenario was not the best option? Maybe, but that's one example throughout the span of half a decade. So that's not me just banning anybody or timing anybody out who disagrees with me.
Well, and did you already mention how, like, your live chat for PPP goes wild and you never ban them? And you've told the mods, don't silence anyone as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, Shab is just straight up lying here. So, anybody who wants to buy into what he's saying, now that I'm presenting my take here, I mean, if what I'm saying is true, how are you going to defend Shab here? Is he not just trying to use his platform to slander me, to try to turn me into a pariah, just out of sheer vindictiveness because he's mad that I don't want to be friends with him anymore?
Yeah, it's kind of like if you went on DP and started, like, saying, "Oh, you got to get rid of Honest Red." You got to get
exactly. Rid of... Like, Honest Red is a great example. You notice how Honest Red isn't banned in the DP community, Bill Hicks? You notice how there's bunches of people, they're like, yeah, Shabisky, damn, and whatever, and they don't get banned? That's because I'm not a stupid fucking retard, and I care about my friend and how well their show does and how successful they are. I care about my friend being able to pay their own fucking bills. That's what Gene doesn't care about. He thinks because he gives me $60 per show that I should just go, oh, well, fuck everybody else. John gives me $60. He gives me $200 and some odd dollars per month for me to waste fucking 20 to 30 hours.
No, I think that if I'm going to give you a bunch of money to pretty much do nothing on my stream, then I should probably, I don't know, enjoy hanging out in these communities more. And I don't, so that's why I don't want to give him any more money, any more charity. And also, it is just kind of shitty, the fact that he seems to be just not grateful or appreciative at all regarding the money that I give him. He seems to be like an entitled little brat where he's just like, yeah, whatever. There's other ways that I make money. So, and that's one of the things he'll claim is that if he wasn't running the OBS on my stream, he could be doing his own stream where he could be making well above what I'm paying him. And it's just, well, look at the Streamlabs. And you can see that every month I'm the top tipper or one of the top tippers, and it's making up like a fifth, a fourth of his monthly salary, at least through the Streamlabs tips. So his logic of he's really the one doing charity, because and he does mention like, oh, there's streams where I've gotten like $1,000 in tips. It's like, well, how often does that happen? And how many tips on average is he getting a stream? So it's a cost benefit analysis. Is he making more money on average each month through the sort of like financial like transactions that he has with me? And yes, he is. So it just kind of shows that Shab doesn't understand how averages work. He doesn't understand how like those sort of like statistics and metrics work. It's the appeal to possibility fallacy. It's possible that if I did my own stream, somebody might tip $1 million. So let's just assume that I would be earning $1 million whenever I don't stream with John Morgan. And like, who's going to support that sort of logic? Anybody who watches this, how are you going to defend that? And how is Shab just not being an ungrateful little brat using that kind of logic? And why should I continue to pay him? It's like, okay, according to you, it's a detriment that I'm paying you.
Hours on him. That means that...
I mean, shouldn't it be liberating? The fact that it's like, yeah.
all the other people don't matter. He's the only person that matters.
Yeah,
Well,
it's,
that's projection.
Kind of hold it over your head that he's paying you and using it as like you.
I mean, I'm not holding it over his head.
He's being
just,
a yes man.
Yeah.
In debt to him.
And again, my issue isn't like, oh, I want you to ban somebody because I give you money. It's, hey, I would like if I was treated with a basic level of fucking respect, and if somebody is rude and I decide to stand up for myself, that I'm not just thrown under the bus for the nth billionth time.
Well, Bill Hicks, how come you're having such a hard time processing the what's going on here with Gene? I have redeeming qualities. Wow, thanks.
Oh wait,
yeah,
pause.
this person.
Yeah.
I think Gene is used to buying friends.
Yeah, but like everyone buys Shab as a friend. So what are you talking about?
And Shab does sort of use that as logic for why I'm saying he's a bad friend. And he has his life set up where it's just pretty much all his time is on the internet. All of his time on the internet is directly tied to his job. So he'll keep bringing that up. I'm putting my job on the line if I do this, if I stand up for you. And like, if I throw somebody under the bus who isn't you, they might leave. And it's just, well, if that's how you're going to structure your life, don't be shocked when somebody like me doesn't want to be friends with you anymore. And he's acting like that's me being selfish and insensitive. Just like, yeah, like I don't want to be friends with him because I want that basic dynamic that you see in any friendship, which is give and take. So with Shab, his relationships, it's just all take and no give. Mm-hmm. And it's if you're not going to separate your work life from your social life, then guess what? You can't be shocked if somebody doesn't want to be friends with you. If like their like relationship with you is they're always within your workspace, so therefore they always need to just put up with more than that Shab needs to put up with, then that's fine. If that's the kind of life you want to live, whatever, but don't act like people are terrible human beings because they don't want to be friends with you anymore. Because they think that's like sort of a toxic sort of relationship.
He doesn't need to be redeemed. Gene needs redeeming qualities that he
I don't
lacks.
like that.
Yeah, like honestly,
Yeah.
I'm not the one doing the bad things, Bill Hicks. Why
That's
do
what
I
Gene
have
does
to be
redeeming qualities,
redeemed?
I guess. Like it's okay to be strict sometimes, I guess, but he's a
I
little bit.
can't believe you, Bill Hicks. I've seen you over there, and I can't believe that you're okay with supporting them, when it's such a disgusting thing.
I think it could
He
be
used his
done
friend?
handled better.
He used his friends to build up the show.
So I used my friends. It's just, again, it's a hobby. It's my fucking channel. If I decided to just stop streaming, because, again, I've been streaming less and less. If I was just like, you know what, I don't want to stream anymore, do you think that they'd be like, hey, well, can you, like, just sign your channel over to us and, like, we want to keep PPP going? I don't think that would happen. So they're acting like, oh, I'm stealing this podcast from them. It's just, okay, what if I decided I don't want to stream with anybody anymore and I want to do my own thing and I call it the John Morgan Show? It's just, it would be the same thing. It would be me covering news and politics and going on my sort of like Gene lectures. So it's like, it's just mental gymnastics, acting like that's me betraying them and like stealing the podcast from them. It's like, so am I supposed to force myself to continue doing this podcast like every week or every other week?
With Shabisky, yeah.
You could ditch them.
Yeah.
And act like they're worthless to replace them with some butthole fucking penetrating chick that he found off the internet. Like, it's silly.
Now,
She has no...
Shab, like, I know that all of his dating relationships, or the ones that he's talked about, that he's found them on the internet. I believe the woman he's currently dating found her on a dating site. And then before that, he talked about how there's this chick from Australia that he had fly out to his place, that he was dating online.
Wow.
So it's just, yeah, he found on the internet. And it's just, Shab has told me that he doesn't really have any friends outside the internet. He's straight up told me that pretty much all his friends are online friends, which whatever, but it just seems kind of hypocritical. It kind of shows that he lacks self-awareness when he's going to be like, yeah, he found this person on the internet.
No clue what the situation is. She thinks John's innocent and I'm bad because John tells her he's
So why does he even care what you think?
Yeah.
It's just, it's not like you're somebody who has had a long relationship with him, and it's just, does he expect everyone on the fucking planet to agree with him and take his side?
Right.
It's just, if I have a falling out with somebody, or if I butted heads with somebody, I'm not going to expect their girlfriend or boyfriend or their siblings to just take my side over theirs, especially when it's a person that they've had no interaction with.
innocent and I'm bad. She doesn't have the IQ enough to like, she doesn't have the IQ to...
Yeah, Shab's got a really high IQ.
To actually process it and be able to give him the right guidance. She's no fucking psychologist. She's nobody that should be looked for.
And Shab's a psychologist. Shab really understands how people think. And Shab gets out of his house a lot. So Shab's got quite the social life outside the internet. And he's worked a lot of jobs with people outside the internet. He knows how to network with people. And, I mean, Shab is a social connoisseur.
For that. And it's fucking stupid.
Let's talk one-on-one sometime. Sorry you and Jean had a fallout. Merry Christmas.
And for those of you who don't know, Negan's somebody who actually was found guilty of raping 2 teenage girls. So, a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old.
Thank you, Negan. I appreciate that. Wow. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm so mean to you, but I'm trying to be just realistic. And same way I'm trying to be realistic with fucking Gene because he pisses me off. But thank you, Negan. I appreciate you. Yeah? Christmas isn't... Wow, it's the 19th. It seems like the days are just flying by. We're only 6 days away from Christmas. Thank you, Negan. I appreciate you. I always liked hanging out with you and stuff, but I didn't like the way you reacted to the whole story and stuff. It seemed like it was whatever. But maybe I can talk to you sometime soon and see if you have some sort of thing to say that'll change my mind. I don't know.
Why?
Thank you. I appreciate everybody that supported this stream. I didn't expect to do as well this stream as we did. I didn't think we'd hit the goal earlier, but we more than hit the goal. I'm a salty person right now. Well, I'm mad because it seems like Bill Hicks isn't taking this. She isn't thinking about this the way I think people should.
Yeah, he's not thinking about it the way I'm thinking about it. So you got to agree with Shab or you're doing life incorrectly.
Oh, weird.
Now, here, some people are criticizing him for accepting this money from Negan based on Negan's criminal history. I don't know how I feel about it. Now, a good example of how Shab will act like, oh God, I just want to ban anybody that disagrees with me. When people discovered what Negan did, Shab people were concerned, like, is Shab going to need to be convinced to get rid of Negan? Because that is something that I've talked to lots of people. They'll mention that Shab takes a really long time to get rid of really, really problematic people. And he had to be convinced that Negan shouldn't be allowed to, like, engage in the live chat. They should be put on silent in the live chat as well as the Discord. So it's just that's a good example where, you know what, it's not just me, but others are trying to have this conversation of, like, it's like, hey, Missy Ann is, like, scamming people, like, for drug money. This person, they are a convicted fucking rapist. So, but Shab's claiming that, oh God, I just want complete control of his community. I just want to ban anybody who just says a single mean thing to me.
I don't think it's okay for people to. I think John. I think John started a podcast where it used my relevancy to get it off the ground, and now it's not doing so good without my relevancy.
So, one, I just cut ties with him, and we're still averaging, like, the same amount of views. So it's all of the streams have gotten over 1,000 views, and the last one we did got 11,000 views. And he's acting like, oh, now our podcast's just nothing without him. You look at the numbers, it's still doing better than the streams he's doing. I mean, we're posting shorts, and our shorts are getting a lot more views than his shorts. So it's just like, every stream I'm doing, I am gaining subscribers. So what reality does he fucking live in? It's just, again, if he wants 2 + 2 to equal 7 as opposed to 4, it equals 7 now.
And I think we need to all take, I think that you shouldn't support someone who's a bad friend, Bill Hicks. I think there's a lot to, I don't know. I'm a bit drinky, but if someone was...
And again, that's another issue I've had with Shab, is his drinking. And he will drink excessively, and then it's just, he won't question his memory, his recollection of what happened. So if, like the garbage disposal thing, he was being pretty confrontational. He was being like a dude bro sort of smartass, like, laugh out loud, that's retarded, what you think. And then his recollection of it was that I was the one being belittling. And it's like, well, you know what? If you're gonna get that fucking drunk, then don't act like your memory of what happened should be treated like it is the most accurate and reliable testimony. And maybe have some level of fucking modesty where you can say, well, you know what? Because I was drunk, I probably don't have the best recall of what happened. But no, Shab's not going to question his recollection of the events. Why? Because Shab never needs to question his judgment.
Friend of you, I wouldn't want to support them. I don't think people should support it. Fuck that. I don't care if Gene sees this, he could fucking lick my asshole.
That's unsanitary? I was going to say unsanitary.
There's nothing wrong with the Shab fam not watching his stuff anymore.
Well, there's also nothing wrong with them watching my stuff. So you acting like it's a crime for them to watch my stuff and to still be friends with me or to be cordial with me, that's just Shab being a vindictive, entitled little brat.
Because he doesn't need the Shab fam anymore. Obviously, YouTube is simple and easy, and he can be super successful at it without me. So, let him do that. To be honest, I want to convince Gene to bring you back. No. No, dude. I don't know if you understand this, Bill Hicks, but I'm fucking pissed off about this shit. He'll have to fucking beg me. And he's not going to do that. He doesn't have that in him.
Yeah, I'm so pathetic because I won't get on my hands and knees and beg somebody. I don't have that in me.
I never fucking needed him to begin with. I did a show with him. I liked it and stuff. But
He
wants to
never
act like he
needed
owns me and I
you.
need him. I never
Okay. Well, I never needed him.
needed him. I was
it's
fine.
better to go
I was
your-
fine
to go
fucking
your separate
before.
ways.
Yeah, I was fine fucking before him, and I'll be fine after him. He can
He'll
go
be
on with his
fine
stupid,
after
overly
you.
Successful job and brag about his money.
Okay.
All to Kimberly, proud of him.
So, bragging about my fucking money, he's the one that keeps bringing up my money and my income. So that is all just like in his fucking head. So, and it's also, again, slandering me. So it's just John's arrogant. He always talks about his money and his job. All the streams, like all the content we've gone over, he's the one that keeps bringing it up. Also, Kimberly, how much money have I given you so far?
None.
Yes, you're doing the streams for free.
Okay.
Oh, I hope he doesn't pay Kimberly.
Bill
Oh my
Hicks is the
God.
greatest. Oh, whatever.
What's wrong
Yeah,
with
pay her to produce.
giving me money? Like,
Yeah. Well, that's the narrative that they're pushing, is that like, oh yeah, like I'm all about my money, and somebody in the chat said, oh, I have to buy my friends, and that was a narrative that Ben gave, like I have to pay people to like me, but it's just the only two people that I was like giving money to were Pimp Monk and Shab, who are streamers. Which is just stupid, because isn't that the whole point, is like tipping? So there's plenty of people in the community that they've bought me video games, they've tipped me. I have people who are patrons of mine. So there's plenty of people in the community that hang out with me and they give me money. So narrative, again, there are just very hard, explicit examples of like the opposite. So it just shows that they don't care about facts. They just, Shab believes whatever he wants to believe.
These things horribly.
He's
People
just gonna buy
deserve.
the-
oh, did you
people
wait?
deserve what's fucking
Rewind.
coming.
I produce things horribly.
Produce things horribly.
Rewind more.
Greatest. I'm really proud of him. Okay.
Oh, I hope he doesn't pay Kimberly.
Bill
Oh my
Hicks is the
God.
greatest. Oh, whatever. Yeah, pay her to produce things horribly.
Well, one, I'm not paying Kimberly, and two, we should go back and watch some of the streams that Shab has produced, because there's lots of fucking white noise. And he, again, would eat in the mic. He would blow the torch in the mic. He'd get up and walk away, and then the stream would shut down. So with Kimberly, we've had some like tech issues and stuff, but it gets resolved pretty quickly. And if you look at just the audio quality, it's definitely better than the audio quality when Shab was producing. So I'd say there's a level of like the Dunning-Kruger effect going on. Like, he thinks he's far more competent than he is. And I mean, I had to point that out to him because of his computer fan and just how, like, watch the earlier PPP streams. It went on for a while, which it's kind of him being a bad friend. I'd pay him, and his audio was like 5 times louder than anyone else's microphones, the videos that we're watching, and the creaking of his chair, him just eating, that made all the videos and what everyone else was saying inaudible. And he acted like it was unreasonable for him to go into the OBS and fix the settings. And I had to explain to him what to do in the OBS and where to go to put on like the noise filters to fix it. So it's just, that's something where, and I've noticed when I produce my own streams and I listen to the sound quality, it's a lot better than the sound quality that he produces. So, yeah, I think Shabisky, you're giving yourself too much credit here.
He's
People
just gonna buy
deserve.
dildos.
people deserve what's fucking coming to them, Bill Hicks. I'm sorry. I have been a loyal friend to Jane.
Says Shabisky.
To John for a long fucking time, and he acts like I'm a bad friend. When has he ever been as loyal as I have?
Well, I mean, at this point, I'm going my separate ways, so who the fuck cares if I think you're a bad friend? Shab can think I'm a bad friend, I can think he's a bad friend. It's complicated. Human beings are complicated. A lot of it is fucking subjective. Everyone's gonna have some, like biases in their own favor. So, Shab just, needs to grow up. He's just so fucking myopic.
I can't recall.
I don't get
He's
how
all talk.
you can trust Kimberly after meeting her like once in St. Louis.
I've only met Shab twice in person.
And what are you trusting me with? It's such a, like...
But he meets you like 3 or 4 times and he can't.
Dude,
Doesn't make
he's
sense.
known me for a long time.
Like, the time we spend with each other, it's us mostly watching Mr. Robot and, like, playing Civ and Dinkum and stuff. It's,
known me for like 5 or 6 years.
I mean, he's been at meetups too. Multiple. And he meets her once and that's it. He's in love or whatever. Love at first sight.
Thank you to everybody that supported this stream. I didn't expect to get this much in tips. Bitches ain't loyal. Yeah. Bill Hicks is pissing me off because he's supposed to be Shab fam. Okay? I remember you seen up to Ben before Taff went live and talked shit about Gene.
Shabisky's a salty
It wasn't
person
before we
right
went
now.
live. It was
yeah. And again, it's like Shab, if we're going to talk about holding something over somebody's head, it's like, okay, I'm appreciative of him doing that, but it's like, hey, you stood up for me once, so now you never need to stand up for me again because of that one time you stood up for me. So he's just going to continue to point to that.
was right when we did go live. And I bring that up to Gene, and I feel like weird because I have to bring up my own defenses against him. Like, I have to go out of my way to kind of defend myself. There's no point in our relationship where he goes, you know what, Shabisky doing that was fucking cool. There's no, that doesn't happen. I have to keep bringing it up. And he goes, oh, yeah, you did that.
You keep bringing it up. Oh my god, he keeps bringing it up to hold it over my head.
Well, he wants, like
dude,
you to kiss the floor that he walks on for, like, below minimum production, I guess, for example. For blowing his torch into the mic. You should kiss the floor that he walks on.
All the views are coming from him, no one else.
Like, seriously, I grew up watching DP. Me doing a show with Ben was huge back then, especially especially back then. Me doing tap and stuff. It's a big thing for me, and I put that all at risk in respect for John. And he just sits there and goes, nah, yeah, whatever. He would never do that with his career. With his career where he makes all this money that he wants to brag about. Do you think he'd ever stick his fucking neck out in respect of me?
And again, it's like, oh, he makes all this money. He's the one that keeps bringing it up. But Shab was dealing with harassment from people like Tragic and others. Like, they engaged in a pretty significant harassment campaign where they were trying to find where people lived. They were fucking with people's offline lives. You had one of the people who they called them the Bodega Boys or the Bodega Circle because that was the name of their Discord. One of them, Scotty, called Two Guns Work. And they were finding where like Dirt was paranoid because they were able to find out the general location where Dirt lived, and they were contacting people associated with people's offline lives. And I mean, I decided to do streams with Shab and everything, and I was at risk of them pulling that shit with me. And I didn't need to get involved at all. So I know it's like, and the thing is, Shab's acting like, I don't know, he really put his, like a notable part of his career at risk, like standing up to Ben. But, I mean, how much is Ben paying him relative to me? And I guess he gets the exposure, but also Ben is like a pretty shitty fucking human being. So Ben's done a lot of really fucked up things to me and others. So Shab got upset when I went on Teddy's stream when they were covering Ben, and I gave my take. I presented my history with Ben. And now, like, Shab is going on Teddy's stream. And now he's friends with them. And Shab was actually ready to ban Ark and Teddy. Why? Because they were covering Ben. And he claimed that they were making false claims about Ben and they were obsessed with Ben.
Which they were.
Yeah. But one of the things that they claimed is that Ben's house, like, he lives in a something, whatever, $100,000 something dollar house or whatever, $500,000 house, and Shab was acting like, hey, that's worthy of getting rid of them, but Ben's gone live on stream and has talked shit about me having lupus, and has done much worse with me in terms of slander, and it's just he was ready to ban them, and I was the one that convinced him not to. But now he's completely cool with them. Why? Because they hate me, or at least Ark hates me, and it's the enemy of my enemy. And Bill Hicks, again, made a joke about Ark's like, brain tumor. I think your brain tumor's getting to you, which I don't agree with Bill Hicks doing that, but Shab decided to ban him. And then it's like Ark's in there, like, he's trolling my channel with a bunch of sock accounts that are named, like, Lupus 34 and crap like that. So it just shows that, again, Shab's very inconsistent. He doesn't really have a consistent set of ethics.
I could take it, or had any chance of him losing out on any money in his career. Do you think he'd do that? I don't think so. But I'll do it, and I have done it. And he sits there and he acts like I'm a bad friend, but I've done more as a friend for him than he's ever done for me.
Okay. Because how much money have I gained from Shab, and how much money has he gained from me? So it's just, again, he's very unappreciative of, like, I mean, I don't think he should be kissing my feet, but it seems like he just has no appreciation at all. He could at least be somewhat appreciative. I'm, like, paying him all this money when I don't need to. It is pretty much fucking charity on my end.
Oh, he sent me money. Yeah, that's the most you can say, Gene. You sent me money.
But Gene got what he wanted, didn't he? He's all alone on his little podcast now.
Well, no, he has some Kimberly chicks.
I'm all alone with my, like, 10K views.
Or, you know, yeah, he is his orbiters, or whatever he calls them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so Timmy's not an orbiter of Shab. So if people hang out with me and everything, they're not actual human beings, they're orbiters. But the people who hang out with Shab, yeah, they're legit, like, human beings.
His peons.
Yeah, Natty.
And I've done more than just give Shab money. He's done shit where, like, and maybe I should try to find the voice messages from him, or probably delete it now, but we did this, these countdowns to, like, the Rick and Morty episodes, the Chucky show, and we'd have people come in and host it. I was, like, doing that for fucking free, not expecting any payment. And one of the things Shab would have me do is, because he would want to do all these countdowns at once, I would set up my laptop and use my laptop to host, like, a countdown stream for him, and doing this stuff for free. And it's like, what have I ever done for him? So I have helped him a lot when it comes to a lot of production. So I've done a lot of free fucking work for him. So it's like, I've done more than just give him money. And another good example is with the countdown stuff, I pitched the idea to him that, like Rick and Morty and some of these other shows, that you need cable to watch them. People want to watch it right away. People don't want to wait the next day to, like, watch it when it's released online. So, like, I have cable, so I can stream it in the Discord, and then we can pitch that to people who are watching the countdown to grow the Discord. That happened, and then Shab didn't, like, give me any credit. He wasn't like, wow, that was a good idea. He tried to act like, yeah, that was all his idea. And he's like, do you think you'd even think of doing a countdown if it wasn't for me? And it's like, dude, fuck you. It's just, I, like, came up with this, like, additional spin on, like, that sort of format. And it resulted in his Discord server just blowing up. And I don't expect him to, like, I don't know, kiss my ass publicly or, like, make a public statement that, like, yeah, John Morgan did all that. But at the very least, he could be like, yeah, like, you, like, dedicated time, like, helping me with these countdowns, helping me grow my server. And no, instead, he's a spoiled brat. And then I'd be out with family or out with friends, and I'm getting a phone call from him, and he's, like, all annoyed that I'm not there to host the countdowns for him. And it's like again, Shab is an entitled, unappreciative piece of shit.
I think it's really lame. You thought it was right before we went live? Well, you know what? You might be right, actually, Negan, because me and Ben, I think back then, actually did do that, where we did the pre-show stuff. So you might be right. Possibly. But I'm not 100% sure. I thought we had a show. I'm pretty sure we had a show and we started it, and Ben was like, fuck this, you know what, never mind, we're going to end this early. But you might be right, it might have been the pre-show right before the show started. But regardless, it's the same idea. I destroyed a TAP episode in respects of Gene, and people not talking badly about him. And
that's the only thing he can point to. And I just gave multiple things that I've done for him. Things that are more than just giving him money. And, but Shab stood up for me, on DP, so he's just gonna hold that over my head.
And he's never done the same, he's never paid the same kind of respects to me, and he's never appreciated what I did, or how I am as a friend.
Like, anybody watching this, like, when we're talking about, appreciation, like what I described with the countdown streams. And helping him there, it's just, I'm doing all this free work for him. I'm not making any money off of it. And, I mean, that's just being completely charitable. I've, helped him out when he's dealing with problematic people. I've helped him with, videos defending him against people like Tragic. And, according to him, I haven't done anything for him. And he keeps trying to, let's say that is the only thing that I've done is given him money. Well, that's still noteworthy. So, again, Shab seems to not be appreciative at all. His attitude is that, well, hey, I could just be doing my own streams and I possibly could make more money, so it really doesn't mean anything. I'm actually doing charity for you when you just look at the numbers and that clearly isn't the case. So Shabs just has no fucking self-awareness here.
I think I've been more of a friend to him than he's ever been.
You tell yourself that, Shab.
The well too.
Yeah, Xenemy and whatever her name is, just fucking poisoning the well. Love you though, babe. You've got your faults. Gene has his faults. I definitely have mine. I enjoy the big team in spite of drama. Oh, shut up with the we got our faults thing, okay?
Jesus. Again, Shab just has no modesty, no humility. Shab's right because Shab thinks he's right.
There's nothing wrong with telling a fucking party that they're wrong and they're doing wrong. If you don't understand that what I'm saying makes sense and he's the wrong party, then you're not listening to it properly. Yeah, I'm not perfect. I don't give a flying fuck. That has nothing to do with this.
Wait. You're not perfect?
Yeah, and neither is Bill Hicks. That has nothing to do with this.
Wait. I thought you were perfect.
Yeah, me too. That has nothing to fucking do with it, Bill Hicks. Who cares if me and you were perfect? That has nothing to do with Gene being a douchebag and not treating his friends correctly.
Man, Shab hasn't been a douchebag at all.
He's perfect.
I'm sorry.
Russ Moore is a bot.
Seems like you're kind of trying to give him an out or something like that. It's not the case. He's the bad guy. Get over it.
I think
I don't
Russ Moore
care.
is a
I
bot.
know you're not perfect, Bill Hicks. You're a little butthole. But I'd rather live with you than be friends with Gene. You want to come live with me, Bill?
And I like how he's all butthurt that I don't want to be friends with him anymore. Like, I'm the one that decided to sever ties. It's like, yeah, I'd rather be friends with you than Gene. It's like, you seem pretty upset that I don't want to be friends with you anymore.
Well, you invite him, but not me.
All right, you can live with him, me too. You can both share the
No,
same
I'm
room.
gonna live with Bill in your house.
Yeah, I know. You guys can share the same room.
No, Bill.
Oh, and here you got Vickerfly in the chat. Will you and Ben shit on Gene now as content?
Live with you. and I'm gonna live with Bill.
No. It's not that I'm faulty and Gene should get over it. Fuck you, Bill. You are taking a wrong fucking take of this whole situation. This is not me being faulty and Gene should get over it. You are looking at this incorrectly. What's up, Cameron?
Holy shit, it's Cameron!
Yeah, you're fucking pissing me off with that right there.
Dude, see, Shab just wants to be in an echo chamber.
I haven't seen Cameron.
Shab's accusing me of being the person who needs an echo chamber. Look at him.
Ever.
It is not that I'm faulty. It's Gene's faulty, and I put up with it.
Yeah, I'm right because I think I'm right.
And
I'm
he's-
not biased in my own favor because I don't think I'm biased in my own favor.
And
Long
he's
time.
perfect.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Cameron's
Gene's
silently
faulty.
judged.
Yeah, I don't care.
No, I'm joking.
What is the faulty part that I've done to Gene? Go on, Bill Hicks, because he even was put on the spot, and he could only come out with one example in the last
I've given more than one example.
360
Shab has selective memory.
fucking days. Do you have something better than him? If the only
I know, I'm pointing it out again, but Shab's on the internet 365 days. I'm not. So I will stream every other week, and then outside of that, when it comes to chilling with Shab in the Discord, it's been 8 times out of the last 365 days. So it's just Shab doesn't really understand that outside the internet, when it comes to having a social life, it's just usually with friends and stuff where they have their own obligations and everything. You have conflicting schedules. You probably will only see them just a few times a year. So if you see a friend a few times a year and a third of the times that you see them, it's pretty miserable, and they are guilty of treating you poorly, then saying, I don't want to be friends with them anymore. It's like turning around and acting like they're petty. Why? Because within the last 365 days, they can only think of 2 examples out of the 6 times that we've hung out.
I
only
need
thing
to
he
change
can
my
come through with
headphones.
is one little
Okay.
complaint over the last 365 days. It shows that he's ruminating. Why are you complaining? Why are you acting like I'm the issue? I am not at all the fucking issue. I'm sorry. Any and every friend. I'm sorry. Cameron, we aren't doing PPP anymore. John and me aren't doing it. Well, Gene's incorrect, Bill Hicks. You need to not feed into it. My fucking
Yeah,
stupid...
This isn't getting us anywhere talking shit about Gene, and he's not here to defend himself, so it's not
Who
really...
cares? I'm talking to Bill Hicks. You want a kiss? Yeah, it is old, Cameron. Does Timmy want a kiss, though, Cameron?
Your PS4 is 20 years old?
No, he's kidding. But, yeah, I need a PS5, Cameron.
Did you hear what Timmy said there?
No.
Well, it was something I agreed with. He says, I don't think we're getting anywhere talking shit about Gene. He's not here to defend himself.
Oh.
It's not my fault that I'm poor. Gene's fault, shit, green screen, shit, go ahead. Gene's fault, controlling. Consistency, mispronunciation, and same words in the same way. Rich.
He's not rich. That's
He's
rich.
still rich and letting me pay for the last 2 streams I do with him, Bill. And Gene's fault's controlling. Consistently mispronouncing the same words the same way.
Rudy Gold said in his Discord, he said, I live in Longsport, Jason, my idea. What the fuck, bro?
Yeah, so that's the only fault you think that Gene has, Bill Hicks?
I mean, God. It's like, does Shab have autism? Interpreting things in an overly literal manner? Are those the only faults you think Gene had? It's like he's listed some faults of yours to show that everyone's human, everyone has faults. And the way Shab interprets it is, like, okay, yeah, too drinky, like, those are the only faults I have. But with Sean, clearly, he's got, like, a much greater litany of faults than that.
Consistency, mispronunciation, and the same words in the same way. Rich.
He's not rich. That's rich.
If he's rich, if he's so rich, then why didn't he pay me for the last 2 streams I did with him, Bill? And Gene's fault.
I have paid him. I've paid him more than the agreed upon payment is.
It's controlling. Consistently mispronouncing the same words the same way.
Ruby Jules just said in his Discord, he said, "I love it when long squirts of jizz come out of my dick." What the fuck, bro?
Yeah. So that's the only faults you think that Gene has, Bill Hicks?
Isn't Bill joking?
What about him being overly controlling about his friends' communities? Why isn't that on there? You had a character limit, so obviously that's on there. Overly controlling about his own friends' communities. For some reason, he thinks if he does YouTube with you and you have a YouTube channel, he should have complete control over the YouTube.
I'm going to have to overlay the conversations I had with Shab because either he has piss poor reading comprehension or he just lacks critical thinking. He can't process like any level of nuance, or he's just dishonest and is demonstrating intellectual dishonesty and emotional immaturity. So it's one of the 3.
I think, Bill Hicks, that you need to get a better understanding of what's going on, because I think you've been hanging out with Gene too much, and I think when you hang out with Gene, he gives you a nice, cute little narrative of what's going on, but he kind of ignores some of the realities of it, and he is a little dishonest about how things went exactly.
I find it funny that he...
And Shab's not dishonest at all.
Yeah.
Shab just exudes honesty.
Want me spying on him, his Discord, and coming and telling you, when that's exactly what Zenemy did.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
I never said, like, what I, and I'm going to show the DMs with Timmy on, like, post-production on screen, but I didn't like that he recorded the private conversation that everybody had and made it public. So I asked him, like, do you want to just be chill and be casual, and I don't care if you still want to hang with Shab, and I don't mind if you want to hang in my community, or do you just want to be somebody who's a mole and who just, like, is here only to feed back to Shab? And I never sent Zenemy into any servers to spy. So, and I did not tell, like, Timmy, like, yeah, you better not do this or else. So I don't think they're really, like, honestly depicting what I communicated to them in DMs.
Wait, this is the last year they're doing snow in GTA? That's weird. But, I mean...
Could be. It's probably the last year that GTA is probably even going to be online. They're probably going to shut down the servers after GTA 6.
Nah, probably after a year or 2. I don't think you've tried to talk with me much about this, Bill Hicks, or listen to me much. Your fucking Hassan and Nick Fuentes shit.
And, well, one thing Shab just said, he said, you need to agree with my 100% correct opinion. Do you think he was being facetious there, or?
It wouldn't surprise me if he was being serious.
Yeah.
Just be updates to keep the system running correctly, not updates with new stuff.
Althea.
Well, I'm angry because I don't feel like you appreciate my 100% correct opinion.
Excuse me.
How much do you think he believes what he just said there?
He called you too drinky, and your shit green screen and forward hat. Those are not faults. Okay.
Okay, being an alcoholic is a fault.
Yeah.
Come on.
And that's when Shab's like, the only reason he could give, it's another issue I have is Shab's drinking. So he can be a terrible fucking co-host when he's drunk. And also, he gets very brawly when he's drunk. And he likes to do the dude bro, I'm gonna roast you game, but then he also can't handle being roasted when he's drunk.
Mm-hmm.
And then we saw that when we were watching The Conjuring with the garbage disposal thing, where he dwelled on it for like days after and played the victim, and he had a giant fucking drunken sort of temper tantrum over it. A temper tantrum that lasted days.
It's poetic, and being too drinky, that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, that is a bad thing.
Oh my God.
Forward hat is not a bad thing.
Gene.
So technically, all your faults for Shabisky are bullshit. And then Gene's faults are all real.
I made Gene Bill Hicks. Tell Gene that. Tell him I made him. Tell Gene I fucking made him.
So narcissistic.
Yeah, Cameron. I mean, here's the thing, Cameron, is Gene decided that I'm a bad friend.
So here's a good example where Cameron's somebody who's been around the past. They've haven't been around a while. Now they come back, and the first thing they come back to is Shab going on about how much of an evil, terrible human being I am. And I'm not here, like what Timmy said, I'm not here to stand up for myself.
And he said, oh, he gave me a list of people that said that I'm a bad friend and agree with that. I hit up like 4 of the people, and they said no, they didn't actually say that. The last of the people were the people that he's newly friends with, his new girlfriend.
So I went over that before. I'll post the DMs on the screen, post-production, but it does just show how socially retarded Shab is, because what does he expect a person to say when you confront them? And we've seen how self-affirming he is when it comes to how he interprets things. It's always everybody agrees with him, even when they don't. So I'm putting my poker chips on they gave him a bipartisan sort of response. And it's just, yeah, that's them telling me that I'm a great friend.
Enemy and stuff. Like, they say I'm a bad friend, even though they don't even know me. They don't even know the story. They don't even understand that John has a really big ruminating problem. They're fucking too stupid to process that and understand that. And yeah, dude, it's fucking.
And Shab doesn't ruminate when he obsesses over the garbage disposal dispute for a week prior.
It's stupid. I'm called a bad friend. And then when I pressured John to tell me why I'm a bad friend, the only thing he could tell me was, oh yeah, within the last year, there was this one dude in the chat from the UK that he started an argument with, and I didn't side with John on it.
Wasn't just that you didn't side with me. Again, if you were mutual and you just interjected, it's like both of you guys cut it out, then whatever. The fact that you threw me under the bus, like you always do. You blamed me for the goal not going up, and he also tried to claim that I was turning it into an IQ competition, and that's something I always do, while not even acknowledging in the slightest that there's anything questionable about Kieran's behavior. So Shab just doesn't get nuance.
And that's why I'm a bad friend. I'm supposed to side with him on every single argument he has with any of my subscribers. He can only come up with one example in the last year. And I've literally gotten rid of people who were ready to throw me lots of money over respecting John. I've seen Gene be the worst kind of friend. He'll be selfish about everything except money. I'm not saying he's some terrible person. For him to call you a bad friend is just silly. Yeah? Thank you, Cameron.
Well, Cameron's clearly showing great insight here.
I think I'm perfect, but I think it's silly. I think it really is silly. I think I put up with a lot of stuff with him over the years, and I think he has these new friends that he tells these stories to, and he says, "Oh yeah, Shabisky's bad, isn't he?" And he tells them these stories, and they're new to this whole thing, and they go, "Oh yeah, that sounds like a bad friend. What a bad friend!" And that's what he gets. It's nobody that's experienced with this whole thing. It's nobody that knows that he has a problem, knows who I am. It's people who he just met, and he wants to tell these stories about that they're just hearing for the first time.
He's saying you have a problem as he's kicking a bin full of fucking empty beer bottles.
Yeah. And it's just, who the fuck cares when it comes to my YouTube channel? Whether, nobody would know who he is. I have a pretty successful life outside the fucking internet. So it's just this concept that, hey, if I wanted to create like a LinkedIn profile or whatever, I couldn't like present a decent resume. It's just, who the fuck cares? And then this attitude of, let's say I did invest much more time and energy into like producing content on YouTube. This attitude of, it's like, I'm sure Shab helped, but yeah, if it wasn't for Shab, it just goes against, it is a complete and total impossibility that I'd be able to grow a successful YouTube channel.
Yeah, Taylor. Yeah, and so he kicked me off the show, basically, Cameron. He was planning to kick me off the show. I heard about it. We had to talk about it, and he said I'm a bad friend, so we ended up splitting our ways. And now, guess what? The show's doing really fucking bad. Now,
Really fucking bad.
Again, let's look at Shab's views and, I don't know. I don't think I don't think the stream's really doing terribly now that Shab's not a part of it.
now that I'm bad, or now that I'm not on it. What a surprise. He was doing as much as 20 to fucking 50, 60,000 views per episode.
20,
and now it seems, I don't know.
Okay, the views have always oscillated, so you'll see where there will be multiple, here 2.2K, 2.1K, 3.6, 2.6, 6.5, so they've always gone back and forth, like here's 1.7K. So since I cut ties with him, it's just, okay, the poorest performing one is 1.9K views. The last one we did was 11K views. And I don't think that the change in views is that significant. Plus, I don't think the ones where we got 56K views, that was coming from the Shab fan.
Yeah. Well, 56,000.
And, I mean, I do think that, okay, maybe if we continue going a bit longer, maybe we'll see that we aren't hitting the same numbers, but I'm still doing better than his channel, his streams. And it wouldn't shock me if once we start streaming on a regular basis again, we get some 20, 30, 40, 50K view videos. But even with Shab's, like when Shab was there, we would go multiple streams in a row, not hitting the 5 digits.
Well, he's lying.
Yeah.
Another thing he's lying about. Wrong one.
It's fucking garbage. Honestly, I've seen this cycle before. Someone from Shab Fam goes and starts hanging out with another group and immediately starts talking shit on you. Isn't that like 4 or 5 times?
Oh my god.
I don't know. I wouldn't call this the same as other stuff that's happened, but it's definitely, there's been things like that. I wouldn't call it the same. It's unique in its own way.
I'm wondering if we ask Cameron. I have seen Gene be the worst kind of friend, when. I'd like to see them point that out.
But Gene all of a sudden decided I'm a bad friend, and I think, it's silly. It's like, I think that you're a good example, Cameron, of somebody you're a really chill person, and you're very unlikely to do something mean and negative to somebody, and it's the same for me.
Yeah, you're siding with me, Cameron, in this moment, so therefore you're just a wonderful human being.
And it's really weird for someone to have such a negative take on me or whatever, I think, just as it would be weird, I think, for somebody to have a negative take on you.
There's plenty of people who have had negative takes on Shab. So, yeah, it's such a, anomaly that somebody has anything negative to say about Shabisky.
Not because we're perfect or something, but because we don't really do things that cause any sort of problem ever. We're too boring for that, if that's a nice way of saying it. And I think you understand that of me, that I'm just like, I'm way too, if a nice way of saying it, I guess, is I'm way too boring to be all about that drama and causing all these problems and stuff. I'm just smoking weed and making poop jokes, Yeah,
but Shab will allow people in his community that are pretty rude and crass, and then he usually defends the party who's just rude and disrespectful and adversarial.
You blame Dirt for all the viewers. I blame me bringing in a decent amount of people to begin with and helping build up the watch time and which helped build up the viewership on the short streams, which Gene wouldn't even stream on if it wasn't for him knowing me. But yeah, definitely if Gene didn't know me, he'd have a successful podcast.
Okay, well, the reason I started streaming is because during COVID, I started spending more time online. So spending time with a bunch of strangers on the internet wasn't really something I did before COVID. And then when people were just chilling in the Discords and I'd come on people's streams like Shabisky stream, Pimp Monk stream, and there are other people's streams that I would come on, and people would ask me like, okay, does John Morgan stream? So then I started streaming, and I'd say, yeah, that's fair. If I didn't meet Shab, I wouldn't have streamed, but that's kind of like more of an incidental thing. Mm-hmm. And it's just this logic of, okay, let's say that wasn't the catalyst to encourage me to stream. And let's say one day I decided, you know what, I wanted to start a podcast with a group of friends. This logic of like, yeah, I never would be able to get a podcast off the ground without Shabisky. I think that's just Shab showing delusions of grandeur.
You're nothing
It's not like he
without him.
just
Yeah.
followed some of the same things I did, and because of the fact that I was there, it helped make them do well and stuff like that. No. Yeah, Cameron, well, you kind of haven't been around lately. I missed you.
Oh,
'Cause,
wait,
I don't
I
know.
have over
You're always a
3,000
cool-
subscribers now. Oh, my gosh. Okay.
Like, nice innocent guy that I like.
Gene, I have more subscribers than
Oh.
you. You're nothing without me.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I'm only dating you so I can get your subs.
I found you when I saw you connected with IP2. Oh, yeah, Natty, yeah. Yeah, IP2 said I have really, really big dick, and so they want to add me on.
big dick.
Oh,
What is it?
This one, Gail. Is it over?
Okay, yeah, I don't like that one. I don't
you
really
know,
like.
what?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Fudge. Trubisky wants to know who I'm talking to, and then you want to know who I'm talking to, and now you're both
Who's the
confused.
Fudge?
My dad.
Damn, Cameron.
You never seen Goldmember, Austin Powers?
Oh.
You need to watch that movie. You probably seen it and forgot all about it. You remember the Goldmember, the guy that likes gold? He's like, oh, he's Faja.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think I'm going to end the stream, guys.
Okay, sorry.
It's been a good night. We had lots of butt sex. It's pretty neat.
We had lots
I did get up and
of
shower and shit, too.
sex.
Taylor's here.
Oh, there's Taylor.
Yell at you. She's here to yell at you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Yell at him.
Having
Right.
Taylor on.
That's it. I'm kicking you from my Discord, Taylor. I can't believe you roared at me.
Oh god.
Shabisky, you're going to sit there and let her roar at me?
Cameron, I've been working on doing a new podcast.
Ridiculous.
And it's totally not going to be just another Shanny Jarrett podcast.
Invite you to the winner's circle. You gotta make your own lane, D'Antoni.
Yeah, and I know. Somebody stupid like Exenemy.
Exactly.
I'm saying his name wrong.
One like Bill Hicks. One of the other motherfuckers.
He sees Bill Hicks in the live chat with us. This is before he left my Discord. And it's just, he's mad because no one should be allowed or permitted to hang out with me anymore.
I'm watching and gonna report back to Gene. Oh, Shabisky's talking shit about you. No, I'm...
So this is where in any fucking YouTube Discord community, that is something that is just everywhere, where you'll have people who are followers of yours who come across stuff and report it to you and vice versa. So this is just some constant like dynamic of these online communities. So people pointing that out, I think they're just being stupid.
talking
Oh, wait, by the way,
shit
I
about
feel
it.
like
I'm not just talking shit about
people
it.
might roast me for eating just like Shabisky, but like, come on, you know we've been recording a lot, so I
Yeah.
gotta eat sometime.
He's not a trustworthy friend. He turns on you for no good reason. He holds on to old baggage so he can hold it up against you, hold it against you years and, let's say 6 months to a year later. Because he's not a real friend.
6 months.
It's not what a real friend
can you
does.
And
turn up the
Shab's a real
volume?
friend, because Shab thinks he's a real friend.
Plenty of things that friends have
You're
done
not a
against
real
me that I
friend.
don't
Can you
like.
turn
and
up the
I don't
volume a
like
little
when I
bit?
tell them that I forgive.
Is it all the way up?
Yep.
Okay.
them about it and we move on. We actually forget about it and move on. But he's the kind of person that holds on to it and holds it against you.
So is Shab not holding on to me cutting ties with him here?
Yeah.
I mean, he's decided to go on and on about it. And again, I brought up his past slights towards me because of a recent slight towards me. So that's something he doesn't really seem to be able to process.
Well, and then it's not like you're like, hey, I give you $60, so you need to like not be on DP and be on my stream. Like, that's what he's acting like you're doing, and you don't.
Yeah.
You want me to ban you, Toby? Why don't you go hang out in the fucking PPP chat some more? Why are you saying that shit? Fucking pissing me off is what you're doing.
Oh.
So he's mad at Timmy, and I think he gets mad at several people because they don't just blindly take his side here.
It's not a
Drunk
flaw at
ass?
all.
I barely drink anything.
What's that?
Do you want me to outdo you in math? No, seriously, I'm so drunk. Do you want to join my chat right now, Tubby, and we can do some math tests and see who does better in it?
Pause him. I said, when I smarted off, I said, him telling people, like, not, like, getting mad that they're hanging out in your voice chat is not a flaw at all.
Yeah. And I like how you want to come in and, like, test, like, your mental arithmetic, and I don't know, Shab, I haven't really tested his mental arithmetic. I don't know how well he does there, but when it comes to his understanding of math, it's pretty bad. There's this one stream I was doing where we were calculating something, and there was a fraction where it was being divided by it was two different decimals, like 7 point something something divided into 24, or like and then he asked like what it was, and I said I don't know, because it's a decimal point, so it's a irrational number. And then he doesn't understand. He was like, wow, like, who cares about decimal points? And it's just, do you not understand if you're calculating numbers in the tens of thousands, millions, that a third, 0.33 something is pretty significant? And then later on, he said that a third is 30%.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to explain to him that it's 33.333%.
33.33. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, it's it's about. Okay, it is over. Yeah, I was like, wait, what? Yeah.
Because there's no way I could outdo you. Because I'm drunk. I'm just drunk and stupid, and everything I say is illogical. Oh, is math not good enough? I mean, I would think if we're testing someone's speed and intelligence in the moment, math would be a good way of representing that. So do you want to do that, Timmy? No, Tubby. You're the one saying I'm drunk and stupid. What I say isn't being taken seriously because
So we can't.
What are you hanging out there with John? And
So here again, Shab will get drunk and act out, and then he doesn't need to take any accountability. And this is one of the big reasons I don't want to be friends with him anymore, is his alcoholic behavior. And he acts like it's unreasonable to bring up his his drinking, him being drunk, and we should treat his judgment as if it's completely sound, even when he's intoxicated. So this right there, like this right here, just shows how Shab lacks any sort of self-accountability. If he gets drunk and people call him out on his bad behavior, Shab's recollection of what happened when he was drunk is more reliable than anyone else's.
Stuff like, I sound drunk, I'm drinking. Just because I'm drinking, Tubby, and just because I might be smoking some weed doesn't mean what I'm saying is inaccurate. Is that what that means to you, Tubby? If I'm drinking at all?
Well, the problem is, Shabisky, in the past, we've seen it on the different streams that we've covered. You'll be drunk and stoned, and then you're not very aware of what's going on around you. And you don't really get the sort of logistics of what is happening, who's doing what to who, and who's doing what to a greater extent relative to who. And then you'll throw me under the bus and make me look like the villain live on stream and turn me into a whipping boy. And then he does the same thing over and over again and doesn't want to acknowledge that, you know what, maybe if you're constantly stoned and drunk, you shouldn't trust your judgment as much as you do. And maybe apply a bit more mindfulness and try to acknowledge that maybe I should go back and review things after. Or maybe I should take more time to ask questions, but no, he engages in this crass and careless behavior over and over again. And in all these scenarios where, like, I feel like I've been mistreated on stream, we always go back and see that what happened is nowhere close to what Shab claims what was the reality of the situation. And Shab does not have the best memory. Shab, he stated that he had a sleep study, and it showed that he has only been getting like an hour worth of sleep a night. And when we were at the meetup, you can talk to anybody at the meetup, his snoring was the fucking worst. It was far greater than anyone else's. And, of course, he drinks and gets stoned all the time. And I hate to bring this up, but he has mentioned how he has a head injury. And one of the unfortunate side effects there is he has problems with memory. So there's 4 really notable things going on that interfere with a person's memory, but Shab never really relies on the fact that everything's documented online. You can go back and see what happened verbatim, and he continues to act as if, like, his recollection of what happened is inscrutable. And we saw that with the Kieran stream. He clearly did not have, like, an accurate understanding or retelling what happened. And he believes that it happened 6 months in the past when it only happened a few weeks before that stream, where he claimed that I was just dwelling over something from 6 months in the past.
Smoking weed at all, it is inaccurate? Like, inherently it's inaccurate?
No, wait, pause it. I think, like, I don't know how much you've drank in your day, but, like, I can say, and I'm sure anyone else that's drank a fair amount, you fucking forget things. Even if you're not blacking out, you'll forget things.
Yeah.
And I mean, what if he is blacking out and he's just not telling us?
Yeah, and it's just the garbage disposal thing. He wants to play the victim and claim that it was other people that were being belittling, and it's just maybe, you know what, I'm sorry when all the sober people there remember things happening differently.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe take responsibility for being fucking drunk.
No responsibility.
Because, you know, people listen to my thing I went on about the other day, where I went on about John the other day while I was fucking drunk, Tubby. And you know what people said? They said that I was aggressive but accurate.
Oh, and who said that? So anybody that agrees with me, they are just being manipulated, or they're manipulating me, or they're being stupid because, nothing after the because, just because. And then you can see he's constantly getting mad at people. He was getting mad at Bill Hicks and others for not just completely taking his side. And I'm sure there's plenty of people that haven't told him that. But it's just selection bias. So because certain people have told him, yeah, it was accurate. Yeah, it's just everyone agrees with Shabisky, except for the people who don't, but they don't count because insert self-justification, insert or self-serving bias here.
You know what one of those people that said that was? Fucking Dirt. Do you give a fuck about...
Oh my god. There you go. Take a sip. Dirt just agrees with Shab on everything. So if you disagree with me, you disagree with Dirt. And like I've stated, we've talked to Dirt and had pretty lengthy, like extensive conversations with him where a lot of the stuff, the opinions that Dirt has shared with us contradict with a lot of things Shab is saying. Dirt agrees with him in regards to. So it kind of like Dirt's not there to advocate for what Shab is saying or to like confirm what Shab is saying. So Shab needs to stop using Dirt as a token.
That you give a fuck about your friend Dirt? No, because Gene wants to brag about his money and act like he's right every 5 seconds.
Okay, there you go. Bringing up my money again.
So he must be right.
The Shab bingo.
The people who actually have some sort of level of modesty in your life, like Dirt.
Oh, and I don't have any modesty.
Why listen to them when you can listen to somebody that's full of themselves, like Gene, and is never.
And Shab's not full of himself because Shab doesn't think he's full of himself.
Able to take the reality that they're wrong. They can never be told that they're fucking wrong.
Okay, look at Shab, how he's raging out and throwing tantrums over people disagreeing with him, and I'm the one that can't handle being wrong. I'm not the one that had threw a temper tantrum for like 2-3 days straight because of some trivial dispute over something like a garbage disposal.
Well, this is why he likes all those people like Raisin and Trip and who is the bipolar guy. Is because he does the same, he does the same shit as them. So that's why he doesn't think it's a problem.
Hey, report it back to Gene. You know, like, I don't know what you're on, Tubby, but I thought you were, like, part of this community and stuff, and I don't know why you're acting like I'm fucking sounding stupid. When I say that John is really the person that has been a bad friend to me over the years.
And of course, if I make the same claim, it's invalid because.
Well, has he ever said that before now, though?
I don't know. Maybe not to me directly, but like I've said it to him directly leading up to this. But it probably is like, no, not me. It's you, not me.
Yeah.
So easily, and because of that, because he's more easily to bitch about any problems in the relationship. You're not even using the right "your." But how am I acting like him? Can you go in?
Okay.
So
come on, use the right "your."
But here it's like I'm the one to bitch. Well, guess what? I also will distance myself, and that's why I'm not fucking online because it's irritating. So now I've found that Shab, I don't enjoy hanging out with him, so I'm cutting ties with him. So I mean, what else am I supposed to do? Just put up with it? And that's the problem. If you can't stand somebody and it's like you're constantly bitching about them, the feedback you're probably going to get is, well, why do you spend time with that person if the relationship is so toxic?
Yeah.
To detail? Gene was trying to ban people like you just threatened me. No, I'm getting tired of people that are...
And they're saying Gene was trying to ban people. Who was I trying to ban? So Zidane, I wanted them banned, but Shab gave permission. And since Shabisky wants to use Dirt as a token, Dirt also agreed that it made sense to have them banned. So it's just, that's me abusing my power, but I did go through Shab.
They're in my community that calls me friends and stuff, but still hangs out with him, reports back to him. Do you not think that's disgusting?
So if people tell me they're my friend and then they report back to Shabisky, is that okay?
No.
So that's not disgusting? And it's just, well, clearly it's because I'm in the wrong, so they're in the right reporting back to him.
You know what's disgusting is even entertaining the thought of giving Negan a second chance.
Yeah. I mean, are they considering giving Negan a second chance? Because that is something multiple people have said. And
well, that last stream that we just watched, where he's like, well, I don't know, we'd have to talk about it, blah, blah, blah. Like, if that was me, I'd be like, no.
Yeah.
And tell him what's going on. I've been more loyal to John over the years. And I've been more loyal to you over the years than any of us have ever been.
Okay,
How
Shabisky,
about we
you
treat
tell
each other
yourself
the same?
that.
But I'm sorry, like, it's not cute seeing people over there hanging out with him. He doesn't deserve any of the fucking Shab fam. He deserves to go rot on his fucking own with that stupid Kimberly bitch.
Oh, okay, there
That's
we
what
go.
he deserves to do.
Do you have something to say?
Okay,
Dude, fuck
so
that, Skabibi.
he said you don't deserve the Shab fam, but you do deserve me. Is that what he said?
I deserve to rot with this Kimberly bitch.
Okay, yeah, well, that's true.
Tired of this shit. It's not about mutual friends. It's about him using my community. He doesn't care about Timmy as a friend.
Okay, so I came across Shab because, again, during COVID, I watched DP, and then Shab became, started to develop connections with them, and I have known Skeptical Jesus and Bill Hicks before I knew Shab. So, I mean, he's acting like he owns these people. Like they're his, and none of the Shab fam should be permitted to interact with me. It's just, Shab does really seem to see others as objects.
He doesn't care about Bill Hicks as a friend.
I do care about Bill Hicks as a friend. If something bad happened to Bill Hicks, I would fucking care.
He fucking cares about the viewership. Fuck him, okay? He should die off. He should go off.
He's projecting.
So, most of the viewers are not coming from the Shab fan. Shab gets a couple hundred views a stream. So most of our viewers, most of them are foreign viewers. And we do have plenty of subscribers that are new subscribers that are regulars that come and watch all my streams. So, what is it? Horizon, or Uneventful Horizon. He's one of them. And there's plenty of others are. And in my Discord, it's just, okay, some of the regulars I'm hanging out with are regulars in Shab's community, but they're also regulars in other communities. Before, I started hanging out in Shab's community. And it's not like if these 6 or 7 people who want to hang out on my server and chill with me, play games with me and stuff, if they disappeared, it's like I'm averaging thousands, tens of thousands of views a stream. But hey, I guess it's a crime to associate with me now.
And grow the PPP on his own. Okay? You know what he should also do is create a new label, a new logo, one that I didn't make.
Oh,
Crazy
let's create
idea.
a new logo.
Maybe create a new name that the Shab fam
Maybe we should. But Dirt has made most of the channel art. So, Shab saying that, the greatest thing he contributed was making a logo, or the fact that that's one of, the, go-to things that he's trying to point to as, John Morgan's out of line, looking at it like it's his podcast. And another thing he brought up was Two Guns came up with the name.
Oh, Two Guns has said that too, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just, okay, what if I do call it something else? It's still mostly me going on my Gene lectures about news and politics. So, whatever, good job.
create. He wants to move as far as he wants away from the Shab fam, but he doesn't care about that. But it's weird because Gene told me he didn't care. Dude! You want me to explain that to you really well, Tubby? Why he says that? Why he doesn't care about you hanging out with me? Because everybody else is turning against him.
You're getting mad at all these people for not turning against me. Is Shab this blind? And does he not see the irony of what he's saying? He's wrenching people's arms and getting mad at them because they won't cancel me. And then when I'm being an adult and I'm just like, you know what? Feel free to hang out with Shab. I don't want to make people pick sides. I'm just doing that because everyone's turning against me.
Like, honestly, pay attention to what's happening. People aren't turning against me because I stopped doing PvP. People are turning against him because he turned against me.
I don't know. We know some people in our server who we've been hanging out with who have said that they're done with Shab, but, yep, it's only people turning against me.
It's me for PvP. Him being open to the idea of you being cool with me and cool with him, that doesn't have to do with him being a good person. That has to do with him realizing that most of the people are...
It has to do with me being an adult. That's what adults do. They don't force people to pick sides.
Turning against him that are part of the Shab fam. He doesn't tell you that.
Well, okay.
What are the chances you'd even stick around?
It's also positive, like...
He's only doing that.
It's also... So Shab, instead of, like, controlling his own emotions, he's trying to control everyone else around him to, like, have control of his own emotions, you know what I mean? Where it's like, you just let go of control and take care of yourself. That's what you're doing.
I'm the one who's too controlling. I'm telling people that, you know what, I'm not going to control who you can hang out with or dictate who you should be hanging out with, but I'm the one that just wants absolute control.
As a fucking shitty, like seriously, Scooby, do you not see that? Come on, everybody has to see that. His show is dying off without me. It makes sense for him to tell you, well, I don't really care if you hang out with him.
And again, our previous stream got 11K views.
And me. He'd beg for anything he could get. Do you not get that? No.
Shab's a beggar.
Yeah, I, like always, look at how often I'm in my Discord, even participating within my own Discord. So look at how often I'm online every week. It's just, I don't think I'm really that desperate. And the fact that, I don't know, you look at the amount of time I'm online every week, and like, how often I stream and everything, I think that the fact that I'm still getting the level of views that I have, and the fact that people like Bill Hicks and others still want to hang out in my Discord, and Shab's mad that they still want to hang out in my Discord with me, it's just, well, I'm not investing that much time trying to persuade these people. So the fact that I'm online as scarcely as I am, and they're still popping in when Shab's going on and on and on, like producing constant streams where he's talking shit about me, I don't think I'm the one that's desperate.
I am talking to Timmy. Scooby, are you not able to see that? It doesn't take a fucking genius to see that. To see that his show is dying off without me, and him being needy enough to, or what's the word? God, I'm so drinky right now. But like, fucking A, it's really not that hard to process this. He is at a point where he wishes for more viewers. Yeah.
Again, I do this as a hobby, and he pulled it up last stream. Has he really only done this many streams? Now that, or this many streams, since he cut ties with me, it's like, yeah, I kind of have the same tenuous sort of streaming schedule. I'm sorry, but if my channel died, it's like, whatever. I have plenty of other hobbies, plenty of other projects I'm working on. So I don't think I'm that desperate. Plus, this narrative he's giving of my view count declining just isn't true.
Everyone knows PPP audience was 90% Shab fam, so him telling Shab fam members, oh...
It was 90% Shab fam, so that's why now that I cut ties with Shab, I'm still averaging thousands of views a stream compared to his streams that average like a couple hundred views.
I don't really care
say things that are going to make him mad.
Congratulations. That's him.
Sorry.
Being a needy bitch where he is...
You're a needy
bitch. He has to go, oh, well, yeah, it's okay. If he was getting enough viewers, he'd be like, fuck
such a needy bitch.
I'd be like, fuck that. It's, what does he mean, fuck that? So if I was getting enough viewers, I'd be telling Timmy, like, no, fuck you. I'm going to ban you because you're hanging out with Shab.
Good for you, Tubby. It is lower quality. Everybody sees that.
I think that's Tubby pandering to Shab, and I mean, it's lower quality. Shab has said in one of these streams that, well, it's the same thing because he wouldn't let us talk. So how's it lower quality if it's the same thing? So whether or not that was a good thing or a bad thing, me not letting others talk, if they're claiming it's the same thing, then how is it of lower quality?
It's lower quality because Dirt's not on.
Yeah.
Tell him that.
The reason it's the same show, technically, just Gene.
Oh, here we go.
Rambling is because Gene kept me and Dirt from being able to speak during the show.
And here's the other thing. Go back and watch the earlier streams where I allowed people to interrupt me nonstop, where I had no control of my stream. We got to like a couple hundred subscribers, and it stagnated there. And we stagnated at just a few hundred views a stream. Then, when I started being too controlling, and I made like I established these ground rules. It's just if I'm talking, shut the fuck up. Don't interrupt people when they're speaking. Stay on topic. Don't talk about Pokemon and Skippity Toilet. Don't make poopy jokes. So once I enforced these sort of ground rules, the subscribe count started to go up. The average watch time started to go up. The views started to go up. And one argument they'll make is that it's, it's the vertical streams. Well, guess what? Even before we started doing vertical streams, you still started to see this increase in subscribers and this increase in views. And one thing I really started doing is doing my research on the algorithms and advertising the stream on other platforms. And that's there you start to see the views go up. And one thing is the views start to really go up with foreign viewers. But even so, it's if I look at the YouTube studio during the stream and I look at like the analytics, when they start acting like clowns, and when Shab starts running the room shouting poop and pee, and he starts talking about Pokemon or Skibbity Toilet, you start to see that the concurrent viewers go down. Because people tune in and they see where the stream is about war crimes and chronic diseases, and they see some clown making funny faces in front of the camera and screaming poop and pee. And once I establish those ground rules, it's like, okay, stop fucking doing that. What do you know? The views and everything started to increase. But hey, it's all because of Shab, and the quality has just been declining, even though it's like I'm still getting far more views on my streams than his streams.
Every time me and Dirt would try to chime in, he would have some sort of problem with it. He kept us like dogs shutting up so he could speak. He didn't care about us adding to the show because he thought that only he could add to the show.
Yeah, and it's not like I have proof of, and I'm going to post those links of streams where I wasn't present and they had pretty much no commentary. So whether I was there or not, they didn't really have much to say. Then there's also streams where I didn't have much to say because I wasn't feeling well, and they still didn't have much to say. I couldn't really rely on them.
He thought everybody else couldn't add to the show.
You're acting
Not only
like him now.
that, but if Gene wants info for some reason, having people over here helps him. If we're talking about motives, do you think his rules and regulations were too strict? Yeah, that's why me and Dirt had to shut the fuck up half the time, because he thinks that
they were too strict. So I had to explain that to Shabisky, and he didn't get that. That it's a news and politics podcast, so you're supposed to be talking about news and politics. Shab didn't understand why I insisted that we stay on topic We talk about what's being presented on screen and whatever headline we're discussing at the moment, and that what we're supposed to be talking about is what's in the text, what's in the thumbnail, what's in the title. And Shab has his TikTok ADD brain where he'll act like if you're talking about something for more than 30 seconds, 60 seconds, then you're just going on for too long. And he just acted like a little kid. He didn't even talk about it. Like, he'd just be running around shouting poop and pee and acting like a fucking toddler. And one of the things that they would do, like in the earlier days when we did PPP, is I'm showing a news story that's in the fucking title of the video. It's even in the thumbnail. And they'd be like, why are we covering this? What's the point? Why are we covering this? No one cares about it. And that's another thing they would say, is that they would decide that, oh, no one cares about this. And Shab would say, I'm making it entertaining. And guess what? The analytics, the hard data says otherwise. So when I look at the YouTube studio, the watch time, concurrent viewers, it goes down when Shab engaged in that behavior. And it would go up when I would enforce my policies, my ground rules. And they don't really seem to understand how a podcast works. And I think JLV pointed that out, like talking about how a lot of these people, they just don't ever, like they haven't really listened or watched a real podcast. They expect all podcasts to just be these casual conversations, just watching nothing but Shani and Jarrett Genesis video, like sort of podcasts. And if you're discussing something for 3 minutes straight, or maybe like a minute, 2 minutes straight, you know what? Some things are more complex. Sometimes it takes more than 12 seconds to get all the points across. And I had to explain that it's just when I'm going into a news story, like if we're discussing like the crisis in Sudan, I'm going to present the premise to everybody. I need to go through all the bullet points, and then from there, other people can speak and share their opinions. And Shab's idea is it was okay to just interrupt me when I'm trying to give the premise, to make skippity toilet references and to wave Pokemon cards in front of the camera. And he doesn't see how it just throws a giant monkey wrench into the flow of the podcast. And if they're going to act like that makes me an asshole, well, guess what? The numbers don't lie. And the numbers are on my side. So anybody who wants to defend Shab, how are you going to refute that?
The whole show needs to be informative, boring bullshit. He thinks that there can't be any sort of level of infotainment.
So does he know what infotainment is? So when I'm discussing these sort of stories and the geopolitics and I'm providing the entertainment, I do joke. It's not like I'm just completely serious. I engage in a lot of dark humor, and that's another one of the rules that I establish, is that the jokes have to have some semblance of commentary. It can't just be making a random joke about this one person having a funny hairdo. And that's one thing Shab would do in the earlier streams, is that we're trying to cover a story, and he would point to the fact that a journalist who's in front of the camera, that their hair looks funny. And Shab never leaves his house, so he's pretty uncultured. So a lot of times he's pointing to something that's very fucking generic. And then he'll sit there, and we're not able to get through the video. We're not able to get to the part where they actually cover the story that we're trying to go over. So we're not even discussing the politics or the news. It's Shab being like, wait, go back. I like how her hair is like in this bun, and the hair's like in a bun. And he would be in like a loop, just not going anywhere with the joke. And it's just stop fucking interrupting the video and interrupting me to point to somebody in the background wearing some silly clothing. And it's one thing if you make that sort of quick joke where it's like, wow, look at their hair. It's like, okay, fine, but you don't need to interrupt the person to make that joke, and Shab would take something like that and drag it out for like 10, 20 minutes, where we can't just get past the 1 minute mark in a video being played at 1.5 speed to get the context of the actual news story so we can actually discuss the news and politics.
He doesn't consider me infotainment. He doesn't consider Dirt that. He just considers himself the star and what matters on the show. So yeah, he went out of his way.
You're the star of your own podcast. Imagine that.
I'm so fucking arrogant.
To shut us the fuck up, but then.
And the other thing is, I'd ask them questions all the time. So, like I said, it's you watch any podcast, and let's say it's a podcast about film and television, and they're going over the latest story when it comes to this comic book series being adapted into a Netflix series. And a lot of times they'll either divide the work amongst the different co-hosts, where the 3 stories they're covering, the first co-host is in charge of doing research for this story and presenting the facts to the other 2 co-hosts, and all the other co-hosts have the same sort of like job or respective like tasks. And when they go into the or transition to the next segment, you have that particular co-host go through and be like, okay, this is what's going on. Let me go through all the bullet points and give all the context, and then everyone shares their thoughts. That's something that Shabisky doesn't really seem to understand, and others don't understand. And it's just when I'm trying to transition to the new subject and give, you know, the basic outline, let's interrupt him constantly, let's constantly make poop jokes, and when I put my foot down and said that that's no longer allowed, again, the stream started to perform better. Views went up, watch time went up, everything started to improve. But that's me being an arrogant asshole.
When we didn't add anything to the show, that was a good reason to get rid of us, even though he told us not to add anything to the show.
Okay, well, that's the thing. Even if that's the case, I told them not to add anything to the show. It's like, well, it showed that I didn't really need them, if that's the case. So, it's my channel. If I don't want to stream with certain people, or if I want to leave certain people off my fucking channel, my podcast, I have the right to.
And then, like, yeah, the show was John Morgan informs his co-host. No, fuck you, Pinky. No, we don't need to make up.
And another thing Rely established was a 4-person rule, where one of the things that would happen is we would hop into the Discord channels, and then everyone would start to pile up, and I didn't want to exclude anybody. So we would have 5, 8 people on, it would turn into a cafeteria, and at the same time, it would also just either it would be a cafeteria or there'd be a bunch of people on camera who don't talk at all. And it just kind of is weird when there's so many people taking up the sort of camera panels when there's only like 1 or 2 people talking. And that's something else where I'm an asshole doing that. But guess what? When I did that, the views start to go up. All the numbers start to improve. But hey, don't pay attention to that. John Morgan's an asshole, acting like hard metrics matter.
People need to learn to be good friends. No, Pinky, it's disgusting the way John treated me over the years, and I'm the kind of person that if you really fucking know me well enough, you know that I get walked over and over and over and over and over again before I finally say to a friend, "Hey, you're walking on me."
Gets walked over.
You're not.
That's what I just did to him. I decided I don't want to be friends with him anymore. I'm the one that severed ties. So that's how I felt. So I feel the same way. Maybe I'm misguided, but it's just ironic where Shab's claiming that, yeah, I get walked over. It takes a lot for me to finally say no, well, it's just, I'm the one that said no and severed ties here. So you're a victim? Like, I'm not going to be walked over because this person decided that they're going their separate ways and they don't want to be friends with me.
He is the victim.
And that's what was happening with John. He was my friend that we did a show with, but he also thought, oh, I control Shabisky's community. And then he also...
I control it. Again, he needs to show more examples of that, because where have I insisted that I need to have absolute control over his community or his Discord?
Acted like if I didn't get rid of anybody he wanted me to get rid of, or agree with him when it came to him disagreeing with somebody in the chat, that meant I was a bad friend. So if I don't agree with him, and I don't side with him every single time, that meant I was a bad friend. That's literally his logic that he went by.
We've just gone over this over and over again.
That's not a good friend. A good friend doesn't, like... And here's another thing he did.
A good friend stands up for their friends, and expecting you to stand up for me or to stand up for your friends, you engaging that sort of gaslighting rhetoric, that straw man of that's you, like that's me expecting you to just ban anybody or to agree with me 100% of the time. I'm not asking you to agree with me 100% of the time, but I'm at least asking you to side with me more than 0% of the time. So it's like, that's my problem. Every single time I'm in a situation where somebody's being adversarial towards me, Shab always acts like I'm the problem and throws me under the bus in a public display. I guess he's just not able to grasp that.
Everybody. Okay? He told me that I should ban Red Eye, as well as other people in my community, because he didn't like Red Eye.
So I wanted Red Eye to be banned because when Raisin doxed me and was sending stuff to my house and calling my relatives, Red Eye was simping for her and supporting her, and she was going around spreading false claims about me, and Red Eye was there supporting it. And Red Eye was somebody where he's treated me like shit, like on the wood, when Red Eye was a mod, and this is something where he's defending Red Eye, but Red Eye was like the worst example of somebody who's a mod who just, he would ban anybody who disagreed with him. That is something you ask anybody about it. It's just he would have his bipolar meltdowns where he's screaming at people on the top of his lungs in the chat because they would disagree with him. Red Eye's the kind of person where he can't handle being wrong, where if you disagree with him over anything and he doesn't get to be right, he has a meltdown. And I didn't like how Red Eye verbally abused me multiple times on stream, and there wasn't a single time that Shab ever stood up for me and came forward and said, like, hey, it's not okay what Red Eye did there. And Red Eye was somebody who, after treating me poor, like, I was willing to make amends with them because when they were banning everybody from Pimp Monk's chat and doing what Shab's accusing me of doing, I was like, okay, I'm willing to move forward. But then there were multiple times where they decide to have a meltdown and scream at me on the top of their lungs. And then they apologized. I was willing to move forward. Then, after all the shitty things they've done to me, when the shit with Raisin happened, they decided to be a simp for Raisin. It was just like, you know what? I'm kind of done with this person. Fuck them. And when the Raisin shit was going on, and I was in the middle of her doxing me and doing all that shit, I was like, yeah, fuck Red Eye. I'd really like you to ban him. And now Shab's presenting it as, oh, I just wanted him to ban Red Eye just because I didn't like Red Eye.
And you know what he told me? He told me I was a bad friend.
Well, I would say that is kind of being a bad friend. When Red Eye did not contribute at all financially to the community. So he's not somebody where if you got rid of him, you were losing a big supporter. And also, he was sort of like somebody else who was doing really fucked up shit. He was advocating for her. So that's something where I do think it's being a shitty friend. when you just want to like act like there's nothing wrong with what they're doing there, allow them to exist in the community. It's like, I think that they've crossed a very notable boundary. But Shab wants to not be honest about all the details in regards to what happened. And I'm gonna, like, find those streams where Red Eye had their fucking meltdowns, their temper tantrums, and I'm gonna post the links in the chat, in the description, so people can see for themselves.
Because I didn't ban them. You know what I fucking told him? I told him that's manipulation. That's bad, that he's not being a good friend, and that's manipulating me. You know what his response was? Crickets.
That's how you remember it, Shab. That wasn't my response. And you can call it manipulation, whatever, but he did mistreat me several times over. And I think that at that point, if somebody was treating Shab or Dirt in the same manner, I wouldn't hesitate to ban them, because I think that that's pretty fucked up. If somebody was doxing Shabisky, Dirt, Bill Hicks, Kimberly, anybody in the community, and treating them like shit, and then there's another person in the community who is supporting it, and they're sort of an accomplice, and then at the same time, that person has been, like, guilty of notably mistreating that person in the past, like, I am going to be like, hey, apologize to that person or I'm getting rid of you. So Shab did not want to come forward and acknowledge, like, that what they were doing was fucked up. So I do think that's an example of Shab being a shitty friend.
Crickets. Complete silence. When I told him that he was a manipulative friend.
And what do you think, Kimberly?
About what?
Me wanting Shab to ban Red Eye. When all of the Raisin Girl drama was going on, her doxing me. And,
well, I mean, you said he was, like, unhinged.
Yeah, he was pretty unhinged, on top of supporting somebody who was, again, doxing me, engaging in all that unethical behavior.
Yeah.
So,
what are you doing?
And even if it's like, okay, maybe it's a bit too extreme to want him banned. Let's say maybe I am being a bit manipulative when I'm saying you're being a shitty friend. This is where maybe you can understand, under the extreme circumstances of what was going on, why in that moment I'd be like, fuck this person, I want them banned. And this is where Shab wants to talk about me wanting complete and total control over his community. I want to ban anybody who even slightly disagrees with me. There's a handful of people where I got to the point where I'm going to Shab and being like, you know what, this person should be banned. I'd really prefer if you got rid of them. And it's not over something small. It's over things that are extreme, like what I described with Red Eye and Raisin, or things with Missy Ann, where she was lying to people about emergencies, getting people to give her emergency money so she could get heroin. So I don't think that's me being too extreme or controlling.
And him telling me that I was a bad friend if I didn't ban who he told me to. And some of those people were Red Eye. And you gotta admit, Skabibi, Red Eye is not some perpetual problem. He has been telling me for years now. And you can ask Dirt, Skabibi, for like...
Oh, you can ask Dirt. So again, like, using Dirt as a token.
Now, he's been telling me that I'm a bad friend because I don't ban Red Eye. What do you think about that, Skabibi? That's what I've been dealing with over the last years, and I haven't said, oh, John's a bad friend. Yeah, he hardly comes around, but literally, if I got Dirt in here, we would tell you guys. John literally tells me that I'm a bad friend because I don't ban Red Eye. The moment I told him the real...
I wanted him to ban Red Eye when Red Eye, again, was being an accomplice for Raisin and supporting her. So... I mean, I'm sorry, Shab, I don't... And here's the funny thing. Shab was okay with deciding that Lev is a scumfuck. And, like, oh, fuck Lev. Lev was another person simping for Raisin Girl. Lev and Red Eye are guilty of the exact same thing. So when I presented that to him, this was Shab's response. Well, Lev said I'm a backstabber. So it's like, oh, the only difference is Lev has said negative things about Shab, while Red Eye hasn't. I would say that's being a shitty friend when the only, factor for why you're willing to cut ties with one and not the other is that this person just said some negative things about you, on top of all the shitty things they've done to your friend, while the other person didn't say anything mean to you, so you don't care. Because Shab only cares if it happens to him. And with Red Eye, Shab would get mad if I didn't even mention Red Eye specifically on stream, but I brought up some really absurd and stupid arguments he made in the past. Like, one thing that Red Eye claimed was that in January 6th, if they managed to take over the Capitol, then that would have resulted in Trump taking control of the entire government. It's just, you take over a building, and then the entire military, the entirety of the Defense Department are just going to lay down their weapons. And I brought up that argument without mentioning Red Eye, and Shab got mad at me. Because Shab's attitude is, because they get along with Red Eye, I'm not even allowed to, say anything or reference any of their arguments at all on stream. So, and me being mad at Red Eye for what they did regarding Raisin and stuff and doing things like bringing up some of their stupid arguments on stream, that's, Shab will get mad at me for that, but then he's mad that I simply don't want to be friends with him anymore. And it's okay for him to go on stream when there's other people in his community that like me, but it's okay for him to have these, very hostile rants, talk about how he beat the shit out of me in real life. He'd kick Kimberly's ass. So it just shows how Shab has main character syndrome. And I would say that what Red Eye has done to me is significantly worse than anything I've done to Shab. So I'm guilty of just not wanting to be friends and cutting ties with Shab. And that warrants talking about assaulting me or engaging in violence. But according to him, that's one of the things that makes me a bad friend, is that when all that happened, I just wanted him to get rid of this guy. I mean, okay.
That he's manipulative, a manipulative friend for doing that to me. He had no fucking response. No fucking response.
I did have a response. I had a very extensive response, just like I did now. But, of course, we can always trust Shab's memory, because Shab's shown that he's got a very reliable and very accurate, very precise memory.
It was all silent. I'm sure John, if he was watching this, I'm sure he would have a real good response. What would it be, John?
Isn't that hilarious? It's like, we got to take Shab's word for it, the fact that I wouldn't have a good response. But he's going to claim that if people talk to me, he's sure I'd have a good response, almost like he knows he's full of shit.
Fuck you, fucking bitch. You want to use me and fucking manipulate me as much as you possibly can, but the moment I fucking come out and say the reality of it, you're blind. Dude, I want to fucking punch people, Scooby. Dude.
So, again, Shab has, no empathy. Because he's so mad right now that I cut ties with him and don't want to chill with him. And he's talking about violence, I want to punch people. But then me being furious over what Raisin and Red Eye were doing, and out of anger, I said that, hey, I want this person banned, and I think you're a shitty friend not getting rid of them. It's like, okay, that makes me Hitler. But then when Shab's a victim of something that is far less egregious, he's now talking about how he wants to subject people to violence.
Fuck fucking Gene. Yes, punching people IRL stream. He literally told that to me, that I'm a bad friend if I don't ban the people he wants. Like, Red Eye, someone who barely comes around.
Gross oversimplification.
I'm a bad fucking friend.
Walking away. getting more beer.
Let John fucking stick up for himself there. How about Timmy? How about you report to him, and Bill Hicks, report to him and tell him that. What's his response to the thing that he was completely silent on when I actually cornered him on?
I don't think I was silent on that, and I don't think we can trust Shab's recall here.
On it. Do you think it's bad somebody treating another person badly and calling them their friend, Timmy? Do you think I have a reason to be mad when my friend was manipulative like that? Maybe I have a good reason to fucking be mad, Timmy. Maybe he called himself a friend but didn't.
And maybe I had a good reason to be mad when I talked about how I wanted Red Eye banned. And did I, bypass Shab and ban Shab? Or ban Red Eye without asking Shab? No, I didn't. So it's just, he's still there. He's not banned.
Act like it. And you know what? This isn't the fucking first time I've dealt with this shit. I mean, Tubby, what, when you ask him why he didn't pay me for the last 2 shows I did, what is his response? What do you ask him?
Chad has been paid. We've gone over that.
Yeah, and it's peanuts to him. He does say he's so rich, he's just full of money, but
again, like, how many times has he mentioned my income or mentioned, like, me being rich and everything? Like, I'm not... When I stream on PPP, how often do I talk about it? How often do I talk about it with you?
Never.
So this is something that...
I feel like, yeah, that's kind of... Okay, I might be different, but I feel like that's a private subject. It's like...
Yeah.
And I think it is, as you would say, socially retarded to just be like, here's how much money I make.
And Shab is constantly like, oh, it's six figures, like trying to start that meme. And he's the one saying it, and then, again, I'm vilified in these communities, so people from a distance, it's like, yeah, John Morgan brags about his finances, he brags about his job, when Shab's the one that keeps fucking talking about it. We've seen it in the DMs, we've seen it on all these streams from years in the past, recent streams, so Shab has no fucking self-awareness.
He can't pay me the... And I know in his brain it's $200. It's actually $66.66 times 2, which is actually what I charged him, but he likes to...
Okay, what did he say here?
And I know in his brain it's $200. It's actually $66.66 times 2. Which is actually what I charged him. But he likes to tell everybody that it was $200 per show. Because I'm...
When did I say $200 per show?
Makes him feel like a richer guy.
Shab.
That makes him feel more wealthy.
So, me pointing out the fact that I have paid him a greater sum of money per show, so when he's claiming he wasn't paid, then... It's just, what am I supposed to do? Not discuss the numbers? So I posted in my Discord today, or last night, the transactions, and I pointed out that if you tally it, it averages to about $100 a stream. So he's claiming that he hasn't been paid, and when it comes to what the agreed upon payment is, it far exceeds the agreed upon payment. And me presenting that information, according to him, is me bragging about my wealth or income. That's me bragging about paying him $100. It's like, you expect me not to come out and present this information to people if you're making these sort of slanderous sort of accusations?
Worth more in this world. If he lies to you guys and tells you that he pays me more than he actually does. But in reality, I charged him $200 for every 3 shows. So do the math there, it's like $66 per show. But I'm a bad friend, I'm a liar, and he's...
So wait, so we've done 27 shows, so that would be like 9 shows, and he says, what was it? For every 3 shows?
Per show. 200 per 3 shows. And so he said it's $66 per stream.
So we've done 27 streams this year. So let's go back. I want to make sure.
To tell everybody that it was $200 per show, because that makes him feel like a richer guy.
A richer.
That makes him feel more wealthy and worth more in this world. If he lies to you guys and tells you that he pays me more than he actually does. But in reality, I charged him $200 for every 3 shows.
200 for every 3 shows. Okay, never mind. So that's 1,800. So I've given him 2,700 in the last year.
Okay, so still more.
Yeah.
So do the math there. It's like $66 per show. But I'm a bad friend. I'm a liar, and he's, you know, like, I'm sorry, Timmy. I understand that being thrown in the mix of this, it can be confusing. But I am not somebody that has some sort of bad moral compass. Okay, he is not a good friend, and he's shown it over and over again. And here he shows it again. I'm sorry, it's the truth. He's not a good friend. He doesn't know how to act as a good friend. Anybody who really knows me well enough knows that I'm a decent friend. I'm that kind of person that John could step on over and over and over and over again. Okay? John is the kind of person that you can't piss him off at all. If you happen to do anything, possibly even construed as bad, he's gonna, like, fuck him, fuck him, fuck him. Dude, I'm so fucking pissed. Fucking let me fucking shit on his face, dude.
Okay, look, here's the thing. If I'm such a terrible person, if I went my separate ways, I mean, wouldn't I be trying to talk shit about Shab on stream? Wouldn't I be trying to convince people to choose my, like, side over his? I wouldn't be talking about Shab or doing this stream right now if Shab wasn't going around and trying to run my name through the dirt, because he can't just act like an adult, and he wants to be vindictive.
Yeah, I see. I've seen Evan in the chat. I don't get what his thing is. He's fucking on crack or whatever, because he's all talking shit about Ben, talking about people like Cobra and stuff, and it's like, well, how come I am not included in this? I've talked about people just the same. I don't know. Like, how am I not included in this? Yeah, fuck him. He's, like, really weird. You know, Toby, I hope you understand that I consider you a friend. And I also consider fucking Bill Hicks a friend. And I don't like seeing you people in and supporting what's against me. He's the person that spreads lies and says I'm a bad friend.
Okay, I'm spreading lies. I mean, it's normal where if 2 people have a falling out, both people will give their grievances. It's one thing if you're talking to small circle of friends, but I do not expect Bill Hicks or Timmy or Skeptical Jesus, even when I present my, like, grievances and everything, why I went my separate ways, I wouldn't expect any of them to be like, you know what, fuck Shab. So it's just, I'm not the one going live and talking about Shabisky. So it's just, who's the one spreading information and spreading lies?
Fuck that. Fuck him. He likes to, he plays games. He's not a good friend. He doesn't, like, fuck that. Fuck that. Okay? You don't even understand. Like, anybody who's really been friends with me for a long time understands that I'm somebody that you could walk over and over again. I never fucking call him a bad friend. You know why? Because I'm a little fucking bitch like him. It takes very little for him to call you a bad friend.
Well, I'm a bitch. Who's the one throwing temper tantrums? Who's the one who can't just move forward?
He's been walking over me for years, and I never called him a bad friend. Fuck him. Let him meet me in the fucking ring.
And, yeah, Shab hasn't been walking over me at all.
He thinks, oh, because he runs on this treadmill, I'm scared of him. Fuck him. I'm never going to be scared.
I think Shab cares too much about what I think. It's like, I don't think anybody's scared of me.
Scared of him. I never was.
Okay.
Let him meet me in the fucking ring. Will you meet me in the ring? No.
So, like, Shab seems pretty ghetto, pretty seedy here. It's like, yeah, I bet I could beat them in a fight, motherfucker!
He's a fucking fake friend, that's all he's ever been. He has martial arts training, tell him to get me in the ring now. Tell him to get me in the...
Do you have wrestling?
Yeah, I wrestled in high school, I don't think
In high school, yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could call it martial arts, but I still...
Yeah,
I wouldn't say I'm trained in martial arts.
Oh, he has martial arts training. He never bragged about that, and fuck that.
Okay, I've actually fought on the streets. Has he ever even fought anybody? Fuck him.
Look, self-awareness, practical.
Wow. I mean, Shab's quite the model citizen, engaging in like violent crimes on the streets.
Yes, I like to wear it. Buttoned up, don't like to let no.
I have a star bigger than his fucking skull, Pinky. You have no clue. Fuck him. Oh, his wrestling.
And with a pair of gloves that I hope doesn't perish. I discovered though when I get holes in them and I let join and I'm in higher spirits. My mistake is like a screaming parent, just repeating lyrics.
Yeah, school wrestling isn't much, especially when it comes to actually being in the ring and in box scenes, Skabibi.
I never claimed that wrestling is this like big deal.
Exactly. Sorry, but like, Jake Paul being in high school wrestling didn't really help him much.
Apparel. All of us have made defensive scarecrows how we scatter around our fields and treat like heroes when they scare away the things that we should cherish because we're too embarrassed.
Yeah. You know that you're in the right if you can beat somebody in a fight. So if you think 2 + 2 = 4, and they think 2 + 2 = 5, and they beat you in a fight, it now equals 5. That's how facts work.
To admit the fair is that we lost. Yeah, but what is it?
Shab sounds like a lot of the MAGA tards, Trump tards in our chat. Yeah, I bet I could beat them in a fight. I bet they're a virgin. I bet they're gay. Yeah.
Matter, I get to manifest.
Pinky, my brother may have been a fucking maggot with an F that fucking kissed people before he fought, but I don't do that. I don't need to kiss someone before I fucking fight him. I'm not a little retard who puts on a show. I can just fucking...
Yeah, Shab's not a little retard.
Fuck him. I met plenty of those dudes who want to kiss you. Mwah! Because they don't know what the fuck it is to actually fight. They want to put on a show. They're little children. You don't know what it's like.
Oh, and you're not a child, Shab, talking about, like, yeah, I'll meet you in the ring and fight you.
Have you never not met one of those dudes, Skabibi, who do that? Who is about to get in a fight, goes, mwah! Like, you know, gets in there, the other dude's face, even kisses him, and shit. It's retarded.
Wow, Shab's a little thug.
That's retard mode. That's I don't know how to fight and I want to put on a show to try to make it look like I know what I'm doing. My brother was retarded and so was fucking John. So is John.
Oh, yeah, I'm retarded.
His
He's a retard.
And Shab's smart. Do you know Shab's straight up told me that he thinks he's smarter than most people?
Oh, that's funny.
His bridge building won't get him out of anything else. Yes,
yeah. I like that. So now that you don't like a person, there can't be any positive characteristics associated with them.
Yeah.
No, they're not smart. They're a poopy butthead. It's like, yeah, I'm sure that if you tested my cognition compared to Shab's, I'm sure he'd outperform me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we know where John lives. We should do a meet up at his house. Yeah, Tubby. I'm sure John watched my last stream where I talked about him and there was all this attention about it. I'm sure he watched it and he really thought through my criticisms that I said during that stream. I'm sure he really thought it through instead of being a dumbass. Like,
well, you know what? I have critiqued it and everyone will see it. So I guess other people can decide whether they think it was properly thought through.
He's always been with that Kimberly bitch.
What? He's always being with that Kimberly bitch?
I didn't hear it. So,
I'm sorry that I'm so aggressive tonight and stuff, guys, but you know what? I think I've been a good friend to people over the years, and I've always been a good friend. And
yeah, Shab's been a good friend because Shab says he's been a good friend.
Then there's certain motherfuckers that come along and call me a bad friend and try to share that information out to people who don't fucking know me.
He seems to care a lot about what other people think.
Oh. Spread that rumor to people like Xenemy and fucking Kimberly, people who are brand new, to even know who I am. They barely...
Okay, so with Shabisky, the way he's treated me, like we've gone over like how he'll throw me under the bus on stream and make me like a fucking whipping boy. How many people do you think who just see me from a distance and it's like, yeah, John Morgan brags about his, like how much money he has and thinks he's smart and yeah, he's a piece of shit. Like they see me on streams where everyone's dogpiling me. How many people who barely know me just looking at things from a distance probably develop like negative opinions of me? Because of how Shab's gone about things.
Yeah.
So if he cares so much about like people who don't really know me judging me, well, Imagine how I feel. I've dealt with a lot of that in these internet circles, which is one of the reasons why I want to go my separate ways from Shab.
Didn't spend an hour talking to me, let alone. But they know me so well.
And lots of people have stated that even Teddy mentioned that. Which, do you remember that? Where he said that like, he believes that a lot of the negative sort of opinions people have of me in these circling communities, a lot of it is curated by Shab.
I mean, you'd have to tell me, like, where and when this was. I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, it's when we were watching the stream with Kino.
Oh, the Kino stream. Oh, okay.
But, yeah, lots of people have shared that a lot of the sort of animosity that I get from these neighboring communities, people I haven't interacted with, that know me from a distance, that lots of people have said that they think that a lot of the hate I get is curated through Shab. So, but hey, if people have shared that opinion with me, they're just retards. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't really know Shab. But the people who tell Shab he's right, they know what they're talking about. They're smart because they tell Shab what he wants to hear.
Fucking John is a bad friend because he spent years having me being loyal to him and being a good friend for him to get mad over something that happened 6 months or a year or so ago.
6 months or a year ago. God, Shab has the best memory.
That is an example of me being a bad friend. It's silly.
He's stupid. I'm not stupid.
It's weird mental gymnastics where he ignores reality so he can try to focus on these specific times where, oh, well, Shabisky didn't agree with me when I disagreed with somebody else in the chat. Well, guess what, John? Me disagreeing or agreeing with you on everything. God,
he's so fucking slow. It's not that you disagreed with me. Again, it's the fact that somebody was being rude, disrespectful, and I stood up for myself, and you threw me under the bus to make me look like the villain. And you do that 100% of the time that somebody is being combative with me in the moment. You always like throw me under the bus and make it look like I'm the bad guy.
Doesn't make me a bad or good friend. I don't need to agree with you on every subject for me to be a good friend, but that's his logic.
I don't need people to agree with me on every subject. So, I don't care if he disagrees with me on certain issues, and, there's plenty of people where, like Bill Hicks, I don't have all the same opinions, like, that he does. I don't expect people to agree with me on everything. And this just, again, he doesn't get it. It's the fact that you allow people to treat me poorly, and if I stand up for myself, then you present it like I'm the bad guy. You throw me under the bus live on stream.
Agree with him. I'm a bad friend. Well, guess what, John? You're fucking wrong. Mind blower.
Yeah, you're wrong because I say you're wrong. Because, just because. Nothing after the because.
And that's what I've had to deal with for years. There's a friend that's that fucking horrible. Where if you do not agree with them, you are a bad friend. Okay? And that's disgusting, Timmy. You don't understand that? Like, how bad that is to have a friend like that? And I've dealt with it, and I put up with it for years. And now it's all said, oh, I'm a bad friend. The person that's dealing with this shit, dealing with him trying to have more control over my community than I have. All this sorts of stuff. I'm the bad friend. It's silly. It's mental gymnastics bullshit, and it's unfair. It's about time somebody fucking stick up.
And again, I've discussed it with him in the mediation chat. I don't expect full control. And I'm gonna show the DMs that I've had with him to show what I communicated privately. And I think I made my desires very clear. So his depiction of like, or what he's presenting to people, I just want complete and total control over his community, is just slander and is horseshit.
For me, like seriously, when has John ever put his fucking neck out for me? Never. He never will.
God, he's
never
looping.
been as friend as I have been for him.
Repetitive.
They remember what you did and forget what they did. Yeah. I'm much more than just the situations that John wants to focus on. And if you think that's all I am, then you don't understand me and you don't think I'm a good person.
I don't think that's all there is, but I mean, it's pretty pronounced, and it's pronounced to the point where I just don't want to be friends with you anymore because of it.
Like, you're just basing on stupid shit and you just need to fuck off anyways. Like, it's not fair. We've all done things we don't like we regret. And I told John that I didn't take care of the whole situation with those retards a while back the right way and other stuff. Even though I admit I'm wrong, I'm still a bad friend for those situations.
Well, he didn't really admit that he was wrong. That's the thing where he tried to make excuses that, well, I didn't do everything the best, so because I could have walked on eggshells a little bit more, I can't really blame him for not really being able to see the reality of the situation. So he kind of finds a way to weasel out of admitting that he was at fault there.
It doesn't matter if I apologize. I still have to pay for it in the end because he's retarded.
And the thing is, apologies don't matter if you keep doing the same thing over and over again. So the reason I keep bringing it up is because the same thing keeps happening.
Didn't he continue to ignore you, Timmy, when you would ask to go on PPP? Does that give you a hint of what type of person he is? I'm not sure what time that was, but maybe Timmy will understand the reference. I don't know. I'm not really sure. But I think it's disgusting because, I'm not perfect, but I think I am somebody who treats people nicely and stuff. And I've perpetually been that way my whole life. And it's disgusting for people to come along like John.
Didn't Shab talk about how he would engage in violence in the streets? And Shab's told me some stories about shit he's done when he was a kid. Or not even a kid, when he was out of high school and everything. And I don't want to reveal the stuff on stream, but Shab's done some pretty fucking egregious things in real life. So I don't think he's always been this really great, charismatic person.
Who, I'm not a complete sycophant for, so I'm a bad friend. That's disgusting. And nobody's...
And again, black and white. It's just me saying that I'd like him to apply more cadence and like him to be more supportive is me saying that he has to be a complete and total sycophant.
To try to reframe what I am or how good of a friend I am based on such silly context. Silly. Childish. I deserve fucking more than that. If you don't believe so, then, whatever. Maybe you're John's friend. I don't know. You want to come hang out on the stream with me, Chubby? The same way Bill Hicks is hanging out with Gene and Kimberly. You want to come hang out with me? Obviously, Gene talking bad about his friend and Kimberly, feeding into the...
Oh, and Shab's not talking bad about me here.
The bullshit is... They're good people. So Bill Hicks should be hanging out with them.
I don't know if you landed yet. You're making no service. Anyway...
Just treat everybody that's good like they're bad.
I wanted to ask.
So I just want to let everybody know that I messaged John 12 minutes ago and said, keep ignoring your debt, rich guy. So I messaged him on...
Oh, there you go. Mentions, mentions my, financial well-being again.
I'm fine with continuing to be friends at a distance, but you still owe me for 2 shows. He ignored that. 14 days at the 14th of this month. Now at the 22nd of this month, I'm saying, keep ignoring your debt, rich guy. Well, he is live. He's on Discord right now, sharing his screen on PPP, hanging out with people in the chat, including Bill Hicks, and he is fine with ignoring his debt. I guess he thinks that when he came through on that...
I swear I respond to him.
Night and tipped a bunch and beat Taylor in a tipping battle and chose the movie night, that meant he was paying his bills. Because, that makes sense. Not like that should have been fucking Taylor's movie night in that logic. But no.
Well, here's the thing. Let's say he's like, oh, that should have been Taylor's movie night. You got, close to $500 from that bidding war. So...
Just give her a fucking movie night, dude.
Yeah, it's just... I think... the bidding war wouldn't have happened unless I was doing it, even if you want to claim that that doesn't count as pay. I mean, even when that's not included, I've been paying well over what he claims he's owed. But it just seems like he's pretty ungrateful.
Here, let me let him know. I'll let people know not to trust you when you say you'll pay them for a job. It's okay. Ruin your, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, I think that's good enough.
Ruin your?
Everyone will know, cool guy. That's my last message to him. Okay, so, just so you guys know, let it be known to the people. John will make agreements with you to pay you for shows, but he will not necessarily come through with paying you for the shows. He'll exaggerate on how much he pays you to the public, then pay you very less.
Have I exaggerated? So... It's like I've shown the transactions.
And then, when you need payment, he'll blow you off and act like he doesn't need to actually pay people who work for him. Dude, it's not fucking cute, though, Pinky. It's really fucking disgusting. Take seriously when it comes to paying you.
Horrible music. Wanna cuddle, Althea? No, she wants to play with my headphone. Althea, I wanna cuddle. Is he about to say something? Okay, it's unmuted.
God, the stream's like 4 hours. Oh, I think this is when I gave him the reply. It's at 2 times speed, so probably seems like he's typing a lot faster than what the reality is. Jesus.
Oh my god. Shab, you're so retarded.
Hey, no. I'm the retarded one. Shab's smart. Shab's smarter than most people, according to Shab.
I think we should all give up on everything.
I want to get a sense of how fast his typing is.
Not as fast as mine.
Or mine.
I type faster than you, Jane. Shut the fuck up.
I'd say when I use my laptop keyboard, I type really fast.
I don't like those.
I type very well with a flat keyboard for some reason. The keyboards with yeah.
I don't. I mean, it feels nice, and then it's like, no, I need them deep pressing keys.
So the response he gave me was pretty brief. So it's just he shared the response that I gave him, and then Taylor said in his Discord, "Wow, Gene like wrote you an entire book." And I was in the voice chat with you guys when I wrote the response, and it took me a few minutes. And he didn't really type that much, and like look at how long he's typing here.
You're such a shit talker.
Joining me. I guess Bill Hicks would join me, but he's busy hanging out with some prostitute and some jerk that doesn't know how to treat his fucking friends right.
Alright, welcome to the Backyard Bug Farm. Everything starts right here.
And again, Shab knows how to treat his friends right, because Shab says he knows how to treat his friends right.
Even when it's 110, look at that flow.
You should have had to pay your first 7 shows up front.
I think he should actually pay back for everything he said he paid me for, because he said he paid me $100 a show when he paid me way less. Maybe he should go back to all the shows and pay me.
I never said I paid him $100 a show.
But hey, no, it wouldn't make him look like a rich guy if he just did that in the background, didn't brag about it in the public, you know.
So he's like trying to argue that me posting the receipts to show how much on average he was being paid is me bragging. Like, anybody that entertains this, that watches him, and it's like, yeah, you go, Shabisky, they're just a bunch of mindless automatons. They don't know how to think for themselves.
Automatons.
Yeah, well, it's just, oh, I'm bragging. He's making claims that I'm stealing money from him, and then when I post the receipts, that's me bragging.
Help too much, you know? Only bragging and lying in the public helps you. Fuck you! Fuck you! What kind of shirt you got?
Dude, like, again, anybody that entertains this. I mean, I've seen Skeppy try to defend this to some extent, and it's just, are they really that fucking dumb? It's just Shab. It's like if Shab pointed to a picture of an apple and said it's an orange, a lot of these people would be like, yeah, I've seen orange now. They just don't know how to think.
Rick and Morty.
I can't accept that. You're going to have to,
so Gene is using that. He responded back to me, and his whole doing a movie night and winning the movie night versus Taylor was his example of him paying my bill.
Okay, I pointed that out to show just how ungrateful he is. Because, I mean, he made $500 over two people bidding for a movie night, but I've pointed it out time and time again that even if you take the tips for movie night out of the equation, he has still been paid more than the, what he said, $66 a stream. So he is just not being honest here. It's just, this is hard fucking data. This is basic math. It's just 1 equals 1. $66 is $66. 27 streams is 27 streams. $2,691 is $2,691. I don't get how these people are not able to process this. Like, what do you think it is?
Why they can't process it?
Yeah.
Like I said, it's like, should we type up a spreadsheet? Or you, I guess. Because that's what I would, like, Shabisky's not doing that on stream, so how he's getting his point across just by bitching. And I guess
and then
they believe they're white knighting him, like you said.
Yeah, and then they'll claim that John Morgan needs to show proof that those tips weren't for movie night. It's like, no, Shab needs to show proof. He's the one claiming that I'm stealing. I pointed to the two movies this year that I've tipped for movie night, and he has refused to give an example of any other movies that I've donated for. So if he wants to claim that I'm lying about those two movies being the movies I donated for, then the onus is on him to provide some level of evidence. But it's just people who want to defend him, it's this sort of double standard, where it's my job to provide proof that there weren't these other, like, services that I paid for. It's not Shab's to show that there were those services that weren't being paid for.
So him fucking Taylor over when it comes to a movie night and using the money he owed me to make the movie night happen where he chose the movie. That made sense. That's cute.
Interesting.
Don't you think that's fucked up?
Yeah.
Like,
So you're saying that that's how he paid you? Is
he says, I'm not giving you any more money. You were given a $250 tip the night before your garbage disposal meltdown, which was him disagreeing with something when it comes to garbage disposals that makes sense. I actually have installed many garbage disposals before.
Oh, God. Yeah, Shab's a PhD when it comes to garbage disposal installation.
And he doesn't even know.
Dude, he is so fucking obsessed with this. He is such a snowflake. If we're going to talk about somebody who can't handle being wrong, just look at Shab and how much he's dwelling over this.
How to install a garbage disposal. But anyways, before your garbage disposal meltdown, with Taylor donating an additional $200 to try to outbid me, you know the additional $200 wouldn't have happened if I hadn't been the one tipping. Furthermore, if you still feel the need to argue that you're still deserving on some sort of compensation.
And I like how they're trying to hyper-focus on that receipt as opposed to, or on that DM, when I typed that up in the moment. We were in the general chat, So they're trying to act like, yeah, see him saying that when he was just responding to Shab in the moment, like, fuck you, I'm not giving you any more money, I've given you enough money. Let's ignore all the other receipts that show that he's been paid more than what he claims he's owed. And whether you calculate it by, like, what I thought it was, $16 an hour, and you look at the 27 streams and how many hours we streamed in those 27 streams, whether it's $60 a stream, like Shab said, in the end, he has been paid. Whether you incorporate the tips for the movie nights or not, he has been paid. So if he wants to claim that there is extra money that he is owed, the onus is on him to show proof or evidence of what he thinks those extra services were that I've neglected to pay him over. Instead, he's trying to engage in selection bias and hyper-focus on one DM and act like that's the only thing that's worth paying attention to.
The payment from you as my I'm going to siphon the payment from you as my compensation for the collateral you caused from your childish and socially retarded behavior. So wait, he's saying he's going to take away money.
Okay, wait.
What?
Wait. So that wasn't
What?
an empty threat on your side, and it's interesting he's not like.
Yeah.
I almost feel like you should have done that, so at least he would have a reason to slander.
No.
You know, be mad about something that actually happened.
And the thing is, he just seems to interpret everything in an overly literal manner. What I love is when we're showing the transactions and the hard numbers, that they want to ignore. Instead, they want to focus on DMs where things are more arbitrary because we're just talking about people angry and going back and forth in the DM. So let's focus on something that's far less concrete. And it's when I said, oh, I'm siphoning pay, it's just if you think you're due, if you think you're owed any more money, it's like, fuck you, look at all this other stuff you did, I'm not giving you any more money. But they want to focus on that as opposed to all the receipts that show that he has been fucking paid.
No, he's just saying he's clawing it back somehow.
No. Listen to this. If you still feel that the need to argue that you are still deserving of some sort of compensation, I'm going to siphon the payment from you as my compensation for the collateral you caused from your childish and socially retarded behavior.
He's lucky.
And then he gives me a
didn't
list.
Do that is my point.
Yeah.
Like.
And when I said siphoning it, I didn't mean I was taking it away. I meant that it's just, if he thinks there's 200 more there, then I'm not giving it, and I'm just going to tax him for that. And that wasn't like some serious comment. That was just me responding to him when he was going around talking shit about me and doing a lot of shitty things. So he wants to focus on these back and forth DMs as opposed to focusing on, again, the hard evidence that I posted out in the open.
And I think you said it was like you just do like a chargeback with PayPal. Does he know that that's what you meant?
Well, no, I wasn't planning on taking any money back.
Oh.
I was just done. It's like, I'm not engaging any more financial transactions with you.
Behaviors in question.
And maybe I should have worded it better, but still, it's just, Shab's talked about how he'd like to kick your ass, and he said a lot of other egregious things, so should we interpret that in a absolutely literal manner?
Yeah, should we?
Question, let me go through the list. Having an alcoholic meltdown, thus creating a giant public spectacle over something as ridiculous as a garbage disposal. Yeah, because Shabisky agrees that that's the problem, the garbage disposal, and not the lack of being able to admit that you're wrong.
Oh, because Shab's right, again. When Shab was completely drunk and doesn't even remember what the discussion was over and what points he made relative to me, that's not what matters. And again, Shab's right because Shab thinks he's right.
Maybe here, like, fuck you. And then second reason, like always, engage in incredibly thoughtless and myopic behavior. That's not allowing me to enjoy my cousin's wedding by having your series of self-pandering, zero self-accountability temper tantrums. So because I was mad at him and he happened to be doing some wedding I didn't know about,
Well, I told him I was away at my cousin's wedding, and in DMs, we've gone over the DMs, I told him that I was away at my cousin's wedding and I'd be back Monday. So this just shows how dishonest Shab is. So it's just contradiction after contradiction. He is claiming he didn't know that I was at my cousin's wedding. And when I'm making the argument that one of the reasons I don't want to be friends with him anymore is because he gets drunk and then he's not all there. He doesn't take in all the facts of what's going on in his life and with the people around him. And he's claiming that he didn't know that I was at my cousin's wedding when we have the DMs. I'm going to have to show it on screen where I told him I was at my cousin's wedding and I'd be back on Monday. And we also talked in voice chat about it. So people just don't want to hold him to any level of accountability. And when he shows this sort of negligence and he shows that he is prone to this level of error, people just, again, don't give a fuck. They want to act like Shab is just infallible.
That makes it where he shouldn't pay me. This other reason is not waiting until I return before discussing everything. So again, that adds to the same thing. Getting the entire community involved when I was not present to advocate for or defend myself. That's exactly what... Dude, he is fucking retarded. Insulting my girlfriend...
He is fucking retarded. It's like, Shab's not really able to go into detail and refute the arguments I'm making. He's just relying on ad homs.
It's me insulting your sweaty girlfriend doesn't mean you don't owe the money you promised. She's a sweaty whore. Fuck her. That doesn't mean you don't fucking...
Like speaking, bro. They're not gonna be able to hear what you're saying.
Dude, I'm so fucking pissed. Him acting like me insulting his girlfriend means he doesn't need to pay me what he promised is silly. Him acting like...
So, let's do a little... Yeah. Let's do a little social experiment here. So, what if I was mad at Shab and the exact same thing happened? And what if I claim that Shab wasn't paying me for some service where there was some verbal agreement, and let's say Shab was showing the exact same receipts that I'm showing everybody. And let's say I went live and was like talking shit about Shab's girlfriend, and I was doing all the same thing Shab was doing. Nobody would be defending me. All the people defending Shab would still be defending Shab.
Well, and then they'd make it like, well, you have money. Why do you need more money? Or something like that. Or like, you're an engineer. You have your job. You make so much money at that you talk about all the time.
And it's almost like that adds more credence to the argument that Shab is kind of just an ungrateful brat who feels like he's entitled to my money.
And I got mad about him being wrong.
What's that?
He's 100% he does.
Yeah.
I feel like he thinks he's entitled to like everyone's money or so just for sitting there and smoking weed on stream. There's nothing special about that.
Yeah, well, again, people like to baby him.
I need my camera to turn.
Fucking A.
There we go.
What else is on here? I'm ready to fucking bash his face in. Let's see, not abiding by laws that keeps a Don banned until I got home that Monday, allowing...
Dude, Shab is a little thug.
Ban, and then punishing me for trying to keep the drama subdued until I return. That... When was there ever sort of... Like, there was an... No, Pinky,
You were drunk, Shab, so it was agreed upon that we would talk about all this until I got back. And then one of the reasons I don't want to be friends with Shab anymore is his drunken sort of behavior. And this is a good example. He doesn't even remember what was communicated. And if we're talking about DMs, it's like they want to hyper focus on the one DM I had where it's like, I'm not paying you anymore, fuck you. And I went off on like those different reasons. And it was a angry in the moment response. But then they don't want to focus on DMs where I told Shab that I was at my cousin's wedding, and he still went ahead and made everything a public spectacle. But Shab didn't know, even though it was directly communicated to him in voice chat and in DMs.
Pinky, if you worked a job, and you worked all the hours, and then it came around the time where your boss didn't pay you for your time, and they told you, well... You drink too much, and so it's like, no, I did the hours, right, Pinky? It shouldn't be like, oh, wait.
Nobody smokes weed and drinks alcohol and gets inebriated on the fucking job and like gets away with it. You're fucking fired. Like, I worked a real job at a place where there was an alcohol bottle found, and they like, I don't know if they read someone's text, but they linked it to this guy. I believe it was Matt was his name, and he got fired. So, and that was fast food. That was the bottom of the bottom. He got fired for drinking on the job. Shab, you're not treating it like a real job, so don't act like it's a real job.
Well, like, I would say that's kind of arbitrary. What is a real job, what isn't. But if you are going to classify this as a job, Shab's very privileged. His job is to play video games and smoke weed and get drunk. So Shab definitely does not work a very hard and strenuous job. And he has a very cush sort of lifestyle compared to most people globally and nationally. So it just shows, again, how much of an entitled brat he is and how people just love fucking babying him.
Well, I mean, the point is, like, okay, he can do whatever he wants on his stream, but when he's working for someone else, like you, he needs to be sober and show up on time and inform you of, like, schedule changes at least 24 hours, because I don't know if he's aware, because he probably hasn't ever worked a real job. You have to give them, like, a fucking week in advance, and then sometimes they say no. It's fucking annoying, because someone else has been there longer than you.
Yeah, and Shab, that was another thing. I'm an asshole paying Shab and expecting him not to get drunk on my streams.
Oh, after you did
the
hours, you made fun of my slutty girlfriend. So I don't have to pay you. It's like, no, that's not how it works. That's not how the law works in agreements. If you agree to pay somebody an hourly wage, and they work that time, and then hours later, after that, they say, oh, well, my boss's girlfriend is a slut, which she is, that doesn't mean that it's okay for the boss to not pay the worker, right? Correct? Am I wrong? Like acting like I'm mad for that, it's silly. Like, if you worked at your job, Pinky, for a bunch of hours, and you were promised a payment, and you happen to 10 hours after your work shift, get too drunk and say something fucked up, that doesn't mean that you don't get paid. That's not how this world works. The boss could say, oh, you're fired and I'm not going to do this anymore with you. But they can't say, oh, I'm not going to pay you. Right? And it would be justified. Bro. Yeah, it would be just... Do you not agree that it would be...
Okay, the point is, there's no contract. It was an informal agreement. Shab isn't even consistent when he says what the pay was, or what the agreed upon pay was. Then, when I asked him, he didn't want to give an answer. So when I tried to, like, recall what the agreed upon payment, I could have sworn that I've heard $16 an hour thrown around. Also, he brought up on stream, so we do have the hard evidence that he said $66 a stream. And it's just, in the end, we've shown that I've paid him more than he's due. There's so many months where he's like, hey, can you pay me? I would just give him $200 because it's just whatever. Regardless of whether we did 2 streams that month or 4 streams that month.
Justified for you to be mad at that point, Pinky?
Wait, so you're saying...
For the boss to be like, oh, you talk shit about...
You never really kept up with it? He just asked you and you're like, yeah, here you go.
Yeah.
Okay, and
so,
that doesn't happen in the real world either. Like...
Yeah, so
stop.
It's just, he did not make it a formal thing, and I did not make it a formal thing, but if you want to, like, make it as formal as possible in a scenario like this, where it's an informal verbal agreement, I showed all the receipts and the transactions, and I showed how many streams we did, so the hard data is out there, and they want to ignore that.
Me, after you work...
Oh, punch. This is a big bug.
Yeah. What do you mean severance, Pinky? And so, insulting my girlfriend, exercising hostility towards her because she decided to stand up for me, thus demonstrating that you can't cope when even a single person calls you out on your bad behavior. So that's his logic. Because the person that he hangs out with said something bad about me and I'm unhappy about it, that means that you're automatically... Like, this is the kind of logic that you see lolcows come through with. If you, like, they think that if they called you a rapist and then you got mad about them calling you a rapist, that means, well, you're a rapist. And it's like, no, that's not, that logic doesn't make sense.
What? So let's go back and listen to that.
Come through with. If you, like, they think that if they called you a rapist and then you got mad about them calling you a rapist, that means, well,
that's like a false equivalence. That is a terrible analogy. So me being like, hey, I'm not gonna fucking pay you because of all these shitty things you did, that, like, how does that compare to calling somebody or accusing somebody of being something, and then if they get mad in response to it, that equates to them being that thing? It's just, Chad needs to work on giving better analogies when he's trying to form arguments.
You're a rapist. And it's like, no, that's not, that logic doesn't make sense. Just because your stupid ass girlfriend...
I agree that logic doesn't make sense, but the logic that I was using there in the DMs. And again, it was something that I was in the voice chat with you and Bill Hicks. It was something that I just wrote up briefly as like a fuck you. So him trying to fall back on that as if it somehow like is the end all be all. But the point is, how much money has he been paid? And that's something that people don't want to pay attention to. They act like how much he was paid doesn't matter. Let's hyper focus on this DM that John Morgan made. And it's like, well, even if I said, fuck you, like I'm, or even if I said, oh, I've only paid you 5 cents this year in a DM, it's like, okay, it would be kind of stupid to say that in a DM, but if you can look at the transactions and see that they have indeed been paid the amount that was, like, promised to them, then why are you not focusing on the transactions and those receipts? And instead, why are you hyper-focusing on a DM that's sort of irrelevant? It's almost like they're just engaging in selection bias.
Who doesn't even know me says I'm a bad friend, and I respond by getting mad. That doesn't mean that I am the person in the wrong. That doesn't mean that. And thinking that logic makes sense? I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by severance pay. I'm sure John would watch this and call me a dumbass because he likes doing that, and that's all his life is about. So severance pay.
It's all my life is about, calling Shab a dumbass.
Payment of benefits, way offer, employee upon.
Dude, he doesn't even know what severance pay is. Never mind, you're right, Shab. I am going to watch this and think you're a dumbass. Like, Shab gets out a lot. He's really in touch with the real world.
Way off. Oh, I don't think he should pay me for that. I think he should just fucking pay me what he promised. But he's coming out with a list of
I did, and I paid you more than I promised.
Excuses on why he doesn't need to pay me. Because he put a bunch of money in for Movie Knot, and I outbid Taylor to try to make himself look rich, while only paying my wage that he owed me.
Oh, and that's why I did it, just to make myself look rich.
You were trying to impress me, Gene.
Yeah.
But using that as something to flex for his fucking, internet butthole girl. So what did he...
I don't think you were there for that. Oh, you were. But it's just, Shab's just appealing a possibility. It could be that, therefore that one. I want it to be that, therefore it is that, because Shab really likes making up his own facts.
Let's see, insulting my girlfriend, exercising hostility towards her because, refusing to take any effort to address the Dawn recording of what was supposed to be private mediation in the chat. Again, refusing to do any damage control. No, I know, John, I know, you're all right and I'm all wrong. I told the Dawn that it's not right. I told Timmy.
Okay, well, did you respond to me? That's the other thing. People tried to claim that I was in the wrong ghosting Zidane, which I've shown receipts that I wasn't ghosting them. And they were trying to hang me with that. And then they want to ignore the fact that there's receipts, there's hard evidence that shows that what they were claiming was objectively false. And then Shab's not a bad guy when I contacted him over that, and he decided to just ghost me and not update me on what was going on.
You're here. Did I not tell you that it's not okay, like, at some point, like, it wasn't a good choice to record?
And it's just, how was I supposed to know that? So this is why, like, Shab's like a toddler, where it's just toddlers don't have theory of mind. And if they're watching Sesame Street, they think that grandmom, who's living 2 counties over in her apartment, that grandmom also knows what Big Bird's telling them. That's Shabisky. It's just, I know that I address this, therefore this person also knows, and I shouldn't do the more ethical thing, which is at least communicate with them. And then he's mad when I didn't respond to him when he's like, hey, you still owe me money. And it's just, well, maybe abide by what you preach, Shab.
Right? Like,
You did say not to do it, yeah.
And I said it was a bad choice, and I said that to Dawn. And John wants to act like I'm not somebody that's sticking up for what's right, because he just...
But you still did not update me on what was going on and kept me in the dark.
Fucking thinks he's always right, because he knows how to build bitches, and he's super smart. Again, refusing to do any damage control or cleanup for any...
So, again, the John Morgan builds bridges, he's an engineer, he's rich, he thinks he's smart. Look at just how often Shab's saying this and regurgitating it. That's not something that I'm doing.
Collateral that stemmed from your careless and thoughtless decisions? I didn't decide to do the recording, retard. But I went against it. Retard! I know, it would take some fucking brains, dude.
It would take some brains. In the end, it doesn't matter if you condoned it and think it, or if you think it was okay. If you just decided to do nothing, I would say that's still unethical. But the point is, you did not update me, and you did not respond. You did not tell me, like, okay, I'll look into it. So that's something where, like, who's the retard here?
Fucking Gene, come to where I am. You wouldn't dare fucking come face to face with me and fuck with me. Because I ain't fucking with you. You think just because you run on your treadmill with your retarded ass I'm scared of you? I've never been scared of you, and I never will. Okay? You're fucking pissing me off.
God. And it's, I'm not trying to scare or intimidate anybody, but it shows just how Shab has a thug mentality. He really does have the personality of somebody who dropped out of high school at the age of 14.
What's his other reason? Not acting like an adult. So, when you work for somebody and you accomplish the things that they...
Yeah, he dropped out of high school at the age of 14.
But he's smarter than you.
Yeah, and he's smarter than most people. Yeah, and Shab straight up told me that, so... Like, Shab's not arrogant for thinking that he is smarter than most people. That is something he has straight up said.
Tell you, I will pay you for it. If you don't act like an adult, that means they don't have to pay you. I'm sure that would work for you, Pinky. At whatever job you work, if all of a sudden they sent you a message and said, oh, we're not going to send you this week's paycheck because you weren't acting like an adult.
But it is just, he didn't have that sort of coming of age, like, social sort of development that you have in high school. And, I mean, when I was in high school, you know, kind of networking, working for the first time, applying for colleges, doing whatever to try to transition into your adult life. And then also, he claimed that he was on unemployment or disability or something for the first several years of his adult life. So Shab's always been somebody who has had a very low effort, low energy lifestyle, who hasn't really applied themselves. And, I'm Hitler saying this about Shab, but I mean, I moved out when I was 18 and cut my parents off. So I, like, when I was in high school, had to spend a lot of time making sure that I had some, like, stable source of income. And I had to make sure to, like, once I was 18 and living on my own, I had to be able to manage my life, manage my finances, manage work and school simultaneously. And I've also I've also gone through that coming of age process of networking in your early adult life, your sort of internship phase. And that's one of the things that I found really annoying with Shab, is that he never leaves his house. And then you saw in those streams, Shab wants to call me a social retard. And it's, I've had to socialize far more than Shabisky. Mm-hmm. So I've gotten outside my fucking house far more than Shab has.
Like, seriously, I have bills to pay and stuff, and this motherfucker wastes my time having me host stuff for him. So he can be like, oh.
Everyone has bills to pay, Shab. You're not special.
You didn't act like enough of an adult for me to pay you.
And you can just ask your parents more for money, because I know that you've done that. So, Shab's told me that he's had to borrow money from his fucking parents.
I was there hosting it and bringing in the people. Like,
yeah, and it's not like we're still getting more views than any of his videos. So it's just all Shab.
Like, you either agree to it or you don't. Refusing to take, not acting like an adult by simply going your separate ways while deciding to talk shit about me on stream. Wow. So because I talked shit about him on stream, after he decided to fire me, or I decided to quit because he said,
oh, he didn't, no, I quit. He didn't fire me. We got it right there. We're gonna have to, like, timestamp this. Or we're gonna have to timestamp this. Okay, 43 minutes in.
Yeah, 45
that is,
but yeah.
Yeah, that is fucking hilarious. Because I'm mad that he fired me. I quit.
Wait, replay it. Replay it.
Refusing to take, not acting like an adult by simply going your separate ways while deciding to talk shit about me on stream. Wow. So because I talked shit about him on stream, after he decided to fire me, or I decided to quit because he said I was a bad friend, because of that, because so working with John means you don't have freedom of speech.
Yeah, because that's how it happened.
If you stop working with him, you're not allowed to say what you want. No, Pinky, like, I don't like this whole mommy, fuck that, okay? Don't say mommy and daddy should get along and shit. This is retarded.
This is him not treating.
It's retarded. It's retarded. It's retarded. Shab's got a really, like, sort of expansive vocabulary.
Okay, but it's not a mommy and daddy. It's a toddler and daddy. Like,
Yeah.
Other people correctly.
It's the 30-something-year-old man-child who won't move out of their place, and then daddy cuts them off and kicks them out, and now they're playing the victim.
It's not okay to make an agreement with somebody that if you spend so much time a day doing this task for me, I'll pay you this much money. And then they complete the task and you go, oh, well, I don't think you acted mature enough that day. Well, you know.
Okay, the point is that I've given you more than enough money throughout the years. Like, I've given Shab a shit ton of fucking money, and I know that I've given him money that far exceeds the amount of time he's put into PPP. Regardless of whether it's $66 a stream or $16 an hour per stream. And we've shown the receipts that have shown that he has been paid. He's been paid his fair share. Movie nights or no movie nights.
You said something mean about me a week later. You said my girlfriend was a bajo. It's like, that's not how this world works. Like, am I retarded? To think that...
yeah, you are, Shab.
What?
It's like dry herb vaporizer.
Okay,
I've had a Yocan before, but not that.
In the real world, you don't talk shit because, I mean, like, I'm not saying that they can decide not to pay you, but they can decide to fire you. And depending on the state and the job and stuff like that, it's easier to fire you than other jobs. You know, and probably other states. I can't speak for all states. So in this situation, it is very easy to just fire you. And so don't talk shit. And then now, I mean, Gene's overpaid you. And so be grateful that you got what you got out of him. You scammed Shabisky.
Yeah, Timmy's been white knighting him. And it's just, we kept pointing that out to Timmy. It's just, this is the amount that he claims that he deserved to be paid. This is how much he's been paid. How has he not been paid? And the fact that Shabisky is the one claiming that I've stolen money from them, and then it's like $100 a stream, $16 an hour, $16 or $66 a stream. It's just, well, you don't really seem to have a good idea of what the agreed upon payment was.
He doesn't even know.
Yeah, so it's just, at this point, Shab can just say whatever he wants, and people will eat it up, and we have the receipts of him saying that it's $66 a stream.
Yeah, 66.66. Plus,
yeah.
And then if you multiply that by 2, you get $120.
Yeah.
So he's really good at math.
This is for dry. I don't know how it works either.
He said, also, yelling at Bill Hicks and scolding others for not canceling me on your behalf showed that someone decided to simply not be friends with you in your mind.
Oh, well, they'll probably get on you. It's like 133.33 or 32.
I'm not the one that's saying that 66 plus 66 equals 120.
Oh, okay.
I know it's more than that. He's
Okay.
the one saying that.
And weren't them being blacklisted? So you're that do you think he's that retarded, Timmy?
Well,
yes.
Shab seems pretty retarded and the people supporting him, because they don't really seem to understand basic math.
He said that I'm scolding people for not canceling him and showing that someone, just because they decided to not be friends with me, I want to blacklist them. Do you think it's as simple as that? John didn't want to be friends with me and I blacklisted him?
No, it was deeper than that.
Yeah, it kind of was deeper than that. It was kind of like we had a show going for years that I actually made the label for. The Shab fam helped create the name for the channel.
Yeah, I mean, Shab made the show because he made a label. Like, there's multiple labels that are used for the show, but yeah, he made one of the labels. So, I mean, that made him the star of the show.
And he also was going around saying I'm a bad friend, and he said all these other people were saying I'm a bad friend.
Okay, so why did I think you were a bad friend? I mean, we've gone over that, like, ad nauseum, but it's just Shab is just so self-indicating.
So he's spreading this lie about me. And
I'm spreading this lie. It's just, okay, again, that's subjective, whether or not you think somebody is a bad friend. And he's acting like there's some litmus test, like there's a bad friend litmus test, and it just shows the lack of empathy, where if somebody thinks you're a bad friend, well, they're right, that's their problem. And you know what? I felt that Shab was a bad friend, and I cut ties with him. So Shab's acting like they were slandering me by saying I was a bad friend. It's just, well, maybe you should develop some semblance of empathy and stop, like, acting like the laws of the universe make it impossible for you to commit any sort of error.
Yeah, when people, hold on, let me continue. Yeah, when people in your community have done far worse to me and others, you show no concern. Further demonstrations on how myopic you are as a whole. Also, I don't care if you try to call me out to your community. The people who want to cancel me have already made up their minds, and they're clearly the type of people I don't care to associate with or be friends with. I've already decided to cut myself off from your corner of the internet, so do you, what you wish, because it doesn't matter to me. So what do you think about this, Timmy? Do you think it's okay for him to fucking seriously say, I'm not going to pay you for the last 2 shows you did, even though I agreed to that? Like him acting like the tip he gave during the Taylor thing is not, it's not fair. Don't you agree? Because that should have been Taylor's movie night.
I do agree.
Okay, the thing is, it's an informal agreement. So that was never established that the tips during the movie nights don't count. But me saying that, like, fuck you, it's like, I just gave you a $250 tip, whatever, because I still know that I've tipped him far beyond what was agreed upon. So he's just being a petty little brat.
With that, yeah, he owes you.
Well,
Yeah,
like,
either that or he owes Taylor a fucking movie night.
like maybe
What's that?
maybe to Shab, like maybe you'll think the next time you want to go fucking insane over the garbage disposal, or
No, but he was right because he thinks he's right.
or talk shit about me. Like, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't do that to my boss unless like he was doing it. And depending on the boss, I still wouldn't do it.
Yeah, but if, like, let's say it's not some kind of formal employment. Let's say somebody paid you to paint their shed, and then, I don't know, you did something like spit in their grandmother's face, and they're like, fuck you, I'm not paying you. I don't think most people would be like, come on, you should still pay them. It's like, no, fuck them. Maybe, like, play shitty games, win shitty prizes.
Yeah.
No, he owes Taylor more
World works.
than that. But he owes you a movie night, too.
Yeah, this is why I'm telling people you shouldn't support what he's doing. Because he's not a good friend. He's fine with scamming people.
I'm scamming people. We've shown that you've been paid your fair share.
He's fine with telling me. In fact, you know what? So you scammed me. Congrats. Because all he fucking did was scam me.
Yeah, he's been scammed.
Like, don't you, like, fucking A. Like, I'm really mad and stuff, and I feel like I sound irrational when I'm going over this. But aren't the people that are listening, aren't they able to follow along and see how this isn't cool? He called me a bad friend and wanted to get rid of me.
So he keeps focusing on the bad friend thing. It's just, you show no sort of remorse at all. It's just somebody thinks you're a bad friend, and it's like, I'm going to play the victim and have temper tantrums, and I'm going to vilify them and act like they're Hitler because they didn't want to be friends with me anymore.
Out of a show that I've done for years because of one little incident that has happened. Like, I asked him what.
It wasn't one little incident. It's over countless gripes that I've had over the years, and I'm just done.
I feel like this is a like narcissistic thing, caring so much that someone like perceives him negatively, and I guess that you've told other people, and then it's like, how dare you? And whereas someone who's not narcissistic would just be like, well, you can think whatever you want, I don't care. Or like, oh, well, you know, if that's what you think a bad friend is, then good for you. But the fact that he's just, what, like, entitled to a good opinion of him from everyone.
Yeah.
The way the world works.
What's the reason? The only thing he could tell me in the last year was how Kieran and him got into a
Oh god, and he's looping because we have gone over this, but yeah, I've given him more examples again, and we've gone over the Kieran stream. Wasn't 6 months in the past. It was fairly recent.
a yelling match or whatever, and I didn't agree with him because I didn't agree with John, and I just told John like stop, like we have to argue and stuff because I said that.
So that's all he did. He just didn't agree with me. And all he did is say, like, stop, do we have to do this? No, he threw me under the bus and tried to claim that it was my fault that the tip goal didn't go up. And he also tried to claim that what I was doing was turning it into an IQ competition. So acting like I was the only person doing anything wrong, while not even acknowledging in the slightest that the other person was instigating and was starting shit. But nuance, what's that? Shab just doesn't comprehend nuance.
I'm a bad friend. That was the only example he could give in the last fucking year of me supposedly being a bad friend. It's disgusting. He sits there with the stupid ass fucking friends he has now, and they are not smart enough to pull like to
yeah, and people like Timmy and the people white knighting Shab, they're geniuses.
to break that down and see how stupid it is. And that's probably true too, Pinky. I probably was kind of drunk during the whole Kieran thing. Anyways, you were there for that, I guess. Then don't you agree?
Well, then that just further supports my other criticism is that I don't like hanging out with drunk Shabisky. I find drunk Shabisky to be insufferable. So being drunk is not an excuse for bad behavior. And Shab, again, has no fucking modesty, no humility. If he's gonna get drunk and act irrational, then his logic is people just need to trust his judgment, whether he's drunk or sober. So when he got mad over me disagreeing with him over something stupid like a garbage disposal, he wants to act as if his recollection of who was doing what relative to who is the end-all be-all testimony. His drunk testimony is something that should be treated like it's far more credible than the testimony of all the people who were there who were sober. And it's just, if you're not going to at least have that level of modesty of like, well, I was drunk, so I don't really know 100% what happened. I can acknowledge that I was drunk, so I was probably a bit irrational, but if you talk about Chad being irrational because he's drunk, he doesn't want to admit that he's irrational when he's drunk.
Like, if you watch that whole thing, I wasn't some bad friend to Gene. It was him getting in an argument with Kieran.
Did he even watch the whole thing?
Yeah, he hasn't gone back and watched it. He doesn't even, now he remembers the person's name, but we watched the previous stream where he didn't even remember who their name was. And he claimed that it was 6 months in the past, and oh my god, I can't find it. I have to go back and watch it. And then he claims, oh, I was drunk. So Shab's acting like his drunk recall is just perfect. So Shab has no fucking modesty, no humility at all. He does not hold himself to any level of scrutiny. So he just, everyone should just trust Shab. What Shab says is true. It's just pure, unequivocal, dogmatic truth.
And me being like, okay, Gene, can we stop? Can you stop arguing with him or whatever? And because I didn't say, oh, Kieran, can you shut the fuck up and stop being mean to Gene?
Yeah, because that's what I wanted Shab to do, was to cuss them out. It's almost like Shab, again, doesn't get nuance and everything's black and white. And Shab was not that cordial of, hey, can we not do this? If he just did that, I wouldn't really fucking care. It was the fact that he threw me under the bus and acted like I was acting out and acted like I was the one being an asshole. And didn't even acknowledge in the slightest that the other person was instigating and starting shit.
That's me being a bad friend, even though he's somebody that's in a higher position than them, and I should kind of trust them to be able to handle the situations better and more responsibly. He was on the next day feeling bad about doing that too. But now he doesn't. Now he uses that as an example of me being a bad friend, Pinky. This is...
I didn't really feel bad about doing that the next day. Yeah.
The thing with me and John is, and he won't admit it, but me, John, and Dirt, and other people have went into private chats together. John has sat there and yelled at me how bad I'm a friend of his and stuff. How bad of a friend I am. Blah, blah, blah. Talking down to me in such a mean and disgusting way.
Yeah, because Shab doesn't talk down to people in a disgusting manner. It's not like we've seen him on stream talk down to me and call me a social retard live on stream while allowing people to insult me and cuss me out. But Shab's a good friend because Shab thinks he's a good friend.
Well, and then
by the end,
it's like a toddler, right? Like, I could imagine a toddler being mad that you're getting mad, or like that you're like holding them accountable. It's like, no.
Yeah. And it's just, we're going to trust Shab's memory that, yeah, in all these scenarios, John says I'm right. According to Shab's stoned, drunk sort of recall.
Of the conversation, he's admitting that.
Yeah, Shab just has an eidetic memory. And there's no, like, sort of narcissistic revival of the events in his head.
One in the right, and he was the one in the wrong. Whether he admits it or not. I know if he listens to this, he'll go, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Well, guess what? Dirt was there. Other people were there. They watched as it happened.
And he's claiming Dirt was there. Dirt agrees with me. We've talked to Dirt at length in chat. I don't know how many times I have to say it. And they've said they don't like how Shab has been using them as a token.
But you won't admit it. You won't admit that I'm right ever. I could say that you could unplug a garbage disposal and reach your hand down and grab something that fell in your fucking drain, and it would be safe. And he would go, no.
So this shows Shab's just retarded. I know they had the recording of the mediation chat, and I explained that to Shab, that the sink was full of water, and what I said they should have done was go underneath the sink and use an Allen wrench to unjam the sink. Or unjam the garbage disposal, which is conventionally what you would do in that scenario. And it just, they have the audio recording of the discussion, so they can go back and look at what was said. So if I did indeed communicate that, and Shab is remembering it as like, oh, I conceded and said that he was right, and everything. It shows how he has the most selective memory imaginable. It's not even selective memory. It's just him just believing whatever he wants to believe. It's just, he likes to make up these false memories. He just remembers everything as, yeah, everyone always tells me I'm right. Everyone agrees with me. I'm Shabisky. I'm never held to any level of accountability.
No, that's not actually safe. No, because I say it isn't. It's like, you're fucking retarded. I've literally changed garbage disposal.
Oh, God.
No.
Yeah, Shab, Mr. dropped out of high school at the age of 14. I mean, Shab is just somebody who is a very well-read, very well-educated person. And clearly, yeah, he's fixed lots of garbage disposals.
It's like, you're fucking retarded.
You're retarded! You stupid! You're retarded! It's like, Shab, fine? Be more inventive when it comes to your insults, man. I mean, come on. Yeah, like, add some variety. It's like, Shab proves that he's smarter than most people when it's just he's got to regurgitate the same sort of insults that your average 12-year-old tends to rely on.
Literally changed garbage disposal. I stuck my hand down garbage disposal. I think garbage disposal. Guess what? I have all my fucking fingers. The fingers fucking stupid mom, bitch. Okay?
Jeez. The fingers stupid mom, bitch. Bitch, motherfucker, retard, poopy butthead.
What a surprise. What a surprise. I still have my fingers, but I'm such a fucking idiot.
And that wasn't the argument that simply sticking your hand down the drain guarantees that you'd get mangled.
Oh, dude, I don't care. Dude, Skabibi, while you were gone, I got a message from Gene. You want to hear what it is? I'm glad you're back so you can hear the fucking message. I'm fucking pissed. So I told him, this is why I messaged him. I said, keep ignoring your debt, rich guy. I'll let people know not to trust you when you say you'll pay them for a job. It's okay. Everyone will know, cool guy. Okay, Skabibi? So again, he didn't pay me for the last 2 shows I did. You want to know his response to this? He actually, surprisingly enough, goes in the direction that Taylor thought he might. I didn't think he'd actually be this low to do this. Yeah, you were here when I sent that. Here's his response. I'm not giving you any more money. You were given a $250 tip the night before your garbage disposal meltdown. Which again, Scooby, remember, he can't be wrong.
Well, if you're right, you're right. And again, Shab is able to handle being wrong. Shab admits he's wrong and doesn't drag things out. There's this one dispute he had on stream. It wasn't with me, and I've discussed this before, but they were talking about how you shouldn't, or how humans are the only animals to drink milk from another animal. And he was so butthurt over it because he felt that everyone was being belittling towards him on stream. And he kept obsessing over, like, if like, an animal, like, if they're, like, lactating, they have milk in their breasts, and an animal's eating them, wouldn't they consume a little bit of milk? So interpreting it in an overly literal, autistic manner when it comes to the semantics, and, like, I had to explain it, it's just they're discussing in general terms. It's not a main source of their nutrition. So because of that, their digestive systems haven't really evolved to process the lactose. But that went over his head, and he kept dwelling on it for months afterwards.
With Taylor donating an additional $200 to try to outbid me. You know the additional $200 wouldn't have happened if I hadn't been the one tipping. I'm pretty sure that night Taylor tipped first, and then Gene outbid Taylor. Yeah, that doesn't count as payment, but also, if I remember right, do you remember, Timmy? I'm pretty sure Taylor tipped first for movie night. Gene came in, started outbidding her. She tipped again, and then he tipped again. Exactly. But he has to act like, oh, I tipped first, and she only tipped because of me. Disingenuous bullshit. Let's see, if you still feel the need to argue that you're still deserving of some sort of compensation, I'm going to siphon the payment from you as my compensation for the collateral you caused from your childish and socially retarded behavior and the behavior in question. So in other words, Skibby, he's saying that he's going to take some of his money back.
Okay, that's not what I meant, and I agree. Maybe I should have worded that differently, but guess what? I didn't take any money back. So instead of focusing on the hard data, the actual receipts, they want to hyper-focus on a DM that I sent him that was just some angry DM that I responded to in the moment.
He's thinking about siphoning back because of my childish and socially retarded behavior. And he continues. And these are his examples, or at very least suggesting he doesn't have to pay you because of something he can't quantify. Like, how much is that behavior worth? Who decides? Yeah. So, what's up, Pinky? So here's some examples of my bad behavior in which it's okay to not pay me.
Yeah, but it's Kick, so we don't have the chat replay.
And even question siphoning some of my money.
He would not speak that well.
Stealing my money back, basically. He's saying that he's going to steal my money because of these reasons. First reason, having an alcoholic meltdown, thus creating a giant public spectacle over something as ridiculous as a garbage disposal. That was his first reason. Even though anybody with a brain understands that I was right in that conversation, in that debate. I will fucking say.
Yeah, anyone with a brain thinks that he's right. And Shab's not presenting them with the argument that I made. He's presenting this argument that I said that if you simply just stick your hand down the drain, and if you turn the power off, you're guaranteed to get mangled by the garbage disposal. I never made that argument. So either Shab just doesn't remember, and I communicated that to Shab when he was sober. Or maybe he wasn't sober again, like when we were in the mediation chat. But I clarified that the argument was, and if anybody watches that Conjuring film, you can see it in the movie. The sink was full of fetid water. They couldn't see down the sink, so the sink was backed up. And I claimed that she should have gone under the sink and unjammed it using an Allen wrench. That's conventionally what you do in that kind of situation, instead of sticking your hands down the sink and feeling around. And it's just whatever. If Shad thinks that's less pragmatic, fine, but I never made the argument that simply sticking your hand down the sink guarantees that your hand's going to get mangled.
The blade about garbage, the fucking disposal. Well, it's fucking plugged in.
Yeah, pause that shit, Gene. I think that he interpreted it that way because, like, if you disagree with him, then you're attacking him. And you're like, what, saying he's stupid and he doesn't want to be perceived that way because he's smarter than most people.
Yeah, and he said that he's smarter than most people.
And watch me just be fine and dandy. I'll fucking sit there and shove the garbage.
And whether or not somebody wants to claim I'm arrogant, there's no way you can say Shab isn't arrogant when Shab has straight up said he is smarter than most people.
Against my cheek for an hour. Well, it's not plugged in because that's such a danger. He's fucking retarded. The fact that he ever argued that is...
He's retarded! He's retarded!
Reason on why he should not only not pay me for what he agreed to, but possibly siphon my money, stealing my money, and so forth. Like always, engaging in incredibly thoughtless and myopic behavior, thus not allowing me to enjoy my cousin's wedding while having your series of self-pandering, zero self-accountability, temper tantrums. So because I was messaging him about this problem while he was at his cousin's wedding, that's also a good reason.
No, he wasn't messaging me, just DMing me at my cousin's wedding. He was also making it a big public spectacle in the general chats and the Discords.
For him to not pay me or siphon money from my bank account. And the next reason is, in addition to that, I don't know why he put this as his own reason. Not wait until I return before discussing.
What's that?
Has he read this like 5 times? I don't understand.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to process it. Now, I think it's that newer people are coming in, and it's like, hey, let me tell you about, like, this DM John sent me.
Getting the entire community involved when I was not present to advocate or defend myself.
Well, he only has
So basically the same thing.
Who could
Yeah.
possibly be coming in?
What got you, Pinky? So the next reason for him not paying me is not abiding by your promise to keep Zidane banned until I got home that Monday, allowing Two Guns to undo the ban, and then punishing me, trying to keep the drama subdued until I return. So, in other words, because I didn't agree with him on the drama, and
Well, because you didn't agree with me, you agreed to keep him banned. So you did agree with me on the drama in the moment, but we've shown that Shab has fucking, like, dementia, cannot remember anything. So Shab did promise to keep them banned until Monday.
I shouldn't get paid, right? I mean, do you disagree, Skibby? Yeah, that's true, Skibby. Yeah, you called me a pit-head after I said I'd pay you? Well, that's not how things work. So let me get to the... Are you following along, Skibby? Yeah, exactly, Scooby-B. Here's his next thing. Where is it? The next one is insulting my girlfriend and exercising hostility towards her because she decided to stand up for me, thus demonstrating that you can't cope when even a single person calls you out on your bad behavior. Hold on, let me copy and paste these into the chat. Okay, here's John's thing. What do you think of that as a reason for him to not pay me?
And I have paid him. So again, he's been paid. And the fact that he's falling back on this DM as some kind of, like, hard evidence that he hasn't been paid just shows, I mean, either he's, I'm going to pick a word that Shab loves, he's retarded, or he's dishonest.
Yeah, it especially isn't very much money to somebody who brags to everybody how they're so fucking rich and
And again, I'm not bragging about being rich. Shab's the one that keeps bringing it up.
Yeah, okay.
But, you know, fuck actually paying people their wage.
Going to Miami and, like, no one knows how much our hotel room costs. Like, no
We're
one
not.
knows
Yeah.
that, you know, you bought your private jet. You're flying us out.
Oh, no. That's not true. But I think you just mentioned the Miami trip here. I think we've talked to a couple people in, like, private chat about it. Like, oh, we're going to vacation to Miami. But we haven't advertised it on stream.
Here's his next reason. Refusing to take any effort to address the Don's recording of what's supposed to be private mediation chat. Again, refusing to do any damage control or cleanup of any collateral that stems from your careless and thoughtless decisions. Okay, once again, it was not my decision to record that private chat. 2, like Timmy said, I disagreed with the actions. And I said that, and I said it to fucking Zidane. There's nobody that I told that I agreed with those actions. I said that it was a bit of a complicated thing, so I can understand people not knowing what to do exactly, but it wasn't the right choice. Yeah, Scooby, hold on. Here's the next one. He has a big list of reasons why you shouldn't pay his employees. He likes to call people like me his employees. Not acting like adult by simply going your separate ways while deciding to talk shit about me on stream.
Wait, so when he says that, it's just, I don't think that was something I was doing on a regular basis, saying that he's my employee. Maybe on a couple of cases. Or I believe that I mentioned, well, if me looking at PPP as my podcast and the other people that are on as my subsidiary sort of employees, if that makes me arrogant, then it's just, if you're going to sit there and make the argument that Dink Dumpster and everything, that it's not our community, and that it's just, I need to put up with any sort of disrespectful behavior that I'm presented with, it's just, well then, if it's not our community, I'm not going to look at PPP like it's our podcast.
But also yelling at Bill Hicks and scolding others for not canceling me on your behalf, showing that someone decided to simply not be friends with you. In your mind, wants them being blacklisted. Yet, when people in your community have done far worse to me or others, you show no concern, further demonstrating how myopic you are as a whole. You are 100% involved. In fact, you're my mommy, Pinky. You're my mommy, Pinky. You heard the Pinky is the most involved? Yeah. Yeah, what do you think about that, though, as a reason for me to not get paid for my work?
It's disgusting.
Okay, also, like, this is nitpicking, but I feel like there are other actions that deserve, like, being called disgusting, like maybe, you know, essay. I'm just not gonna say those terms on YouTube, but if you know YouTube, you know what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
that, like, what Negan did, that's disgusting, but I don't think what Gene has done, even if he's in the wrong completely, I don't think that's disgusting.
I dealt with this kind of shit over and over again with bad friends, and people like John aren't.
Yeah, and Shab's not a bad friend. So every time Shab's had a falling out with somebody, it's 100% the other person. And Shab's not biased in his own favor at all, because he doesn't think he's biased in his own favor.
Well, and then, like, he's the victim in all of it. So he said, what did he just say? Like, I've had this happen where people call me bad friends a lot of times.
Here, let me...
I dealt with this kind of shit over and over again.
100% of the time. Like, be realistic.
Well, here, let's listen to what he said.
I dealt with this kind of shit over and over again with bad friends, and people like John aren't fucking any different. Stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the victim.
And when I say he's a bad friend, yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about, but then he's like, or I like how he's bad that I'm calling him a bad friend, and then his response is to turn around and be like, no, John's a bad friend. Not me, him.
No, you.
You know, I dealt with this kind of bullshit before. When my fucking ex cheated on me, I told everybody about it. And you know what she did? Because she was such a public...
Okay, so... I don't know the context, but it seems like Shab's had a lot of confrontation in the past with others, like a lot of falling outs. And his attitude seems to be that he's just the victim in every single fucking scenario.
You're just copying what I
said. Yeah.
Person on my YouTube channel and stuff, she tried to turn it around. Instead of her being a cheater, I was the abuser. And she told all these fucking sycophants.
Well, I mean, yeah, maybe both were true. Maybe you were a shitty boyfriend, and then she cheated on you, which, I mean, that's not the best thing to do. She's in the wrong there, but maybe both parties were at fault to some extent. And Shab's attitude is like, no, it's not possible that I was doing anything on my end that it would be reasonable for her to take issue with.
Dumbasses in my community that, oh, you know, well, Shabisky,
Wait,
you know, she was really the
public thing? Oh, whatever.
abuser. He was yelling at me. He was being all...
I believe he was dating this woman from Australia that met him through, like, his channel and everything, and then she flew out and to his place, and she took issue. Like, they had a breakup, but... like, dealing with Shab, I could see why, if somebody was in a relationship with him, they would take issue. So even if she wasn't a perfect saint, Shab acting like clearly he's a perfect saint and there's nothing wrong with what he's done on his end, it's just he, I don't know, shows telltale signs of narcissism. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. I mean, I don't want to be friends with Shab anymore. Maybe I am a shitty friend. I'm not saying that I've done everything right in this relationship, but, like, in the end, it doesn't need to be a big public spectacle. And the reason Shab's been making it a public spectacle is because he shows that he is a very myopic, spoiled, like, little brat. It's that his problems need to be everybody else's problems.
Me and all this other stuff. And a bunch of the people that were part of my community split off.
And...
bunch of them went with that.
In the same way I'm able to go through the transactions and see, like, okay, how much money have I paid Shab throughout the last year? Shab's able to do the same thing, and he has it. So he's trying to, he doesn't have any documentation. He hasn't, like what you've said, kept spreadsheets. So he is relying again on his own stone, drunken sort of recall. So he's just trying to tally things in his head, and that's his fault for not managing his transactions properly. But the problem is, in the same way, he'll just decide that, hey, I'm not going to go back and look at these streams to see verbatim what happened, because Shab knows that he is right regardless of what happened. Like, Shab can just vindicate himself on the spot because there's no way he could have done things where if he goes back and watches the stream, he might have to go back on what his original depiction of the events were. So Shab wants to act like he has some kind of eidetic memory when Shab's got a terrible fucking memory. His memory is worse than most fucking people's. Mm-hmm. And it's just, you know what? Maybe if you have a shitty fucking memory, maybe write things down. Rely more on the empirical data that is available to you. He can go through the PayPal transactions or the Streamlabs tips, and he can see just verbatim what money was exchanged, but he doesn't want to do that.
That bitch. And this kind of reminds me of that. I didn't do anything wrong.
He didn't do anything wrong. It's not that, okay, yeah, maybe I wasn't perfect, but no, Shab just did nothing wrong, said Shab.
Like, if anybody fucking thinks I really did anything hugely wrong, explain it. Because it's silly.
Well, they probably did. And Shab just filtered it out. Because Shab loves his self-justification.
Even John didn't have a good example of why I was a bad friend.
Yeah, says Shab. I mean, the people that agree with me, they're just being stupid. They're just being retarded. And it's not a good example because Shab says it's not a good example. Even though we're talking about things that, in the end, are pretty subjective. So, in Shab's mind, it's just he is the arbiter of what is objectively shitty friend behavior. So, if somebody feels that, hey, you did this, I feel like you're being a shitty friend in this scenario, well, it's a bad example because Shab says it's a bad example. Shab gets to audit his own behavior and everybody else's.
The only thing he could think of is something that happened 6 months ago, and that's the only thing he could make.
Oh, and he said 6 months ago. So again, it shows just how shitty his fucking memory is and how he doesn't question any of the fucking shit that he says. And anybody who wants to defend him, just look at how often he's saying things that can be just unequivocally proven to be, or that can be proven to be unequivocally fucking wrong.
Dear, it's silly. It's a joke just to think that he's in the right when he can't even barely think of anything besides Kieran getting into an argument with him and me not siding with him.
And I've come up with plenty of shit, and in the mediation chat I mentioned him getting drunk all the time and his drunk behavior, like him having a drunken meltdown over a fucking garbage disposal. So...
And then they ended up making up at the end of the whole thing.
And we did make up at the end of the thing. We have the receipts. People can see verbatim what happened, and they can see that we did not make up at the end. So... it just shows that Shab continues to rely on his shitty fucking memory.
They both said, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to fight and stuff. But Gene still forgets that, and it still is something that he holds to.
I still forget that. That's hilarious. Because he's claiming that, hey, the narrative that John Morgan keeps giving, that's the false narrative. People need to believe me. They just need to take my word for it that what I claim happened is objectively what happened. But then... it's like we have the receipts. You can go back and look at the stream, and it was a few weeks before I cut ties with Shab. It wasn't 6 months before I decided to cut ties with Shab. And it's he's claiming that, oh, I don't remember it properly. We made up at the end. Which, that's not what fucking happened. Like, how could people defend Shab here?
Like, it's silly. He doesn't care about what's really... like, tangible and what really matters.
I don't care about what's tangible and what really matters. Because Shab really likes to pay attention to the receipts. He really likes to go back and rewatch the streams to see verbatim what happened. Shab's the one that doesn't rely on his shitty drunk recall of the events. Shab loves his empirical data.
Matters. He just cares about what he can hold against you and everything. It doesn't matter whether he was right or wrong in that conversation. It doesn't matter if they made up. It doesn't matter if it was barely any sort of big deal at all. He has to use that as an example for him being a victim. Like, he's fucking...
Okay, so, again, this is stuff that's... What's that?
Barely any sort of big deal at all. So it's like minimizing your experience.
Yeah. And it's like, that's just your opinion, bro. It's like, in the end, if I felt it was a big deal, then whatever. If I don't want to be friends with you anymore because of that slight, whether you think it's petty is irrelevant. And it just shows how he is a fucking toddler. It's just, if I do something to upset somebody, I'm Shab, I'm just gonna act like they're just being stupid and it doesn't matter because Shab says it doesn't matter. But when Shab throws a giant fucking temper tantrum over a garbage disposal, then it's like what I did was really fucked up. And just look at what happened with Kieran, how Kieran was treating me, and then when I got mad at them, Shab threw me under the bus. Are you going to claim that that's worse than us disagreeing with Shab over, like, just garbage disposal maintenance and him not getting to be right? So he wouldn't let go of it, and for days he was having a meltdown in the Discord. It just shows the lack of self-awareness on his end. And I mean, anybody that wants to defend Shab, are you honestly going to claim that how I was treated with the, like, confrontation with Kieran, that's less deserving of getting angry over and it's no big deal, but is the garbage disposal dispute no big deal? Just Shab lives in his myopia.
Shaming for Christ or something. It's silly.
Oh, I'm being like shaming for Christ, but throwing a temper tantrum for 2 days over a garbage disposal dispute, that's not silly. Because Shab is hurt, it's everyone's problem.
I've been a good friend, better than any fucking friend he's ever had, as far as I'm concerned. But
No, you haven't. I have plenty of friends that are much better friends than you, Shab, and that's why I prefer to hang out with them over you.
Hold on, what's his list? You had an alcoholic meltdown, and you said stuff about the garbage disposal, which I was wrong about. I can't believe I did that. I can't believe that John acted like a know-it-all about garbage disposal.
Yeah, and I was the one that acted like a know-it-all, and I mean, clearly, anybody watching this, if I present what my case was, that if the garbage disposal or the sink overflows, you should go underneath the sink and unjam it with an Allen wrench. Yeah, clearly I didn't know what I was talking about. And Shab was right because Shab thinks he's right.
Well, he consulted with like 5 other garbage disposal technicians.
Yeah, and it's also he's claiming I was being a know-it-all. He was the person who was like, laugh out loud, like that's retarded. So he was the one trying to be some pompous dude bro and engage in like wow, you believe that? I'm gonna roast you because it's so retarded that you think that's what the character should do. And then when I disagreed with him, he threw a tantrum. And Shab wasn't being arrogant because Shab doesn't think he was being arrogant.
Scooby, if I made a bet with him about garbage disposal, like, I know it sounds stupid. His argument, and Bill Hicks will agree, his argument was that you didn't just have to unplug a garbage disposal.
Bill Hicks will agree. Bill Hicks agreed with us. We talked to Bill Hicks about it. He thinks that it's stupid what Shab is, like, saying and dwelling over.
Disposal unit. You had to click some sort of button on it in order to turn it off as well. How much money do you think he'd be willing to throw down on the idea that the garbage disposal unplugged would be safe? If I just sat there with my blade on the fucking hand, like my blades in between my hands.
My blade on my hand.
With it unplugged, do you think he would pay me $100 an hour, $1,000 an hour?
So he's going over that bet he posted in like the server. Like, how much do you want to bet that if you turned it off and you just rested your hand like on the blade? It's just that's not the argument I was making. I didn't make the argument that if you just stick your hand down the sink and the garbage disposal's turned off, it's guaranteed to turn on, or if it's even likely that it would turn on.
Any of that? He agreed in the mediation I was correct. Okay, he agreed in the mediation I was correct, but yet I'm making a spectacle over something ridiculous as a garbage disposal. Don't you think that's
I did not agree that he was correct.
John's wrong, and it's a spectacle if you focus on it.
So, well, the point is just because you think you're right doesn't mean you are right, Shabisky. Just because I think I'm right doesn't mean I'm right. And if two people disagree over something that is just really fucking trivial, then you agree to disagree, and Shab wasn't willing to agree to disagree. He wouldn't let it go. And then after we watched The Conjuring, we watched another movie, and he kept bringing it up during the movie, and like everyone was like, oh my god, like, are you still going on about this? We don't fucking agree. And his attitude is, it's just this egocentric self-righteousness. The laws of the universe make it impossible for Shabisky to be the one who's in the wrong.
He didn't want to admit, and also wanted to move on from it. But we made him admit it. That's, yeah. But
that didn't happen. And I know they have the recordings of, like, this mediation. So I'm fairly certain that I pointed that out, that wasn't the argument that I made. And I also pointed it out that Shab was really drunk. So he was being pretty brawly.
He uses that as an example of why I shouldn't get paid. A garbage disposal and a Traeger girl. I know I'm living it up, Pinky. And yes, and you know that's true. Exactly. That was part of how stupid that conversation was. He acted like I was irrational.
You know what? I think Skeptical Jesus has kind of shown that they like to be a white knight for Shab.
For trying to go back to it and focus on it and get him to admit he was wrong. Even though you know that he wouldn't do the same the other way around. He wouldn't just, just ignore it. Or he wouldn't do what he expected of me. Just like I said to him, if like I brought up Raisin. If Raisin...
I wouldn't... there are plenty of examples where, like, people have disagreed with me, and I'll admit that I'm wrong. And we've gone over this in the past. If there are examples where a person feels that it was clear as day that I was in the wrong, and I just wouldn't move on, or let it go, or I just insisted that I was right, even though it was so apparent that I was wrong, then if you want to claim that a person has that kind of character flaw, or that sort of bad habit, the onus is on you to give examples of them doing that. And whenever people want to make that claim about me, and you ask them to give those examples, they never offer those fucking examples. So it's just they're making assertions. If you just say that somebody is a serial killer, then I guess they're just magically a serial killer now. And, like, Shab is somebody who can't admit that he's wrong. I mean, not only when it comes to just trivial factual disputes. There was one scenario where we were talking about different... we were talking about the transition between CD consoles to DVD consoles. And when we were talking about... like the first consoles to DVDs, and we were talking about how the Dreamcast kind of suffered because it had a CD instead of a DVD player. Shab mentioned, oh, the GameCube has CDs, or the GameCube used CDs, and then I corrected him, and I said, like, oh, the GameCube actually used mini DVDs. And then he didn't admit he was wrong. He went, oh, whatever, and he tried to claim that that was me being obnoxious and being pedantic. Pedantic, a word which I taught him, so, but, like rumination, but it's just, Skeptical Jesus in the chat defended Shab and claimed that, yeah, that's pedantic. It's like, wait, what? So if you're talking about cities to vacation in Italy, and somebody's like, oh, Rome, Naples, Nice, and then you say, oh, Nice is actually in Paris, or Nice is actually in France. It's like, oh, whatever, you know what I mean. It's just, that's the kind of scenario in a conversation where it actually isn't obnoxious or being a smart aleck to correct somebody. It's like, what are we supposed... The conversation is specifically about the different formats that the game consoles use. So I'm able to give a very clear example where Shab can't handle being wrong or handle being corrected.
Was like, oh, yeah, I know this, and you don't know. And she was really wrong, and she acted like a smartass. What even is that? You're showing me. You're on the stream. I don't know what you're showing.
Yeah, but another thing Raisin would do is not only would she act like a smartass the way Shab was acting when he wanted to act like what I said was retarded, when I said that the character should go underneath the sink to, like, fix the problem. Shab was doing the same thing. And then when he didn't get to be right, he threw a tantrum and then wouldn't shut up about it and kept dragging it out. That is exactly what Raisin Girl would do. There is a stream where Raisin Girl was being contrarian, and she tried to argue that murder rates were going up, which they haven't. They've been declining throughout the last several decades. And she had a giant meltdown And then she was going in the Discords and continuing to like try to post like articles, try to prove her point. And that's what Shabisky's doing here.
You know that's what he would do.
And the thing is, I'd continue to argue. It's not like in all of these scenarios, I'm the one that wants to agree to disagree and just move on. Because it's obnoxious and I don't care about discussing it anymore.
Argue just as I did. You never had a garbage disposal in your life? Yeah, garbage disposal. Well, garbage disposal is just for the sink. Just for crap going down the sink. It's not expensive for a garbage disposal. It's not like a trash compactor or something. It's normal things like garbage disposal. But yeah. So right off the bat, his first reason on why not to pay me is fucking silly. It's because he was wrong about a debate and can't admit he was wrong.
Yeah, and Shab's the one that can admit that he's wrong. And the thing is, I explained it to Shab. So when I presented what I actually argued, because his recollection is I just claimed that if you put your hand down the sink, your hand's guaranteed to be mangled. So is that so when I communicate that that's not what I argued, and you're preaching to the choir because I don't agree with, or I agree with you, that simply putting your hand in the sink if the garbage disposal is off is not that much of a hazard. And I explained that to him, so either he doesn't remember, or he doesn't like the fact that he had a meltdown over it, and he looks foolish because he was drunk and didn't process what was being communicated. So he can't admit that he was wrong about, having some careless sort of meltdown. So he's still going to support that previous narrative because, either way, he either can't admit that he was wrong in regards to his childish, drunk behavior, or he can't admit that he was in the wrong factually.
When will he ever admit he's wrong?
Okay, Shabisky.
Oh God, king of comedy.
And Shab knows how to admit that he's wrong. And the thing is, I gave examples of him not being able to admit that he's wrong about something that's really fucking trivial. And Shab isn't able to give any examples himself.
Second reason, I was engaging in incredibly thoughtless and myopic behavior, thus not allowing me to enjoy my cousin's wedding. Well, yeah.
God, why is he going over this again?
And I have to pee.
It's this.
Oh.
Disgusting. I just want people to be real and stuff, and I think it's disgusting to try to let John get away with this kind of stuff and make him feel like it makes sense.
Do be real.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
I mean, again, Shab.
Scooby, I quit.
How many times has he said it's disgusting? It's Shab's smarter than most people. I mean, it's not like he just gets stuck in these sort of thought loops and doesn't know how to get unstuck.
I sent him a message showing him your response, and he's responding. Bill Hicks just said he doesn't agree with this, and also I don't agree with this. Like Skep, but I think he's misremembering here. Oh, so yeah, you don't. That's not what happened. Bill Hicks didn't say that I. Come on.
Well, we were in the chat with Bill Hicks, and Bill Hicks did tell us that he doesn't agree with Shabisky here. And I'm not in his Discord, but there was, the discussion happened in the Movie Hangout channel in his Discord. And Bill Hicks was in there. I remember, posting images and articles supporting what I was saying. And you could see him making comments supporting what I was saying. So that's just another good example where there's hard evidence. And then Shab said in the DMs with me, well, Bill Hicks was there. Bill Hicks thinks I'm right. So it just shows, again, Shab's got terrible fucking memory. He doesn't care about hard data, hard evidence. And everybody just agrees with Shab, according to Shab.
What is it that you don't agree with, Pinky? He is saying that this is his response to you saying that he admitted that I'm right. Bill Hicks just said he doesn't agree with this. And also, I don't agree. I accept, but I think he's misremembering here.
Do I look more like Shab?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I brought that up. Wait, what's the part that you were confused about? Is he now saying it would be safe? Safe to do what? Oh, to stick.
Oh, he's typing to you.
Yeah. God, stellar content, Shab.
This is not a fucking joke. I've never been scared, and I never will. Fucking train on your little bitch ass. This is not a... I'm fucking so pissed right now. Fucking fuck with me, John. Come out here to Vegas and fuck with me. Don't think for fucking 1 moment.
Again, here's more of his thuggish behavior. I mean, Shab really does sound like the kind of dude who is a... Maybe second take. Shab really does sound like the kind of guy who dropped out of high school at the age of 14. Yeah, come meet me. I'll kick your ass, fucking retard.
I run a fucking train on your little bitch ass. This is not a fucking joke.
Yeah.
I've never been scared, and I never will.
Well, Shab was my mentor.
Altheophobia.
The focus.
God, look at how fat Shab is.
The torch. That's what you're talking
What's
about
that?
right there. That's what he used to do on your stream.
Yeah, he would do that on my stream all the time with the torch.
But it's okay. I have an idea for.
But when I don't want to stream with him anymore, it's I'm Hitler.
A show I've wanted to do for a long time. I'm making out the layout for it, and I'm trying to work out every single like segment idea for it.
I don't think we've talked about that. It's always like cutting his microphone and his beer off, and then like parts of his shirt, whatever.
Yeah. And he's talking about, the layout. It's just, he just did his podcast, and it looked like it was just yet another shanty sort of coverage podcast. So, yet another, let's just loaf about and give commentary on Shanny or Garrett Genesis, the stream.
Podcast. I don't really want the focus to be news or lol cows, but that might be a little part of it.
A little part of it.
Yeah. Well, Shab's always provided the best news commentary. It's almost like those links that I'm going to show of the streams where I wasn't there. We're going to see just how stellar Shab's news and political commentary is.
Well, he wanted to get rid of me, and everybody else wasn't okay, it seems, with doing a show without me. But yeah, Billy Blue, I missed the days, Pimp wasn't perfect. But...
And he acted like that was unreasonable for him not to blow his torch in the fucking mic. But he's not an entitled fucking toddler.
But I had fun doing a show with him. I feel like we put on pretty good shows, me and Pimp. Not every show was the greatest, because sometimes I might have felt off, or he may have felt off, or whatever, but I feel like me and him pretty often put on a good show when we did The Woods. Yeah, Player. Hopefully this isn't too loud.
Hopes it isn't too loud.
But yeah, I miss the Wood days.
It's loud, Shab.
That's part of the narrative that's being pushed, Vlad, is that I didn't really add much to the show.
Okay. Again, I would have acted like an adult, and I would have been willing to move forward without creating drama. But a bunch of accounts, which were clearly Zidane and Arc accounts, started to surface in my live chat. and they're just making a bunch of John has lupus comments, or is Kimberly this guy's sister? So one of those accounts posted, like, this show sucks now without those other guys. And I just responded, well, hey, because it was likely that the one account was just Zidane. And I said, well, hey, like, one of the, like, critiques that a lot of people had was that the other dudes barely spoke at all and barely contributed to the show. Now, that's not me making things up. Lots of people did say that. But I guess they're just all idiots and they don't know what they're talking about. But I wouldn't have said that if there weren't a bunch of troll accounts that were talking shit. So this is where Shab is just dishonest. He wants to be like, yeah, somebody came in and they were just like, hey, dude, where are those other guys? I really liked it when they were there. It's like, no, they were a bunch of troll accounts that were talking shit about me having lupus, degenerative disease. So, and plus, anybody who wants to argue that Shab was contributing to a large sum of the podcast are just delusional. I'm sorry. I did the research every fucking week. I'm the one that gathered all the material. Shab just sat there and smoked fucking weed. And I'm posting the links to the streams where I wasn't there to see just how little political commentary Shab provided. So, people who want to say that are just being white knights.
And, you know, so he was the one carrying the show. That's his idea right now. Of how it went. He said it, Bill.
And again, they would make the argument that he wouldn't let people talk. The show's the exact same thing now. And it's like, well, then you're admitting that I carried the show. Because it's the same thing. So it's just, Shab's not retarded, but yet he's making these self-defeating arguments. It's like, no, he wouldn't let us talk. And it's just, well, guess what? The views start to go up once I started to enforce stricter rules. No more poop and pee jokes. No more going off topic and talking about shit that have nothing to do with the actual news and political stories that we're currently covering. And once I established that rule, then Shab barely had anything to say. And then the watch time, the subscribers, like all of the numbers started to rise. But I know that Shab and other people in his community, they don't care about actual numbers. They don't care about hard facts.
People comment in his comment section and say, hey, where are those two other guys? The show's better with them. And he says, oh, yeah, the guys that wouldn't ever talk.
Okay. So that was from the Here Have a Snickers account. And that was one of those accounts that was making lupus comments. And I'm going to show all the receipts post-production. And to just show how none of these people like to fucking think, I put that poll up that was, who thinks this is a Zidane account? Because one of Zidane's confirmed alt accounts, which was the one that he hosted the stream recordings, or the recordings of the mediation chat, was in there making a bunch of John has lupus comments. And when I showed screen caps of the Have a Snickers account also making you have lupus comments, and asked who thinks this is another Zidane alt account, there were 4 options. Probably yes, definitely yes, probably no, definitely no. 2 Guns voted definitely no. Which just shows that 2 Guns knows how to think objectively and doesn't just process things through some clear bias.
That barely added to the show. Hey, I can add plenty to a news podcast, Bill Hicks. I just have to actually be allowed to. He would.
Oh, yeah. Shab can add plenty to it, says Shab.
Constantly silence us.
It's not like, yeah, and again, I have streams where I didn't have much to say because I was sick, and they still had nothing to fucking say.
And me and Dirk both were not able to, like, just speak and have fun. We had to constantly bite our tongues.
Then why are you upset that I shit-canned you from the podcast?
Yeah, John, or Vlad, sorry, yeah, he doesn't seem to understand that kind of thing.
Wait, so Shab wasn't talking at all. That's what made it entertaining, but they're talking about in the last year or two, I wasn't allowing people to talk. And that's when all the views started to go up, and the watch time started to go up, and the subscribe count started to go up. So they're just like, Shab was the funny dude, John was the straight man. Well, Shab just smoked weed and never fucking talked, so that's usually not what you consider, I don't know, the silly guy to be. Usually they're the ones that are more lively and talkative. Usually it's the straight man who does less of the talking.
But it's okay. I have an idea for a show I've wanted to do for a long time, and I'm making up a layout for it, and I'm trying to...
He's making out a layout. That's funny. It's not like it's just another shanty stream.
Work out every single, segment idea for it, for the podcast. I don't really want the focus to be news or lolcows, but that might be a little part of it.
I believe the first podcast they did, it was 100% about shanty. So it was 0% news and 100% shanty. So 100% going over some lolcow.
Well, he wanted to get rid of me, and everybody else wasn't okay, it seems, with doing a show without me.
Oh, okay. So the world revolves around him.
Yeah.
But yeah, Billy Boy Blue, I miss the days, Pimp wasn't perfect, but I had fun doing a show with him. I feel like we put on pretty good shows, me and Pimp. Not every show was the greatest, because sometimes I might have felt off, or he may have felt off, or whatever, but I feel like me and him pretty often put on a good show when we did The Woods. Yeah, Vlad? Hopefully this isn't too loud. But yeah, I miss I miss the Wood days. All right, I'm gonna take a dab. Hell yeah, Vlad. Guys, help me out with this goal up here. Right here, we're $0 in. We could do better than that.
Yeah, $0 in. No, Shab's a comedic genius, and he's smarter than most people.
We've talked on Discord, yeah. You want to know something, Kieran? You remember how you got
here it goes.
A fight with that one person that's one of my mods, but then you guys made up? You remember how that happened? Yeah. He said I'm a bad friend, and he doesn't want to do a show with me anymore.
Again, he's so butthurt over me saying he was a bad friend.
It's because of stuff like that. How you and him got into a fight, and then you made up.
And we didn't make up.
Isn't that weird? I literally asked him...
And I wonder what people are going to do once I release this, and I show the stream with Kieran that shows that we clearly didn't make up in the end, and Shab's depiction of what happened is way off the mark. It's just, if people are still going to defend him afterwards, it's just they don't have any fucking brain cells. They don't have any autonomy. They don't know how to think for themselves.
He wanted to get rid of me on the show, and I was told to ask him what it was that I did that was wrong. And the only thing he could mention was that in the last 6 months, he got into a fight with you, and I didn't immediately side with him.
Again, wasn't 6 months ago.
But he seems to conveniently leave out the fact in his brain and in the whole situation that you and him made up at the end of the...
So again, we can show, the stream where we didn't make up in the stream. So I just wonder how people are going to watch that and interpret it as, yeah, Shab's depiction here is just verbatim what happened. And the fact that he's been going around spinning this narrative and he hasn't decided to go back and review the stream to see what happened exactly. And the fact that he's claiming it was 6 months ago when it was only a few weeks prior to him talking shit in all these streams. Why are people going to put so much faith in Shab's judgment? Because it just shows over and over and over again. He's constantly contradicting himself.
The whole thing. So it's very weird. But, it's not weird for, it's not at all weird for people like Spec to say I should ban Gene, even though the only thing they could point out was something he did years ago.
Oh, and they're trying to act like what I'm doing is equivocal to this other person, Spec, who I've gone over it before, but they were going around claiming I harassed them, and they were asked, how did John Morgan harass you? And the only thing they could point to was an autism joke I made 2 years prior. And Shab's trying to claim that my grievances with him are that petty and irrational. And it's just, well, I have multiple reasons why I want to cut ties with Shab. That is just one reason. And it wasn't something that happened 2 years in the past. It's something that had happened a few weeks in the past prior to me wanting to cut ties with Shab.
Gene's a genius. Gene's a genius, just like Spec. Yeah, Kieran,
and yeah, clear. Idiot, right? Well, Spec's somebody where they're known for being sort of a spurg. So they're known for being a smartass, correcting people's trivial mistakes. So they're into chemistry. They'll act like other people are stupid for not knowing trivial facts regarding chemistry.
Well, that means he's an idiot. Like, I think
yeah.
That you showed me, I was like...
He's a pseudo-intellectual, so people want to, from a distance who don't know me, want to claim that that's me. And again, it's just, if you ask people, give examples of me engaging in that kind of behavior. Give examples of me being a smart aleck. They are never able to point to anything. So it's just, I'm a geek with glasses on the internet, so because I'm a geek with glasses... that must mean that we should take all these sort of, like, neckbeard stereotypes and put them in a blender. And that's what I am. I just talk about IQ and I correct people's trivial mistakes, act like other people are stupid for not knowing trivial pieces of information. And the irony is people who want to accuse me of that usually are some of the most extreme examples of that kind of behavior. And then it's John Morgan always brags about how smart he is, and like Shab will constantly bring up the fact that I'm an engineer, and he's the one that's constantly bringing it up, not me.
We did a show, me and him did a show with each other for like 3 or 4 years, and he wanted to get rid of me. Isn't it stupid, Skip BB? Like, here's Kieran right now, and he's just like, that's the only reason he could give, right? You were there for it. The only reason he could give. But I asked him.
That wasn't the only reason. And in the mediation chat, I also brought up Shab's drunk sort of fucking behavior. So that's something else. Shab just has either selection memory or he has terrible memory.
When I put the pressure to him, I said, okay, why are you so mad at me?
Or he either has selective memory or he just has shitty, unreliable memory.
That's the only thing you can come up with, right? As far as I remember, was Kieran getting them mad. Kieran, who at the end of it, they actually made up and made amends and said sorry and all that. This that shit? How lit am I? I don't know. How do I go about determining? I don't know. How do I gauge this? Yeah, Kieran, and now because of you, I don't make as much money, and now you have to tip me to make up for it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, and he said in DMs, like, yeah, the amount of money you give me isn't, like, it's pretty much nothing. I have other ways of making money.
Well, I think he gets even more like, I'm not making any money and stuff like that when you should, like, post the DM, like, over.
Yeah. This. And it's also, it's just people want to act like, they want to defend Shab and act like all the money I've given him, where it's pretty much charity. He just would do fucking nothing and smoke weed on my streams. It's not like people can't watch my streams to see that that is what the reality is. And them acting like, oh yeah, like I'm a douchebag paying him and like holding the fact that I pay him over his head. It's like, do I hold it over his head? It seemed, and I mean, it's one thing if I want him to kiss my feet over it, but he can at least be somewhat appreciative. He can at least somewhat, like, I don't need to be paying him for these streams. I could, like, produce the OBS myself. I could find people who are willing to do it for fucking free. So it is something I'm just doing out of charity. And Shab wants to sit there and not have any appreciation at all. And he can never say thank you. And he just wants to act like, yeah, it's nothing. Laugh out loud. I could be making $1,000 doing my own streams. And that's the logic they used, is that Shab's actually doing charity for me coming on my streams and only accepting the like couple $100 a month I was giving him. Why? Because there are some streams where he'll make more money than the money I'm giving him for all the streams, and it's just, well, again, look at who the top tipper is every month. It shows that he's definitely like a fifth of his fucking salary was coming from the pay he was getting from PPP, or at least from the Streamlab. So it just shows how, again, the mental gymnastics. It's like he's too dumb to understand how averages work and a cost-benefit analysis. It's just an appeal to possibility fallacy. It's possible that somebody could donate $1 million to me during a stream. So we'll just assume that even though most streams I do not get tipped the amount I get paid for the few hours I'm on PPP, we're just going to act like that's the case.
Ken, well, fuck Gene, he's a grown-ass man getting upset about a 19-year-old kid pussy. I don't think there's anything wrong with getting mad about a 19-year-old. You're still an adult and worth...
Yeah. And I didn't know he was 19. He was just some rando in the chat talking shit. And a 19-year-old should still know better.
You know, taken serious or not. But I do think that it's very silly that I asked him for examples of me being a bad friend, and the only thing he could come up with was mentioning his argument with you.
And the thing is Shab not lying here? The only thing he could come up with, I've given Shab plenty of reasons why I don't want to do streams with him anymore, why I want to cut ties with him anymore. So, like, once we upload all these videos, I'm wondering, are people still going to support this looping, regurgitating narrative that Shab is presenting everybody with?
Where you guys...
It again, just shows the mental gymnastics on Shab's end.
Made up, sorry. And it's really stupid because he just expects me to automatically side with him, no matter what the situation, if he's getting into an argument with any of my fans or viewers.
I mean, Shab does not grasp nuance. And I'm going to show the DMs of what I communicated. That I don't expect him to just blindly take my side or to scream at somebody because they're disagreeing with me. So either he just doesn't remember the DMs that we had back and forth. He doesn't remember the conversations. Or he has terrible fucking reading comprehension and wasn't able to process what I was saying, or he is just lying to people and dishonest, and he's a child. So he's just creating this narrative in his head and pandering to it because that means that Shab gets to be the victim.
Or whatever. And it's stupid because he's fine with me chasing away supporters and regular viewers and stuff. He's fine with me chasing away my supporters. Like, say if you were somebody that supported regularly, he wouldn't give a fuck.
So, again, he doesn't see the irony. I was supporting Shab. I didn't like people treating me poorly. That was one of the reasons why I decided to cut ties. And that makes me Hitler. But then his logic is that if somebody is being rude and disrespectful to me, I have to play the whipping boy. And Shab can't be expected to just, at the very least, mediate in more of a mutual sort of manner. And instead, he wants to throw me under the bus every time, while not even acknowledging that there was anything wrong with what the other party was doing.
If I chose him over you and you ended up being like, oh, well, fuck this Shabisky community, I'm not coming around anymore, I'm not supporting anymore, he wouldn't care.
So, again, Shab doesn't need to pick sides. And in the end, he was the one instigating. He was the one talking shit. He was the one being rude and disrespectful. And Shab just has no critical thinking skills. The way he just thinks in black and white extremes. It's either you side with one party or you side with the other. And he's failing to see that what he's claiming I expected him to do to Kieran, which I didn't expect him to do, that's exactly what he did to me, and he's done to me 1,000,000 times over. So then I'm a douchebag for not considering that if he throws somebody under the bus, they might leave and cut their support. But then why am I a bad guy for leaving and cutting my support?
Because his paycheck isn't affected by that. But because...
Well, my paycheck is affected because I'm giving you fucking money to be in some shitty relationship where you are okay with people treating me like shit, you're okay with treating me like a fucking whipping boy, and you're being paid to just smoke weed on my fucking streams, and then if I don't want to engage with you and don't want to be friends with you anymore, then I'm a terrible human being, because Shab is just a perfect little angel.
Mine is, and not his. It's fine. He'll come through. He'll have fights with people in my community or my chat. I'm supposed to automatically side with him, even though he's wrong plenty of times.
I never said he's supposed to automatically side with me, and it's like, I've been wrong plenty of times. I mean, I've shown plenty of examples where people were rude and disrespectful to me on stream, and Shab just sat there and threw me under the bus. And we've seen just how blind Shab is. So I showed that example from 5 years ago with Kino and Crow on stream, where Shab is just so fucking blind and absent-minded, where everyone was ganging up on me, and then he threw me under the bus. And his logic is that he shouldn't be expected to change at all. Expecting Shab to apply just a greater level of mindfulness and a greater level of cadence when it comes to addressing these issues, instead of just immediately throwing me under the bus with, like, no pause. To him, that's me saying that he just needs to blindly take my side. How can anybody support this? How can anybody listen to what Shab is saying here and think that he's an honest human being when it comes to what I've communicated to him? And I have the DMs of what I communicated to Shab, what I wanted from him, and I went into great detail.
He's right plenty of times, but he thinks that he needs to be 100% right all the time, and you're not.
I don't think I need to be 100% in the right, but I think that he's ignoring the nuance. You've made the same mistake 1,000,001 times over, and you've shown no fucking remorse, and you continue to make the same mistake again and again and again, and you've shown no signs that you're ever going to, you're never going to break the pattern.
Not an actual friend unless you're a sycophant and you agree with him 100% of the time. And
it seems like that's what Shab expects from him, is he expects people to be sycophants for him, because he's been having meltdowns and screaming at people because they disagree with him at all, and just calling anybody who disagrees with him retarded.
And it's just stupid, because this is my job. I try to make it a universal community where people can come and we can open community.
And again, if this is your job, then don't be shocked if somebody doesn't want to be friends with you, because them being friends with you means that it has to be all about Shabisky, and there's no give or take. Everything is just pandering to Shab and his career. So if somebody doesn't like that sort of environment, and they don't like that sort of relationship where it's all give and zero, or it's all take and zero give when it comes to Shab, then Shab shouldn't be surprised if somebody wants to go their separate ways.
Where people can have fun and join, and it's not about some IQ test or whatever the fuck test
And it's not about an IQ test. So, like, do you think it's reasonable for Shab to present that back and forth I had with Kieran as me turning in an IQ test? The dude was talking shit to me, and he was talking shit about, like, me being a geek, and he was engaging that sort of anti-intellectualism of this person uses big words, therefore I hate them. And that's why I called him out on being a fucking retard. And that's me turning it into an IQ competition.
Determine whether you can be part of my community. It's just like, as long as you're cool and you're chill, you're welcome.
So, was Kieran being chill in that stream? As long as you're cool and chill, you're welcome. I don't think they were being chill when they were just talking a bunch of shit in the live chat. And Shab seems to be okay with people who throw temper tantrums on stream, who scream and cuss people out on the top of their lungs.
Yeah, like Raisin.
Yeah, Drunken Crow would get drunk and have tantrums that would last for hours. Red Eye would have his bipolar meltdowns, and Shab's always been perfectly fine with people throwing temper tantrums and screaming at people on the top of their lungs. So Shab doesn't have that sort of policy or that practice of expecting everybody to be chill.
From here, that's what it should be. But because I let him have control at all, it became something different than that. And I don't know. It's lame.
The reasons with some dildo reviewer bitch.
what you think
With a hamburger?
him is a bad friend like has to do with me and my dildos.
Yeah.
Friends go. I don't know.
And plus, he's trying to, like, shame you for that or, like, dehumanize you for that, and he'll get upset if people talk about how he's just some stoner.
Or like he has a bad rap.
Yeah.
Lots of things get old. Why don't you move out to Vegas and get old with me, Bill Hicks? We can get old together. We can eat and poop and sleep together. Well, we don't have to
Poop!
$10,000.
God, Shab's a comedy expert.
Oh my God, that's great. I'll be able to buy at least a taco or so with that. That's great. Thank you. Gene has turned on me and decided that his podcast is better without me. And he argues that me and Dirt and anybody else didn't really add much to the podcast.
Well, I wouldn't have made that comment if there weren't a bunch of Lupus Dead Wife sort of troll accounts that were talking shit. So Shab kind of wants to ignore where that comment came from in the context. So it shows just how honest Shab is.
So he's doing a show now with some chick he met that does dildo reviews, and he started dating. And so that's the show now. It's Gene with some dildo reviewer bitch. Gene also decided that he's not going to pay me for the last 2 shows I did. Thus,
which you've been paid, Shab. So this is just pure slander.
Money from me. So I want people to understand that he is not a trustworthy person. He's the kind of person that makes a deal with you. You come through with the deal, and then he doesn't follow through. You could paint his house. You could do whatever work it is that he wants. And if he doesn't feel happy with you personally afterwards, it's fine for him to not.
Well, I also pointed that out, that it is a informal sort of agreement. So I pointed that out, that it's like if you pay somebody to wash your car and then they spit in your grandmother's face and you're like, fuck you, get out of here, I'm not paying you. It's just, I don't think a lot of people would be like, come on, you should still pay them. Like, in some cases, people might look at it like, you know what, you've been such a fucking asshole, like, maybe that's, you paying your fucking tax, but even if you take that out of consideration, it's like, there's no formal, or there was no agreement that tips for the movie nights did not count as tips for his pay. It's just, I would tip him whatever amount of money per month that he was owed for PPP. And then even if you subtract the tips that he got for the movie nights, he's still been tipped more than what was agreed upon, which he claims was $66 a stream. And we've done 27 streams this year.
The job. So that's John. He steals money from people. He makes agreements to pay people, and then he doesn't follow through based on silly, stupid shit like me saying his girlfriend is a piece of shit.
Oh, and then you got somebody in the chat. I'm unsubbing from Gene. So Shab's calling people stupid and retarded for not agreeing with him. And like people like Bill Hicks, who have been talking to us and they've been talking to Shab. But then here's a dude where it's they pop in the live chat, they hear Shab making a bunch of claims that could very well be false. And it's like, hey, you're saying all this stuff and I'm getting all my information from one side. Yeah, I'm unsubbing. I wonder if Shab thinks this dude is stupid. And if somebody just watches... Oh, there's some noise coming from your end.
Oh, it's my space heater. Do you want me to turn it off?
What's that?
Let me see if it's... My mic's not picking it up.
Okay. Yeah, well... If somebody did the same thing, if I just made a stream, like, yeah, fuck Shab, he talked about my girlfriend, and, like, look at all this other terrible stuff he's done, and somebody was just like, yeah, I'm unsubbing from Shab, fuck him. I mean, yeah, that's stupid, but I'm sure Shab doesn't think this dude right here is fucking retarded. Just blindly believing what one side tells them, and not holding it to any level of scrutiny.
Look at that, guys. John Morgan is not trustworthy. He will make deals with you and then not come through with it. You should not trust him. He robs people, just as he robbed me. He made a deal with me that if I hosted shows for him, he would pay me Then the last 2 shows, he argued that he shouldn't pay me, and that's because, no, he didn't argue. He just said, oh, I'm not going to pay you. I'm going to siphon those funds because you talk shit about my girlfriend. His girlfriend is a piece of shit. And because of some other reason.
And she's a piece of shit because she's siding with me, and it's just, Shab can't handle any other human being on the planet just not blindly taking his side.
That were never agreed upon. It was never agreed upon that I won't get paid if I make fun of his slutty girlfriend. That's silly.
It was also never agreed upon that the movie hangout tips didn't count towards your payment. And again, even if we don't count the movie nights, he has still been paid more than $66 a stream, which he said multiple times that that's what the agreed upon payment was.
That's never agreed upon.
I'll do the spreadsheet.
And Gene?
Fuck it.
What's that?
I'll make the spreadsheet because I love a good spreadsheet.
Well, I do think it's like Skeptical Jesus. I've kind of lost a lot of respect for him because how does he not process that? We showed that Shab said it was $66 a stream, and we showed the transactions to show that he's been paid more than that. And then Skeppy's still supporting Shab. So it's just, does Skeptical Jesus not know how numbers work? So the fact that they're like, how does Shab justify that? $66 a stream, 27 streams. This is the total amount of money. It far exceeds what 66 times 27 is. And if you want to be generous, take $500 away from movie nights, then still, it's exceeds 66 times 27. But I guess this is basic math that people aren't able to comprehend.
Does not have the balls to come out here and meet me in the ring to settle this, because I said this already.
Oh God, again, Shab's a model citizen. He doesn't sound like some like thuggish person who has like a 9th grade education.
He doesn't have the balls. It's cute. He wants to steal money from me, and he doesn't have the balls to come out and look me in my fucking face. Good, Remy, unsub from PPP. He's lousy, steals money from people.
Yeah, and I'm sure, again, Remy just getting all his information from Shab exclusively. Yeah, Remy's not stupid.
It's all based on shit that happened decades ago. Or not
Dude, Shab clearly doesn't have timeliness. Yeah, decades ago.
decades, but years and years ago. Hold on a second.
It's all based on things that happened years and years ago. He kept saying that the thing with Kieran was 6 months ago, so Shad can't get his time straight.
Okay. Hold on a second, guys. Can you go into greater detail? Are you able to? Like, honestly, I'm not trying to joke. I'm not trying to be funny or something. Go into greater detail and explain this to me. Because I get the idea, oh, I'm a dum-dum. But, like, can you explain in detail why I'm such a dum-dum? Or is it just, I'm a dum-dum? How much do I consider his debt so far? Well, he said that he paid me...
That was a video cut out here.
You cut out? Oh, okay. So I'm sorry I cut out. Let me repeat what I was saying. You said, how much do you consider his debt so far? So he said that he paid me $100 per episode, but in reality, I charged him $200 per every 3 episodes. So that would come through.
Now, when did I say I paid him $100 an episode? So this is where none of it was in writing. It's Shab's fault for not... Like, he's the one that expected payment, so it's just maybe you could blame me for not keeping clear, like, receipts or documents, but I would mention how, like, okay, I've been paying him, like, $100 an episode, and that's an average. It's an approximation, and they want to fall back on that, and it's like, well, Shab's the one that said $66 an episode. Another thing is, I think I remember them, like him saying $16 an hour, which even if it was $16 an hour and you add up all the hours from like all the streams this year, it still is less than $2,000 total. So it's just either way, regardless of what metric or number we're using, the amount of money I've given him this year exceeds the amount of money that he's owed. Whether it's $16 an hour, whether it's the amount of tips with or without the movie nights, It's just all of the totals show that he has been paid. All of the, like, $66 a stream, whatever. So how are people honestly going to argue that he hasn't been paid?
To I think, mathematically $66.66 times 2.
Oh, here we go. So I'm going to have to put that image on the stream that shows all the, like, all the metrics.
So there again is my answer. It's $66.66 times 2. And what is the response to the person there?
And then, like, I pointed out the 2 movie nights, and one thing people have argued is that, well, John Morgan needs to show proof that there weren't any other movie nights. It's like, no, Shab needs to show proof that there were other movie nights that I tipped for. So it's just, I like how there's that double standard there. And also the lunacy where in this kind of scenario, I think any unbiased third party would agree that in this sort of situation, the onus would be on the person claiming that they're being stolen from, who needs to show proof or evidence.
So how is it you feel you gained anything by quitting? Well, when I quit, I gained having...
He didn't quit.
Control over my own...
And we have the clip of him, like, when he fired me, I quit.
Platform in my community without someone else controlling it that was manipulative. Do you have a response to what I...
Oh, and you have Taylor there. He gained not being treated like garbage. And again, people want to pander to Shab. He's a blind little puppy. Shab's done nothing wrong in his life. I mean, people can't just be like, even if you want to claim that I have, like, accumulated more fouls when it comes to my relationship with Shab, anybody who wants to act like I haven't been treated like garbage at all, and my friendship with Shab are just, again, childish adults. They don't want to be objective. And it's, I don't like how Shab's treated me, so I cut ties with him, and then he's the one playing the victim.
I just Googled average salary for a producer on YouTube. It's far below what he paid you. What does that have to do with anything? I've done streams where I've made $1,000 or more. Would I do a stream with John where I make $1,000 or more? No. So comparing what I make to the average salary of what somebody could possibly make producing for a YouTube channel, that doesn't make sense. Just comparing it to the average person, I could do that. I'm not your average person. Like, do you think that if you hired Ben Pie to produce your show tomorrow, it would just be like, oh yeah, $10 an hour? Like, no, that's silly.
He said, I'm not your average person. And I said, okay, you're below average.
Oh yeah. Shab really has delusions of grandeur.
You were making well above that salary? What does that amount have to do with anything that I said? Like, let me go back. Hold on. You said, how is it you feel by quitting? And then I didn't say anything about numbers or wage or anything like that. And you went into wage. Why is it that you ignored what I talked about? Why did you divert from talking about what I was talking about? Why is it all about money for you? Well, you said you think he owes you. No,
I think that's Paradise Lobster or Bill Portley, because I've seen them in my chat before.
He owes me because we made an agreement. How do you think he doesn't owe me for the last 2 shows I did for him? Do you think those should be free because he doesn't like me anymore?
I don't know.
Money because I just said other reasons why. Do you have the intelligence to follow along? There can be more than one reason. I said money. The reason we stopped doing a show together wasn't even because of money, dumbass. It's because of these other reasons I'm talking about. And because of these other reasons, now he's not paying me the money. Bill Hicks, am I fucking retarded? Is this that hard to process? It's not
You've been paid, Shab.
Money. It didn't come to the point where, I asked...
I mean, look at how upset he gets when people disagree with him.
John to pay me, and he wouldn't pay me, and that's why this breakup happened. That's stupid. That's not the reason.
And the thing is, he's done this on stream, where I mentioned there was a patron I lost because he went off on her because she was disagreeing with him. So Shab will get this hostile if people disagree with them. Like, are you retarded? Yeah, fuck you. But then it's like if somebody is insulting me and I insult them, he gets mad at me and acts like I'm the bad guy live on stream.
No. He didn't pay me for the last 2 shows I did. Just because he paid. Okay, let me explain something to you, real Ron Gorgon. I am someone who's been doing this a long time. I know that if you hosted a show or did something with a show with somebody...
He's been doing this a long time. He's been streaming more than any... And that's the other thing. It's like, okay, well, I've been streaming for 5 years. Maybe I'm not as much of a veteran as Shab, but that's another thing Shab will do, is that, oh, because I've been streaming for 10 years, nobody can disagree with me. I'm automatically in the right when discussing, like, any of the... like production elements of like running a podcast or running a stream. Shab knows what he's doing, blowing the torch in the mic and getting up for 40 minutes at a time and chewing in the microphone. Shab knows how to run a stream because he's been doing it a long time.
Worthless, okay? It would be stupid for them to pay you. But I've been doing this a long time, so that's not the case.
And it's just, a person can do something for a long time and still be incompetent at it. It doesn't mean that they're going about engaging in that task correctly or sufficiently throughout that period of time. So you can still be pretty inept and pretty inadequate at a particular job, even if you've spent a lot of time trying to develop skill in said job or said task.
Is that hard for you to fucking understand that? No, like I've co-hosted shows that you would only wish to be on a lot of time. Like,
yeah.
Just so fucking stupid.
And I mean, look at how much money Shab made. Like, he said that he's borrowing money from his parents. So if he was such an accomplished streamer, why is he only getting a couple hundred views a stream? Like, why is he just living paycheck to paycheck?
But shut up. Yeah, Elster is smart. I'm like really fucking it up with... You touch Wiener? No, I do not want to make up with whoever the retarded ass motherfucker this is in the chat. I do not like them. They're not worth liking.
They're not worth liking because they don't agree with me.
Want to be human being. To follow along with the fact that...
And Shab's not worthless. Let's see where Shab is in 5 years. That will be funny.
Not money-based. That's fucking stupid. Anybody who thinks that you have the brain of a border collie or something, like, you're fucking stupid. It's not that fucking hard to understand.
Oh,
remember that one? Remember?
Yeah. And I don't know, I guess Border Collie's still a dog, but if you're going to say that somebody's stupid, it's like, why are you going to pick the smartest breed of like that species? So, because Border Collies are the most intelligent dog breed.
Revis Live? Yeah, Taylor, I'm about to send over...
Oh, and this one dude in the chat, where was it? He said, Shab has more subs.
Doesn't mean
yeah.
anything.
And I'm sure Shab doesn't think they're stupid. It's like, Shab's been doing this a long time, a lot longer than me, and he's got a lot of subs, but look at his views.
Buddy, over to the other...
And I'm sure if I had far more subs, but was only getting a couple hundred views, I'm sure this dude wouldn't just be like, well, Shab has more views.
Dream. I'm a little drinky, so I'm being slow.
Oh, what a shock. Shab's a little drinky.
Okay, everybody here, I'm sending you over to the podcast I'm about to be on. See you guys over there.
And then that's Remy. Remy says Shab helped PPP get over 2K subs. I agree. He helped. But still, I don't think the show is dependent on him. And I would say that the show kind of stagnated at a couple hundred subs and stagnated like with the same view counts that Shab streams and videos were getting for quite a while until I took control and until I started being too authoritarian for everybody. And of course the show's now declining because Shab's not there. I mean, he made the show even though the show's the same thing because John wouldn't let everybody else talk. So it's the same thing, but it sucks now because logic, what's that? But I think we've finally gotten through all the streams, so...
What's your conclusion, Gene?
My conclusion is that Shab is a very dishonest person. And I think Shab's got a lot of really glaring character flaws. And I mean, people who just watch him through his streams, who don't know him personally, they don't know that, you know what, Shab is dealing with a lot of issues off stream, a lot of really bad habits that are fucking with his physical health. And he's not doing that well financially, so I hope Shab improves himself. But people gotta stop being enablers, because Shab does have a lot of bad habits, and he does have a lot of glaring character flaws. Maybe people could argue that I'm the one engaging in self-justification, and maybe I'm just projecting, but the thing is, my affairs, my life seems to be much more in order than Shab's. So, I guess I'm going to continue with my podcasts. I responded to all of these because I wanted to get my word out there. I wanted people to hear my take. So it's not just people exclusively hearing Shab talk shit about me. And I'm going to edit all the stuff we went through and then premiere it on the channel. And hopefully I'm able to change other people's minds. If not, I guess I'm going to do a Shabisky and claim that, you know what, they're just stupid and not worth my time. Because anybody who's just going to blindly believe what one side tells them, I don't think they have the best judgment. But those watching now, hopefully I see you in the near future on one of my future streams. So good night.